Chapter 15 of Life of Dorothea Lynde Dix by Frances Tiffany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, The 5 Million Acre Bill. A letter of Miss Dix, already quoted in Chapter 13, will be recalled, in which, in an hour of weariness, she wrote, "I think after this year I shall certainly not suffer myself to engage in any legislative affairs for a year. I can conceive the state of mind which this induces to be like nothing save the influences of the gambling table or any games of chance. On such unlooked-for and often trivial balances do the issues depend." The stakes for which she had now for years been playing were indeed pecuniarily enormous, involving in the case of each separate asylum from $50,000 to $200,000 at the start, not to speak of the further appropriations for permanent expenses and for enlargement that must inevitably ensue. They were stakes, moreover, on the winning or losing of which hung the devout thanksgiving of a merciful heart at relief now close at hand for cruel shapes of human misery, or the silent torture that the old sad story must go on unchanged. In comparison, however, with the far vaster stake she was now about to play for, no longer in the halls of state legislative assemblies, but on the arena of the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States, these previous ventures involved but trivial issues. To set the subject here to be entered on in a clear light, it will be necessary to go back several years in the story of Miss Dix's career. So manifold were the operations she was in the habit of carrying on, at the same time, that there is no other feasible way but to set apart certain of them and treat them as distinct episodes. Already, at as early a date as 1848, had she memorialized Congress for a grant of 5 million acres of the public domain, the proceeds of the sale of which were to be set apart as a perpetual fund for the care of the indigent insane. The sum total of the fund to be divided in proportion with their respective rates of population among the 30 states of the Union. Partial failure in her first attempt to secure this grant had only acted on her in the way of that especial tonic which she declared always set her on her feet, the tonic of opposition, and so led her, at a subsequent session of Congress, to raise the amount of her plea to a colossal sum of 12,225 acres. It is easy to write down the numerals which stand for 12,225,000 acres of land. A far harder thing is it to stretch the imagination to the point of conceiving what they really imply. They mean nearly 20,000 square miles of territory. They mean an area nearly 3 times the size of the state of Massachusetts, an area more than a third as large as England, with Wales included. Could she carry this great measure, Miss Dix felt that the work of her life in her own land would be permanently crowned. A steady income, growing in volume with the growth of population in the country, would thus be secured in perpetuity for the most wretched of the children of earth. To bring the actual situation clearly before the mind, a short explanation is here needful of a relations borne by the federal government of the United States to the disposition of the enormous areas of the public lands. The original 13 revolutionary states stretched along the Atlantic seaboard, The states which had fought for and achieved the independence of the United States had always maintained a claim to share severally in the vast areas of unoccupied lands lying to the westward, which they had individually ceded to the federal government. Through subsequent purchase and conquest, this area had grown to continental proportions, and as new territories were from time to time formed into states and admitted as integral members of the Union, the same claims were fully accorded to them. Under the condition of a public treasury overflowing with revenue from sales of the public domain to settlers, the representatives in Congress had, every now and then, deemed it wise to distribute this money surplus among the several states. Further, to the new states almost exclusively immense tracts of land, reaching in 1845 an aggregate of 134,704,982 acres, had been granted for the purpose of rapidly developing a system of general education and of internal improvements. And yet there still remained unassigned more than 1,000 millions of acres of the public domain. In the main, the disposition thus far made of the public lands had been judicious, and especially had laid the foundation of an excellent school system in the newly formed and thinly populated states. The immense prizes, however, thus opened up to the schemes of private speculators, internal improvement companies, and projectors of new lines of railway had finally inflamed the cupidity of thousands. Congress was besieged for grants of land, demanded on an incredibly lavish scale. It was the sight of this pushing horde of greedy adventurers, assailing Congress through the representatives of their various states, that first inspired Miss Dix with the thought, "Why cannot I, too, go in with this selfish, struggling throng, and plead for God's poor and outcast, that they shall not be forgotten?" From the outset, she felt that the undertaking was to be a most formidable one. She had nothing to offer in the way of material reward, no vote to barter, no place to promise, no self-interested schemers to enlist in bolstering up her project, nothing to fall back on but the plea for mercy from a woman's lips. It was on June 23, 1848, that her first memorial was submitted to Congress. Already had she taken such precautionary steps and secured such influential friends among leading representatives from the various states in which her name had now become a household word, that the memorial was at once referred to a select committee, and 5,000 copies of it were ordered to be printed for the use of the Senate. Her prayer thus far was for a grant of 5,000,000 acres for the relief and support of the indigent insane in the United States. Greatly to the advantage of the effect produced by this new memorial was it that now Miss Dix addressed herself, not to the legislature of a single state, but to the Congress of them all. She was thus enabled to focus in a single appeal the whole dire story of her investigations throughout the length and breadth of the land. Quote, "Present hospital provision," she declares, "relieves, if we do not include those institutions not considered remedial, less than 3,700 patients. Where are the remainder, and in what condition? More than 18,000 are unsuitably placed in private dwellings, in jails, in poorhouses, and other often most wretched habitations. I have myself seen more than 9,000 idiots, epileptics, and insane in these United States, destitute of appropriate care and protection. And of this vast and miserable company, sought out in jails, in poorhouses, and in private dwellings, there have been hundreds, nay, rather thousands, bound with galling chains, bowed beneath fetters and heavy iron balls attached to drag chains, lacerated with ropes, scourged with rods, and terrified beneath storms of profane execrations and cruel blows, now subject to gibes and scorn and torturing tricks, now abandoned to the most loathsome necessities, or subject to the vilest and most outrageous violations. These are strong terms, but language fails to convey the astonishing truths. I proceed to verify this assertion, commencing with the state of Maine." End quote. Every state is then seriatim arraigned. The amount of eyewitness testimony piled up is appalling, and it strikes home all round. The member from Georgia cannot turn superiorly on the member from Rhode Island, and, quoting the case of Abram Simmons, cry, "This, then, is the state of civilization and humanity in your benighted region." Swiftly the member from Rhode Island could retort, "Go on a few pages farther and see how edifying is the example set by your enlightened state." Let us look over the shoulder of the member from Georgia, reading with him the following case in his own state, and then ask how far he would have felt inclined to protract the sectional controversy. Quote, "It was an intensely hot day when I visited F. He was confined in a roofed pen, which enclosed an area of about 8 feet by 8. The interstices between the unhewn logs admitted the scorching rays of the sun then, as they would open the way for the fierce winds and drenching rains or frosts of the later seasons. The place was wholly bare of furniture, no bench, no bed, no clothing. His food, which was of the coarsest kind, was pushed through spaces between the logs. Fed like the hogs, and no better, said a stander-by. His feet had been frozen by exposure to cold in the winter past. Upon the shapeless stumps, aided by his arms, he could raise himself against the logs of his pen. In warm weather, this wretched place was cleansed out once a week or fortnight. Not so in the colder seasons. "We have men called," said his sister, "and they go in and tie him with ropes and throw him on the ground and throw water on him, and my husband cleans out the place." But the expedient to prevent his freezing in winter was the most strangely horrible. In the center of the pen was excavated a pit, 6 feet square and deep. The top was closed over securely, and into this ghastly place, entered through a trap-door, was cast the maniac, there to exist until the returning warm weather induced his caretaker to withdraw him. There, without heat, without light, without pure air, was left the pining, miserable maniac, whose piteous groans and frantic cries might move to pity the hardest heart." End quote. Fortifying, through the testimony of leading experts on insanity in America and Europe, her own insistence on the impossibility of coping with these terrible evils except by the establishment of scientifically conducted asylums, Miss Dix concluded her memorial with a few strong words of appeal. Quote, "Should your sense of moral responsibility seek support and precedents for guiding present action, I may be permitted to refer to the fact of liberal grants of common national property made, in the light of a wise discrimination, to various institutions of learning, also to advance in the new states common school education, and to aid 2 seminaries of instruction for the deaf and dumb, viz., that in Hartford, Connecticut, and the school in Danville, in Kentucky, etc. But it is not for the one section of the United States that I solicit benefits, while all beside are deprived of direct advantages. I ask relief for the East and for the West, for the North and for the South. I ask for the people that which is already the property of the people, but possessions so holden that it is through your action alone they can be applied as now urged. I confide to you the cause and the claims of the destitute, without fear or distrust. I ask for the 30 states of the Union 5 million acres of land, of the many hundreds of millions of public lands, appropriated in such a manner as shall assure the greatest benefits to all who are in circumstances of extreme necessity, and who, through the providence of God, are wards of the nation, claimants on the sympathy and care of the public, through the miseries and disqualifications brought upon them by the sorest afflictions with which humanity can be visited. Respectfully submitted, D.L.D. Washington, June 23, 1848. End quote. All omens at the start look auspicious, as finds expression in the 2 following letters of Miss Dix to her cherished Philadelphia friend, Mrs. Robert Hare. Quote, Washington, D.C., July 5, 1848. For more than 3 weeks I have been ill with influenza. While unable to go out, I wrote my memorial to Congress. I can only say it embodies facts. As a literary effort, it is open to severe criticism. 5,000 extra copies ordered to be printed. I expressed my wish for a select committee. They said it was unusual. I urged and finally said I must at least be suffered to propose it. I wrote out my list and carried my measure entirely. Mr. Benton, Mr. Dix, Mr. Harnigan, Mr. Bell, and Mr. Davis of Massachusetts, of course naming a Democratic majority. Mr. Benton promised me all his influence in the outset, and was to have been chairman, and to have presented the memorial, but was not well, and it passed into the hands of one of my new partisans, a man of good abilities and much influence. I really think, if Congress does not suddenly adjourn, I shall pass the bills, one asking for 5 million acres of the public surveyed lands for the curable and incurable indigent insane, and the other praying for 2 million acres for the blind and the deaf and dumb. Shall I not be happy if I get all this? End quote. To Mrs. Robert Hare, quote, Washington, July 21st, 1848. You who understand me, you who always sympathize with my anxieties and rejoice in my successes, will be glad to know that my whole committee, even the impracticable Colonel Benton, concurred in my 5 million acre bill, and it was read this morning in the Senate. The greatest difficulty in the Senate is already surmounted. I feel grateful beyond expression for this much. The new Democratic movement in the northern states has threatened the safety of the whole measure. Colonel Benton was giving me much anxiety. I went to him. He put me off with promises to do for me all that was feasible under the circumstances. Sir, I have not come to ask any favor for myself, not the smallest. I ask for yourself, your state, your people. Sir, you are a Democrat, and profess above all others to support the interests of the people, the multitude, the poor. This is the opportunity of showing the country how far profession and practice correspond. Reject this measure, you trample on the rights of the poor, you crush them. Sustain it, and their blessings shall echo round your pillow when the angel of the last hour comes to call you to the other life of action and progress. My dear Miss Dix, I will do all I can. Then, sir, the bill and the measure are safe. I found last week my strength sinking under my anxieties. I, you know, am never sanguine, and feel confidence only when a bill passes into an act and is sealed by governor or president." End quote. Alas, the great undertaking on which Miss Dix had now embarked was destined to be a long and baffling one. Her usual sagacity had been displayed in the fear she had expressed. The new Democratic movement in the northern states has threatened the safety of the whole measure. This especial movement, so dreaded by her, was a rising popular agitation to arrest the hand of Congress in the free disposition it was making of the public domain, and embodied a war cry sure to tell with electric effect. There still remained unsold 1,000 million acres of the public lands, and the cry raised was that these vast areas must be sacredly held for the present and prospective benefit of the poor man. It was robbery of the poor to deed them away to railroad, canal, or general improvement companies, or to let them fall into the hands of greedy speculators who would swiftly advance their price. The actual settler on the spot, the settler eager to hew for himself and family a farm out of the wilderness, he was the real one to consider, and to him should these lands be sold at the fixed and unalterable price of $1.25 or $1.50 an acre. Lands granted to railroads and lying along their lines were sure to go up at once to $2.50 an acre or even more. This was robbery of the poor to enrich the powerful. Of course, it helped little to argue that, without the aid of railways and canals, the land would prove of little actual value to the settler, or further, that without the establishment of public schools, the next generation would lapse into practical barbarism. These were too recondite thoughts for popular apprehension. It needed an orator of very moderate ability to fire the public imagination with a dramatic picture of the Hyder Ali devastation wrought over boundless regions by the rapacious invasions of corporations, while it may be doubted whether the genius of Edmund Burke would have sufficed to picture with adequate effect the spectacle of the poor man's cart otherwise stranded up to the hubs in mud, or that of his hay and corn rotting, or his butter, milk, and eggs valueless for want of an attainable market. Land was land, wherever situated, and $2.50 an acre was $1 more than $1.50. The power of this outcry, then, to paralyze subservient politicians was one Miss Dix fully appreciated from the moment it began to be heard. It can readily be seen, therefore, that it was a sea of stormy passions on which she had launched her 5-million-acre bill. She was, so to speak, between two fires. On the one hand, The agrarian war cry, which had been raised in the eastern states, would be sure to frighten a large class of Democratic politicians from incurring popular wrath by voting away another Acre, while, on the other hand, the fierce material interests of syndicates of land speculators would stimulate them to fight against the intrusion of any new measure that threatened to swell the amount of public grants they sought to confine to their own private channels. By the courtesy of Congress, a special alcove in the Capitol Library was set apart for Miss Dix's use, and there was she daily on hand to converse with members. The thought of the scenes that must have been witnessed in that quiet alcove awakens a longing that some picturesque record of them might have been preserved. Certainly, the contrast between the common experience of a senator or member of the House, as a party man beset on every hand by those fiercely urging political or material schemes, and tossed to and fro by alternate promises and threats of what would ensue if he did or did not vote in this way or that, and his experience when he found himself in the presence of this quiet, low-voiced, entreating, yet commanding woman, speaking as out of a higher realm to him, to do justice, love mercy, and thus walk humbly with his God, must have been most impressive. No wonder, then, that member after member was brought over to promise her that, in the fierce struggle going on as to the disposition of lands soon to be the future seat of empire, he would never lose sight of the piteous claims of the helpless ones for whom she was pleading. To many of Miss Dix's friends in various parts of the Union, particularly to those who, as themselves superintendents of insane asylums, were thoroughly alive to the import of her action, it seemed an assured fact that her bill would speedily pass both houses of Congress and receive the signature of the President. Rejoicing in the thought that her exhausting labors would soon be over, and that, after crowning them with this magnificent success in securing full provision for ages to come for the indigent insane, she would now be able to enter on a period of rest, the question had already arisen among them as to the next field for the exercise of her invaluable energies. Brief at best, they knew, would be the season of recuperation to which she would consent, for in this great cause she literally lived and moved and had her being. What farther service, then, could she render it? The view taken by one large and benevolent mind will be found in the following letter from Dr. Luther V. Bell of the McLean Asylum, Somerville, Massachusetts. Quote, McLean Asylum, December 29th, 1848. Dear Madam, your friends cannot but trust that these terribly severe labors may be nearly at a close, and so, released by the actual accomplishment or encouraging inception of your labors, how much more remains to be done, which no one but you can do. The aggregation of misery and misfortune, of which you have sounded the depths, and have done so much to alleviate, affords yet an almost boundless field of labor with the pen, if possible of more moment than any present relief through personal devotion. In a country rushing upon the crowded population, the crimes, the miseries of the old world with gigantic strides, cannot something be done which shall tell to all future time, by informing the world, at least the wise and good of the world, how these monster evils can be grappled with? Is not our want of fixed principles owing to our want of facts? Now it seems to me that when you have finished the specific course laid out for yourself, if you could, in the light of all your personal experience of human suffering, take a year and sit down to the composition of a volume which should meet the emergency alluded to, you might accomplish more than in any other way. A personal narrative of your last 10 years' life would contain just the needful elements, if the fair conclusions could be eliminated from it, which you alone could do. Accept, dear madam, our heartfelt regards and sincerest prayers. Yours truly, Luther V. Bell. End quote. What she should turn her mind to, after the passage of her 5-million-acre bill was, however, the last thought with Miss Dix during her protracted labors throughout the congressional session of 1848-49. First must the bill be passed. Then would it be time enough to ask, what next? She understood the work of legislative affairs far more thoroughly than did her sanguine friends. Already, January 30th, 1849, had she expressed her own view of the actual situation in a letter to her brother Joseph. Quote, "Specially and prominently, at this particular time, I am watching and guarding the 5-million bill. Through the courtesy of my friends in the Senate and House, a special committee room is assigned to my use in the Capitol. I am neither sanguine nor discouraged. I think the bill may be deferred till next session. A new difficulty is to be combated. The President, James K. Polk, having declared to his cabinet that he will veto all and every land bill which does not make a provisional payment to the general government. I suppose this will be gotten over by a small premium upon every acre sold. I, fortunately, am on good terms with Mrs. Polk and the President, knowing well all their family friends in Tennessee and North Carolina. The Vice President, Mr. Dallas, the intimate associate of many of my Philadelphia friends, is warmly in favor of the bill. I have decidedly declined the interposition of the state legislatures, preferring to rely on the uninstructed deliberations and acts of the two branches of Congress. The public interest is involved for all the states, and those who will vote negatively do so on constitutional grounds, imaginarily involving the federal integrity." End quote. Neither sanguine nor discouraged. In this state of mind, Miss Dix worked steadily throughout the session. Every day witnessed fresh accessions to the ranks of her supporters, and she no doubt had an actual majority of members of both houses with her. But many of them were halting and half-hearted. The agrarian cry had carried consternation into the ranks of the Democratic Party. They must wait till the popular excitement had abated, and to this end a masterly inactivity seemed the policy dictated. The bill was deferred, and finally allowed to lapse. Still Miss Dix bated no jot of faith or hope. To her, this was but the first movement in a great campaign. It had suffered check. She would appear on the field again, and in more solid phalanx. A strong impression had been made, an impression so strong that but for untoward circumstances it would have resulted in decisive action. What though the field be lost? All is not lost. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Life of Dorothea Lynde Dix by Frances Tiffany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, The 12,225,000 Acre Bill, Sessions 1850 to 51. At the outset of the session of 1850, Miss Dix, for the second time, memorialized Congress in behalf of the indigent insane of the United States, as well as of the indigent blind and deaf and dumb. The tonic of opposition had acted with its usual invigorating effect, and she now came forward, not as before, with a bill for 5,000,000 acres of the public domain, but with a bill for 12,225,000 acres, of which 10,000,000 should inure to the benefit of the insane, 2,225,000 to that of the blind and deaf and dumb. A favorable report on the memorial was at once made, and every prospect looked promising of its speedy, successful passage. From the press and from enlightened public sentiment all over the land came strong endorsements of the measure. Likewise, at the annual conference of the medical superintendents of American institutions for the insane, the following vote was unanimously passed. Quote, Resolved, that this association regards with deep interest the progress of the magnificent project which has been, and continues to be, urged by Miss D. L. Dix on the consideration of Congress, proposing the grant of a portion of the public domain by the federal government, the proceeds of which are to be devoted to the endowment of the public charities throughout the country, and that it meets with our unqualified sanction. Thomas S. Kirkbride, Secretary. End quote. Once again was Miss Dix in her old place in the alcove of the Capitol Library. With her the day always began at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, when, on rising, she sacredly set apart the first hour for her religious devotions. In the most hurried time of work or travel, she would never intermit this habit, feeling that when, frayed in spirit through pressure of care, the virtue had gone out of her, she must faint and utterly fall but for refuge in this mount of prayer. God was her present help in time of trouble. Rarely speaking of her personal religious feelings except in confidential hours, religion was yet the breath of her life. Passionately fond of hymns, and with a memory stored with them, from the early Latin hymns of the Church and onward, through those of Bernard of Cluny in the Middle Ages, and the rich stores of the German mystics and later Moravians, to the hymns of Wesley, Faber, Whittier, and Bowring in more recent days, she rose on their wings into a realm of peace and thanksgiving in which, for the time at least, all the struggle and sorrow of earth were hushed. Her hour, however, of devotion over, the late kneeling and dependent woman was forthwith another being. Once again, the sense of naked moral responsibility had taken exclusive possession of her, and every nerve of action was on the stretch. Ill or well, in pain or in temporary relief from pain, on herself alone she felt it to depend whether a vast cry of misery should continue to rise and beat in vain against a brazen vault, or be heard and answered, comforted and stilled. By the hour of breakfast, at 8 o'clock, she had dispatched the daily stint of her immense correspondence, now embracing the needs and problems of asylums in 20 states, and 10 o'clock saw her seated in her chair in the alcove. There, for 4 or 5 hours on the stretch, often through the intolerable heats of a July or August session, would she patiently reason with, instruct, and entreat the members brought in to see her. She was at this period of life 48 years old, although her rich brown hair showed scarcely a line of white, and her blue-gray eyes, so large and dilating in the pupils as often to be mistaken for black, retained all their range of expression, from lightning-swift decision to tender compassion. Patience and a sweet conciliatory spirit were now the needful weapons of a nature constitutionally high-strung and imperious. Infinitely wearisome was it, this going over the same ground 1,000 times and replying to the same stereotyped objections. The head might throb, the old sharp pain in the chest might pierce, the heat of 95 to 100 degrees might threaten collapse of brain. Still, to give way for a moment and suffer any irritability of physical fiber, any impatience of scorn at political subserviency to interrupt the even flow of persuasion and entreaty, might be to make an enemy, not of herself, this was nothing, but of her sacred cause. Miss Dix had studied the art of cogent statement and vital appeal as few orators study it. It was not by nature hers, except on the condition of the varied and often contradictory elements of her character becoming fused in the heat of a great idea. But in those days of impassioned activity she had mastered this art to a rare degree. Few ever recognized more clearly the power of a fit word than she. In her reading she habitually noted down every telling phrase, till her vocabulary became full, exact, and varied. Besides, her life for now many years had been one long school of practice in dealing with every type of human character. None the less, this sedulous cultivation of speech was, in her case, at the last remove from any trace of rhetorical display. Her nature was too intense, too forceful, too straightforward to admit for a moment of this. She studied language as the soldier grinds his sword to make it cut. Those who heard her on the rare occasions, except on Sundays in prisons, when she ever made an address of any length, on occasions, for example, when she would call together the attendants and nurses in a new asylum to speak to them about their sacred duties, say they never listened to such moving speech from human lips. Her auditory would be wrought to mingled tears and exultation, as though in their merciful vocation the divine privilege of the very call of Jesus, to be eyes to the blind and feet to the lame, had descended to them from out of the heavens. And yet this was the same woman who, at times of weariness or self-concentration, would leave no other impression on many but that she was hard and unsympathetic. The hot summer of the session of 1850 was wearily wearing away, but Miss Dix kept up heart and hope. Her bill had actually passed by a full majority the House of Representatives, the popular branch, of which she stood in the greater fear as more sure to be affected by the immediate political passions of the day. There was to be farther deliberation in the Senate. In this body, however, she felt sure of a victory, unless in the press of business in the last days of the session her bill should be crowded out and so deferred. As late in the season, then, as August 29th, 1850, she is found replying to a friend, begging her to seek change and recuperation in the more bracing air of the North, in a tone marked by the exhaustion under which she was suffering, but still full of her usual patience of resignation. Quote, "None can tell what a mountain will be lifted from my breast if my bills pass. I shall feel almost as if I could say, Lord, let now thy servant depart in peace, for mine eyes have seen thy salvation. But I recollect that my times and seasons are his, and for his work. He will do as seems to himself good. I ought to be ready to meet all changes, all events, but the troubles of the miserable world would, if now no way were opened for their alleviation, make the hour of death mournful to me." End quote. Another fortnight of the hope deferred that maketh the heart sick, and at the close of the session she is forced to write to the same friend these few sad words. Quote, "My bill is deferred to the first month of the next session, the second Monday. Pray that my patience do not fail utterly." End quote. Patience did not fail. Once again, the winter session of 1851 saw Miss Dix at her post. Delay succeeded delay in getting the bill called up, but at last, February 11th, was penned the following letter to her friend, Miss Heath. How thrilling a picture it gives of what Miss Dix had herself characterized as the feverish spirit of the gambling table, of a scene rather as it rose before her impassioned mind, in which the God of mercy and the power of darkness were playing for a stupendous stake of human succor or human misery. The letter is hastily dashed off, at intervals, from her alcove in the Capitol Library. Quote, "Washington, D.C., February 11th, 1851. My dear friend, my bill is up in the Senate, I awaiting the result with great anxiety, but a calmness which astonishes myself. A motion to lay on the Speaker's table is just lost, 32 to 14. It is said that this is the test vote. They are speaking on amendments. The danger is from debate. I dread Chase of Ohio. Mr. Mason of Virginia sends me word the bill will pass. A message from Mr. Pierce, who says the bill will pass. Ah, if it should fail now. Mr. Shields just comes to say the bill will pass. You know not how terrible the suspense. I am perfectly calm and as cold as ice. 4 p.m. The bill has passed the Senate beautifully. A large majority, more than 2 to 1, 36 yeas to 16 nays." End quote. A glorious victory gained in the Senate. At the last session she had achieved an equal one in the House of Representatives. But before a bill can become an act, it must pass both houses in the same session and be signed by the President. There remained, then, the action of the House of Representatives. What will that action be? It is the popular branch. Its term of office is shorter than that of the Senate. Its members are more sensitive to the temporary wind of the hour. Of the real convictions of a large majority of these members there is no question. Will they be brave enough to act on them? Their proceedings are singularly vacillating and at cross purposes. They are letting "I dare not" wait upon "I would." Now the question of the immediate consideration of the bill is defeated by the rigid enforcement of the rules, and now, in turn, twice are the rules suspended by a vote of the same House, the first time by 105 nays to 50 yeas, the second by 108 to 70. The opportunity is thus again on hand, but still some subtle political fear is paralyzing action. Each time the House proceeds to other business. No, it dares not face the question. Delay is interposed on delay, till the session is well nigh over, and the bill will now probably lapse. Patient, travailing martyr, gird up thy loins and nerve thy indomitable spirit for a second cruel defeat. It came, and yet she never gave way to despair. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Life of Dorothea Lynde Dix by Frances Tiffany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Again, the 12,225,000 Acre Bill, Sessions 1852-1854. Nearly 2 years elapsed after the second miscarriage of her land bill before Miss Dix ventured to appeal again to Congress, and then, as far as 1852 to 53 was concerned, only in a tentative way. In vain had she exercised the spell of her magnetic personality over the minds of representatives of all the states of the Union. While in her presence, and under the sway of her spirit, the superior number of both houses had given her assurances of support, had indeed given her, when the test of the vote came, a large majority, though not unitedly in the same session. But once back among their associates, and delivered over to partisan newspapers and menacing letters from constituents, enough were always wavering to be glad to seize every pretext for delay, and thus imperil the cause. She felt then that she must wait. Meanwhile, she was indefatigably at work in the southern, middle, and western states, winning the memorable series of victories that have been already narrated in previous chapters. With the opening, however, of the session of 1854, all the signs looked favorable for renewing the national campaign. The first fierce excitement in the Democratic Party over the land issue had in a measure subsided, while the unexampled series of triumphs she herself had achieved in so many states had steadily increased in Congress the moral ascendancy of her name. 5,000 copies of her memorial were at once ordered to be printed, and strong supporters in each house stepped to the front to champion her cause. She now worked with buoyant hope, seeing assured victory ahead. Still, she jealously watched every step, and more eagerly than ever studied the character of every congressman, concentrating her personal efforts on those she most feared. It was the proudest and happiest year of her life, seemingly to her the crested tidal wave, lifting and bearing on in irresistible flood the cumulative results of 14 years of toil, anxiety, and prayer. The first signal victory came, March 9th, 1854, when her bill passed the Senate by a large majority. No other record of her feeling over this triumph remains than a hasty report to her friend Miss Heath. It is brief and simple, but full of her habitual devoutness of spirit. Quote, Washington, D.C., March 9th, 1854. Dear Annie, Yours this morning received just when I was putting pen to paper to tell you that my bill has passed the Senate by more than 2/3 majority, 25 to 12. Congratulations flow in. I, in my heart, think the very opponents are glad. And as I rejoice quietly and silently, I feel that it is the Lord who has made my mountain to stand strong." End quote. Still, the House of Representatives remained to be carried. There she feared the sunken rocks on which the bark of her hopes might again be shattered. 5 months of protracted suspense must she linger through before at last, in August, the decisive vote came. It was victory for the bill. Once again, a brief note to Miss Heath records the fact. Quote, Washington, D.C., August 28, 1854. Dear Annie, as you know, my 10-million-acre bill, rather 12,225,000, has passed the House 98 to 84, and is in its final passage through the Senate. My district hospital bill has also passed the Senate unanimously for $100,000 for the relief of the insane of the Army and Navy and those of the district. End quote. It will thus be seen that, in this year-long series of congressional campaigns, twice in the Senate and twice in the House, both being Democratic by large majorities, had Miss Dix carried her bill triumphantly through. This last time, happily, success had been secured in both houses in the same session, and now the bill but awaited the signature of the President to become law. 12,225,000 acres of God's earth rescued and consecrated forever to the succor of the most sorely afflicted and cruelly entreated of earth's creatures. Who can grasp in imagination the full significance of this? None, surely, even by the most distant approach, in comparison with the merciful woman who for 14 years had traversed the dread inferno in which these miserable wretches lay in chains and fire, and whose very dreams had been haunted by their cries. Divided among the several states, and carefully protected so as to share in the steadily augmenting value of land, this vast domain meant stately buildings rising on every hand, with every appliance to minister to the mind diseased, meant all the resources of advancing science and humanity in sacred league to pluck from the memory a rooted sorrow, raise out the written troubles of the brain. Meant sunshine, grass, flowers, singing birds, and babbling brooks, in emulous accord to weave together the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. And all this had been won by the hand of a single frail and suffering woman. Hers the prophetic foresight, hers the intrepid courage, hers the unwearying patience, hers the force of angelic persuasion, through the united power of which, troubled on every side, yet not distressed, cast down, but not destroyed, she had wrought this triumph of mercy. Congratulations fast flowed in. Already in 1850 had Dr. Thomas S. Kirkbride, that steadfast light through the darkest hours of the history of insanity in America, assured her, I have full confidence your bill will pass, and nothing but the supreme selfishness of politicians, which is genuine insanity as to the welfare of the country, of the very worst kind, keeps Congress from doing some good acts which would tend to redeem them in the estimation of the people. But now he could rejoicingly write, 1,000 congratulations on the success of your noble, disinterested, and persevering efforts. There is some virtue yet in Congress, and a large hope for the Republic. It seemed at last that the especial work of Miss Dix in the United States was over, at once triumphant and dying through its very fullness of triumph. The letters which now poured in upon her from superintendents and philanthropic men and women were full of the tenderest expression of a sense of relief, that henceforth she would be freed from the necessity of such exhausting labors. No more need now of these lonely journeyings, these explorations of the depths of human misery in remote and hidden places, these long and weary wrestlings with successive state legislatures. She was, in truth, in a condition of extreme exhaustion when the final victory came. But now at last had arrived the day of honorable discharge from the service. She could receive it, brimful of the sense of thanksgiving, her heart filled with the peace of God passing understanding for all she had been permitted to do. Then, rested and recuperated, she could write out the wonderful story of her life, and, as her friend Dr. Luther V. Bell had urged upon her, make a book that would do more for the cause she so loved than any further practical action. So things looked in that supreme hour of success to all Miss Dix's sympathetic friends. And now, suddenly, and all unlooked for, out of the clear, radiant sky, without a cloud to presage its advent, there fell a lightning bolt. The President, Franklin Pierce, so the incredible rumor ran, had vetoed the bill. A stroke of his pen, and the bright vision had vanished. The principality was gone. The stately buildings, the trained service of science and humanity, the sheltering homes, everything but the poor wretches who were to have been ministered to by these, had, as by the malign stroke of a magician's wand, been changed into so many idle and empty pictures of mirage. The struggle and oft-times agony of the long years of travail had aborted in nothing. Miss Dix fairly staggered under the blow. At first, while it was merely rumor, she refused to credit it. It could not be. President Pierce, she insisted, had personally testified to her his own interest in the measure. A veto so purely arbitrary, so purely founded in individual will, a veto in the face of such great majorities where his own party was in the ascendancy, no, it could not be. Had not twice in the last 4 years, and after protracted debate, the bill passed House and Senate? Here was the clear will of a humane and enlightened people, declared through its representatives. Impossible that any single man could have the wanton cruelty to stand forth now, when righteousness and peace had thus kissed one another, and cry, "I forbid the bans." Alas, rumors swiftly passed into stern reality. The bill had been vetoed. For a few days Miss Dix bravely rallied from the stroke. While a ray of hope remained, she was all fire of action. Swiftly calling to her side her most powerful supporters, she pressed upon them the question of the possibility of still carrying the bill over the presidential veto by a 2/3 majority. They sadly told her no. There were too many subservient politicians, to whom to cross the will of the executive would mean political death. Then she bowed her head, doing her best to say, "Thy will, not mine, be done," but sinking into a state of such complete physical prostration as to feel that absolute rest and change were the immediate question of life or death with her. She was willing to go away now, to go anywhere. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Life of Dorothea Lynde Dix by Frances Tiffany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, The Presidential Veto. At the first rumor of an impending veto, letters of indignant sympathy poured in upon Miss Dix. "Is it possible," wrote Dr. Kirkbride, "that the President can really think of vetoing your bill? If he does, ought he not to expect to see the ghosts of insane people around his bed at night as long as he lives?" This echoed the feeling of superintendents of asylums in all quarters, and of philanthropic men and women who understood the dire urgency of the case. On the other hand, the partisan press of the Democratic Party, even that portion of it that had lately been loudest in the praise of Miss Dix, now rallied round the President and lauded his action as the acme of constitutional wisdom and sobriety. As an instance of the disgust this so evidently servile reaction awakened in the breasts of many high-minded men and women, the following extract from a letter of William Darlington of Pennsylvania will suffice. Quote, "My sympathies have been so long and so fervently enlisted in behalf of your great philanthropic enterprise, now so cruelly thwarted by the executive, that I find it difficult to express my sentiments in reference to that procedure in terms of moderation. I have lost all patience with those narrow-souled, caviling demagogues who everlastingly plead the Constitution against every generous measure, and recklessly trample it underfoot whenever it stands in the way of their selfish purposes and foregone conclusions. But what has been more especially excited my disgust and contempt in this connection is the course taken by the servile partisan press. During the years of your untiring efforts to get the recently vetoed bill through the two houses of Congress, the manufacturers of public opinion, so-called, seized every occasion to ingratiate themselves with the humane portion of the community by lauding the objects of Miss Dix's bill and heralding the disinterested services of its benevolent author and advocate. Had the bill been permitted to become a law, no doubt it would have been pronounced and claimed by the despicable echoes of the presidential will and pleasure as one of the noblest acts of his administration. But whatever may be the result, no arbitrary exercise of executive power, no accident of time nor chance can deprive you of the satisfaction of having nobly and faithfully performed your part toward alleviating the miseries incident to our fallen race." End quote. The objections taken by President Pierce to the 12,225,000 acre bill were, as duly set forth in his veto message, partly constitutional and partly grounded in expediency. Beginning with an earnest declaration that he had been compelled to resist the deep sympathies of his own heart in favor of the humane purposes sought to be accomplished by the bill, he then went on to unfold the reasons that had dictated his action. To these reasons powerful rejoinders were made in the Senate and the House of Representatives by Honorable John M. Clayton of Delaware, Honorable Albert G. Brown of Mississippi, Honorable Mr. Badger of North Carolina, and other prominent members. Congress, the President declared, had power to make provisions of an eleemosynary character within the limits of the District of Columbia, but nowhere outside of it. This single district was under the especial rule of government, and so furnished the one exception to an otherwise inflexible law. At the same time, he insisted on the right of Congress to grant lands on a lavish scale for schools, colleges, railroads, and various objects of internal improvement. Whenever, however, Congress had ventured to cross this line, as on 2 previous occasions it had done, in Kentucky and in Connecticut, in favor of the indigent blind and the indigent deaf and dumb, then it had transcended its power and set up unsafe precedents, examples to be avoided rather than followed. If Congress have power, he then proceeded, to make provision for the indigent insane without the limits of this district, it has the same power to provide for the indigent who are not insane, and thus to transfer to the federal government the charge of all the poor in all the states. The charge of all the poor in all the states. Here was the alarmist argument driven to the last extreme. The fact that a power may be abused is conclusive reason why it ought not to exist. To this it was pertinently replied, because Congress has the power to order 6 steam frigates to be built, shall this power be abrogated for fear it may order 60? Because Congress may rightly declare war against Spain, shall this power be taken away because war might be declared against England, France, Italy, Germany, and Russia combined? A measure of common sense must be allowed for. The fountains of charity, continued President Pierce, will be dried up at home, and the several states, instead of bestowing their own means on the social wants of their own people, may themselves become humble supplicants for the bounty of the federal government, reversing their true relation to this union. To this it was answered by Honorable Albert G. Brown, Senator from Mississippi, quote, "I have a better opinion of the states than is here indicated. In my opinion, the fountains of their charity are not more likely to be dried up by grants of land for the benefit of the insane than is their passion for learning to be extinguished by similar grants for school purposes. Nor is a state more likely to become an humble supplicant for the bounty of this government when she receives a small quantity of land for the relief of suffering humanity than she is when she receives a larger quantity for internal improvements and other purposes. We have seen that grants of land for school purposes have not dried up the passion for learning, but have stimulated it and caused it to flow in a steadier and a broader stream. To my mind, this is the first land bill ever brought forward in the true spirit of the deeds of cession. It is the first bill that ever proposed to divide the lands among the states having in them a common interest, share and share alike." Footnote. Out of this, in round numbers, 135 million acres of the public domain, which had up to this date been granted by Congress, practically the whole had gone to measures for the rapid development of the new states, while the original 13 states had received scarcely anything. End footnote. I am a new statesman, and I am a just man. And I now say to the new states, you have no right to take from the common fund for colleges, for schools, for railroads, for swamp drainage, and for other special purposes of your own, and then say to your older sisters, you shall have no part for any purpose of yours? Can we receive for our schools and deny to the old states for their asylums? Unless it shall be shown that it is unconstitutional to endow a lunatic asylum per se, it will follow that if you can give to a college in Alabama from the common fund, you may give to an asylum in Delaware from the same fund." End quote. Pursuing the argument of his veto message, President Pierce next assumed the position that all previous grants of portions of the public domain had been for value received, and therefore were not outright gifts. By this he meant that when he conferred for educational purposes, railway and canal construction, etc., the value of lands remaining to government was thereby doubled in value, and thus a quid pro quo secured. To this it was very sensibly replied, quote, "Value received from whom? Not from the grantees. To them the grant was a naked, unqualified gift. They paid nothing. They did not promise to pay anything. They were gifts in the broadest, fullest, and most comprehensive sense of the term. The fact that one section of land is doubled in value by giving away another section may be a very good argument to justify the use of an actual existing power. But if I have no power to give one section, it is useless to tell me how much the gift will enhance the value of the next section." End quote. As though half conscious how indistinct a line could really be drawn between the educational and other purposes, to the furtherance of which he admitted the right of Congress to grant lands, and the charitable purposes in respect of which he denied the existence of any such right, President Pierce now boldly faces the issue of taking ground that, in the matter of the disposition of the public lands, Congress is to be regarded as nothing more than the administrator of an estate, and is to be governed by precisely the same considerations as would act on the mind of any other prudent proprietor in the administration of his own property. But now, as to the question on the President's consistency in the view he takes of what is wise and what is foolish action on the part of his supposed prudent proprietor. Quote, "Let us suppose," continues Senator Brown, "that the President was the prudent proprietor of 1,000,000 of acres of land in Wisconsin, and that he had appointed my friend, the senator from that state, Mr. Walker, his trustee, with power to dispose of the lands as a prudent proprietor would dispose of his own estate. The senator sells a part at auction and some at private sale, and the President approves his act, saying, 'That was prudent. You had the power to do that.' He gives some to a railroad, and the President approves that. He gives some to a college, some to common schools, some to build a courthouse, and some to drain swamps. The President looks over the whole and says, 'This is as a prudent proprietor would have done with his own estate. You had the power to do all this, and I approve it.' Then the senator gives a little to an insane asylum. The President says, 'I must resist the deep sympathies of my heart in behalf of the humane purposes of this gift. It is not as a prudent proprietor would have managed his own estate. I disapprove it.'" End quote. Indeed, very pertinently here might even the most prudent proprietor have asked, in the name of the insane, what poor old Shylock asked in the name of his tribe. "Hath not a Jew eyes? Hath not a Jew hands? organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions? Do not 500 insane patients in an asylum, with their medical superintendents, nurses, stewards, and cooks, eat, drink, and wear clothing? Do they not mean an impulse at once given to opening quarries, burning brick, and hewing timber? Do not they create an immediate market for the farmer's hay, beef, milk, butter, eggs, grains, and vegetables? Do they not furnish abundant goods for transportation by railway and promote business activity in manifold ways? The number of prudent proprietors who, in the exercise of the purest selfishness, would voluntarily give away half of a tract of land to secure the establishment on it of a great insane asylum, with the sole end in view of enhancing the value of the other half, would be quite as large as of those who would do the like to secure the location on such lands of a shoe or cotton factory. Read, therefore, in the light of the powerful rejoinders made to it, as well as in the light of the great majorities by which Miss Dix's bill had been endorsed by a Democratic Congress, the weak and vacillating argument of President Pierce's veto message makes it hard to account for his action on any other ground than that of personal idiosyncrasies of character and opinion. It is the veto more of an individual than of a great public official. Politically, President Pierce was a man actuated by an almost virulent hatred of everything savoring of what he would term sentimental legislation. Elected president on the avowed platform of a Northern man with Southern principles, he had, in the whole great national issue between freedom and slavery, always insisted that a deaf ear should be turned to anything but the plea for the narrowest and baldest construction of the letter of the Constitution. The slightest intrusion of humane sentiment into politics, and he was at once on the verge of panic. Very naturally, then, he flew wild on this occasion. Begin with doing anything for the indigent insane, and soon will the federal government have on its hands the support of every sick man, every vagabond, every drunkard in the land. And so, long habituated to the painful duty of resisting the deep sympathies of his heart in behalf of the humane purposes of the anti-slavery agitation, he felt he must equally resist them in the case of the 12,225,000 acre bill, and, lest a worse evil should come upon us, veto it outright. Nonetheless, though thus defeated in the end by the, as she herself always bitterly felt, arbitrary act of a mere individual, the congressional achievement of Dorothea L. Dix, as narrated in the last 4 chapters, will always stand out among the memorable moral triumphs of history. Everything that human foresight could provide for had been provided for by her. Only once again was to be justified the inscrutable experience which in all ages has leveled to the dust the pride of man. Nothing is certain but the unforeseen. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Life of Dorothea Lynde Dix by Frances Tiffany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. In England Again. Miss Dix now resolved to seek entire rest and change. Her forces seemed for the time being utterly spent. She would sail for Europe, and once there, Well, let Providence determine for she was too weary to plan for herself. At least she would once again see her dear old English friends, the Rathbones of Liverpool, whose devotion had, 18 years before, lifted her from the brink of the grave. As strength permitted, she would visit the asylums of Europe, to learn from them whatever might be of future service at home. Along with these undefined projects, there floated in her mind a vague hope that she might get to Palestine. Religion, in her mind, largely took the form of fervid personal love for Him who went about doing good, and who revealed through His own life that the greatest of all is He who is the servant of all. And she always yearned to tread the soil once pressed by His blessed feet. But beyond these vague purposes all lay undetermined. Man never goes so far as when he knows not whither he is going, was a maxim born of deep personal experience in the at once mystical and practical mind of Oliver Cromwell. In one shape or another, this maxim has always expressed the deepest conviction of natures in the same breath self-reliant and God-reliant. None know more clearly the limits of finite ability, and so inevitably are they led to look upon the part they are called on to play in life as the stout ship captain looks upon his in working his vessel across the Atlantic. His to man the rudder, trim the sails, and follow the compass. But beyond these personal duties lies the whole incalculable realm of calms and gales, of unseen currents, of headwinds and fair winds, of fogs blotting out headland, sun, or stars. On these must he patiently wait, meeting each as it comes, and wrestling out of each the best furtherance he can wring from it. Once again was the devout maxim to justify itself in the case of this worn and well-nigh heartbroken woman, who knew no more than that, with a mind ever eager to do good as she found opportunity, she was perforce dropping her sacred work in her native land and vaguely reaching out after rest and recuperation abroad. Early in September 1854, Miss Dix set sail for Liverpool on the steamship Arctic, the ill-fated ship that, on the return voyage, went down with nearly all on board. A touching incident connected with her leaving home is narrated as follows in the New York Daily Tribune of September 11th of that year. Quote, I happened to be in the office of the American steam packets when Miss Dix called to pay her passage. The clerk handed her a receipt, but declined the money, saying that Mr. E. K. Collins, the chief owner of the line, had directed him to request her acceptance of the passage. With much emotion, Miss Dix acknowledged her obligation to Mr. Collins, adding that the sum thus returned to her would enable her to carry out a plan she had much at heart. On board the ship, Miss Dix learned that she had yet more for which to thank Mr. Collins. He had ordered that no one else should be put in her stateroom, thus presenting her with 2 passages. He was on board when she arrived. She approached to tender her thanks, but taking her hands in his, with an emotion that did him honor, he said, "The nation, madam, owes you a debt of gratitude which it can never repay, and of which I, as an individual, am only too happy to be thus privileged to mark my sense." Miss Dix could only reply with tears, for, as was evident to all who saw her, her nervous system is completely prostrated. Could we expect it to be otherwise? in view of her immense labors and her grievous disappointments." End quote. In connection with this appreciative act of Mr. E. K. Collins, it may be well here to record that for many years now it had been the habit of railway companies all over the Union to send Miss Dix yearly passes, and of express companies to forward, free of charge, all the multifarious matter she was unceasingly collecting for prisons, hospitals, and insane asylums. There remains of the correspondence with her friend Miss Heath a letter of Miss Dix, written on board the Arctic, which throws light on the ruling passion of her life, while at the same time furnishing an amusing comment on the old Latin adage, coelum non animam mutant qui trans mare current. A favorite poem of hers, one indeed that she copied hundreds of times and sent to friends all over the United States, had always been the little gem beginning, "Rest is not quitting the busy career." That it had again been floating through her mind during the voyage across the Atlantic seems evident enough from the tenor of her letter. Quote, "Steamship Arctic, September 11th, 1854. Dear Annie, thus far, by the good providence of God, we are safely on our voyage. I am now free from seasickness, and, but for the roughness, I could easily employ myself pretty constantly. I pass the time with such a measure of listlessness as affords but few results that will tell for others' good. However, I give you an example of my success. I had observed on Sunday several parties betting on the steamer's run. I waited till the bets were decided, and then asked the winner for the winnings, which I put into the captain's care for the Home for the Children of Indigent Sailors in New York. Tonight I am going to ask each passenger for a donation for the same object, as our thank offering for preservation thus far on our voyage. I shall, I think, get above $150, or perhaps but $100. I still regard my plans as doubtful. I have not the slightest interest in going into France or even Italy. In contrast with the aim of my accustomed pursuits, it seems the most trivial use of time. I should like to have some person take my place who would fancy it, if I could receive in exchange a good amount of working strength." End quote. The incident of Miss Dix's thus quietly diverting from the pocket of the winner the sum total of the bets on the steamer's run, and transferring it into the till of the Home for the Children of Indigent Sailors, affords opportunity for a brief allusion to a charge often brought against her, namely, that she followed too literally the apostle's injunction to be instant in season and out of season. From the variability of human standards of judgment, it will inevitably follow that here is a text which will always be differently interpreted, whether by divines or laymen. It is entirely out of season, the winner of a dozen bets will no doubt say. It is entirely out of season to come to me just when I have pocketed enough to buy a whole box of cigars, and disagreeably remind me of the wants of the children of indigent sailors who are not my lookout. I bet to win and smoke, not to relieve human suffering. No doubt his friends would to a man be of a like opinion. Meanwhile, the result of an appeal to a higher tribunal, which should impartially weigh in the scale the claim to peace and comfort of the successful bettor against the sore needs of the children of shipwrecked sailors, might be a reversal of the verdict. For a month or 6 weeks after her arrival in Liverpool, Miss Dix seems really to have sought rest and change through seeing old friends and by various excursions into interesting parts of the country. Still, within a very few days of her setting foot on English soil, there were ominous signs of what would before long inevitably follow. Thus to her friend, Miss Heath, she writes as early as September 22nd, quote, "I am still here with dear friends, much occupied with charitable institutions and meetings of the British Scientific Association. All this tires me sadly, but I shall take things easier in a week. It is my purpose to go to Scotland to see the hospitals in 10 days." End quote. Perhaps to the average reader, the strict logical connection between taking things easier in a week and going to Scotland to see the hospitals in 10 days may not seem so obvious as apparently it did to the writer. In reality, the Scotch visit was to involve Miss Dix in one of the most arduous undertakings of her life. For a few weeks, however, it was deferred, and the intervening time spent in a run through Ireland, one delightful incident of which is described in a letter to Mrs. Rathbone in Liverpool. Quote, "Ballinasloe, Ireland, October 25th, 1854. My dear friend, I could not sleep tonight before writing a line to tell you how much I have wished you with me the last fortnight, but especially for the past 9 hours, from 7 last night to 4 this morning. I reached Parsonstown yesterday at 2 p.m., sent a note of introduction to the castle to Lord Rosse, asking permission to see his telescope. In half an hour received an invitation to dinner at 7 p.m., and almost immediately his assistant, Mr. Mitchell, arrived at the Parsonstown Arms to say that Lord Rosse had sent him to conduct me to the castle in order that the instruments might be seen by day and the machinery. I reserve all details till we meet, simply saying that I was swinging in mid-air 60 feet from the ground at 2 in the morning yesterday. Lord Rosse, Captain King, Mr. Mitchell, and Mr. Turn on a massive gallery, by turn looking through the most magnificent telescope in the world." End quote. To this Irish visit, and to the pleasure she was equally enjoying in the scenery and society of England, Miss Dix refers in a subsequent letter to Miss Heath of Boston, Mass. Quote, "Liverpool, November 16th, 1854. Dear Annie, I am lately arrived from a tour over Ireland, which consumed 4 entire weeks, a period which I shall always recall with lively interest. Having no great desire and no urgent motive to cross the Channel to the Continent, I shall not do so, except the climate here prove too severe. Few travelling parties would suit my tastes or habits, and I as little should suit theirs. In fact, the institutions of England do interest me, both literary, scientific, and humane, and in becoming familiar with them, I shall acquire much to remember with pleasure and advantage during the year I propose to complete this side the Atlantic. Nothing can be more distressing than the news from the seat of war, the war in the Crimea, where violence and the plague seem to spend their force on both armies. The affliction of families where kindred are so exposed is most painful, and leads to a distress involving serious consequences and increasing demands on hospitals for the insane. There is little prospect of the soon coming of the kingdom of heaven on earth, and the peace which is of Christ and his doctrines. Romanism and Church of Englandism are waging as hot a spiritual war as is maintained in the Crimea by physical force, and the heart of pity is petrified under the assaults of bigotry and dogmatism. Social intercourse is interrupted by religious animosities. But where these disturbing influences do not penetrate, society is full of life and interest. Conversation, rather than talking, engages thought and measures time. One feels that something is gained on parting with one's friends, which remains to supply new aliment for reflections long after the circle which supplied it is dissolved." End quote. Delightful, however, to Miss Dix as was this season of change from the protracted labors of so many years, and keenly as she enjoyed the opportunity of giving a free breath to her intellectual nature through contact with superior men and women, with something worth hearing to say, it was a season of change destined to be of short duration. Of her emphatically held true those words of Martineau: "High hearts are never long without hearing some new call, some distant clarion of God, even in their dreams, and soon they are observed to break up the camp of ease and start on some fresh march of faithful service." The visit to Scotland was soon to bring to her lips the old familiar cry, "While such suffering remains unredressed, perish in me every thought of personal ease or social delights." And yet, before proceeding to narrate the great results which came of that visit to Scotland, once again it becomes necessary, as on a previous occasion, to turn back and treat in distinct episode another work of mercy Miss Dix had been engaged in, the happy outcome of which now first saw the light of day. Within a couple of months of her landing in Liverpool, there came letters from home which brought to her rejoicing heart the news of a glorious success, the preparations for which she had been laying in the past 2 years. The nature and extent of this success will be unfolded in the next chapter. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Life of Dorothea Lynde Dix by Frances Tiffany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Sable Island. Of a letter from Honorable Hugh Bell to Miss Dix, dated Halifax, August 4th, 1853, the following words may be recalled by the reader. Quote, "I called on the Admiral, or rather at the Admiralty House, to leave my card for the Earl of Ellesmere, as in duty bound. The old Admiral met me at the door very cordially, shook hands, and then said, 'Where is Miss Dix?' I replied, 'She left for home yesterday. She has been to Sable Island and back.' He exclaimed in true sailor style, 'She's a gallant woman.'" End quote. How gallant a woman the sequel to this visit was to prove her, not even the hardy old Admiral dreamed. It so happened that while Miss Dix, in June 1853, was engaged in asylum work at St. John, Newfoundland, there occurred a fearful storm, attended by appalling shipwrecks, which left a lasting impression on her mind. She had gone through some perilous experiences of her own on these exposed coasts, but from a letter to her friend, Miss Heath, describing the fury of the elements on this especial night, it was evident that her whole nature had now been wrought to the pitch of a fixed resolution to devise some efficient practical means for the rescue of those at the mercy of such terrible gales. Hence her visit to Sable Island, so fitly named the graveyard of ships. The familiar maxim, "It is an ill wind that blows nobody any good," was now destined to receive a fresh commentary. Sable Island, jutting far out into the western Atlantic, lies in latitude 43 degrees 56 minutes north, longitude 60 degrees 3 minutes west, some 30 miles southward from the easterly end of Nova Scotia. It is a waste of desolate, windswept sandhills, fringed with everlasting surf, harborless and shelterless on every side. Quote, "The whole region for leagues around is a trap and a snare. One sunken bar stretches 16 miles away to the northeast, another 28 miles to the northwest. The embrace of these long arms is death, for between them lie alternate deep and shoals, and when the sea is angry, it thunders and reverberates along a front of 30 miles, extending 28 miles to seaward. No lighthouse throws its warning gleam beyond this seething death line, for stone structures will not stand upon these ever-shifting sands, and wooden ones of sufficient height could not withstand the storms. The mariner drifts to his grave through total gloom. The whole island bristles with stark timbers and the debris of wrecks. Thus, like the monster polypus of ancient story, it lieth in the very track of commerce, stretching out its huge tentacles for its prey, enveloped in fogs and mist, and scarcely distinguishable from the gray surf that unceasingly lashes its shores." End quote. Official records set the number of known wrecks on the island, occurring between 1830 and 1848, at 16 full-rigged ships, 14 brigs, and 13 schooners. Besides these, the loss of large numbers of unknown vessels, engulfed and never surviving to tell their fatal story by more than a floating spar, would have vastly farther swollen the tragic list. The first authentic mention of Sable Island dates from the surviving companions of the ill-fated Sir Humphrey Gilbert, the gallant and devout courtier of Queen Elizabeth, who added so heroic a name to the proud list of England's worthies. The occasion of his search for the island, with his little fleet of 3 vessels, is thus described in Hakluyt's Voyages. Quote, "Sable lieth to the seaward of Cape Breton, about 45 leagues, whither we were determined to go upon intelligence we had of a Portugal, during our abode in St. John's, who was himself present when the Portugals, about 30 years past, did put into the same island both meat and swine to breed, which were since exceedingly multiplied. The distance between Cape Race and Cape Breton is 100 leagues, in which navigation we spent 8 days, having the wind many times indifferent good, but could never attain sight of any land all that time, seeing we were hindered by the current. At last we fell into such flats and dangers that hardly any of us escaped, where nevertheless we lost the ship Admiral, with all the men and provision, not knowing certainly the place. Contrary to the mind of the expert Master Cox, on Wednesday the 27th August, they bore up towards the land, those in the doomed ship, the Admiral, continually sounding trumpets and drums, whilst strange voices from the deep scared the helmsman from his post on board the frigate. Thursday the 28th, the wind arose and blew vehemently from the south and east, bringing withal rain and thick mist, that we could not see a cable length before us, and betimes in the morning we were altogether run and folded in amongst flats and sands, amongst which we found flats and deeps every 3 or 4 ships' length. Immediately tokens were given to the admiral to cast about to seaward, which, being the greater ship, and of burden 120 tons, was perforemost upon the beach, keeping so ill watch that they knew not the danger before they felt the same too late to recover it. For presently the admiral struck aground, and had soon after her stern and hinder parts beaten in pieces." Thus beginning the record, it has ever since maintained. Such was the disastrous reception given by Sable Island, August 28, 1583, to Sir Humphrey Gilbert, who with great difficulty escaped with his 2 remaining vessels, only soon after himself to founder in the terrible gale off the Grand Banks, in which, standing at the helm, sorely wounded in one foot, and Bible in hand, he cheerily shouted to his companions on the sole surviving vessel, "We are as near to heaven by sea as by land." Later on, in 1598, Sable Island was made a penal colony for convicts from the French settlements in Arcadia, 40 of them having been landed there by the Marquis de la Roche and left to their fate. It was found 7 years later that only 12 had survived to tell the story of their sufferings. Later, as increasing commerce added to the tale of wrecks, the island became the abode of desperate men, who as piratical wreckers gave it such a name that it was reputed better for mariners to be swallowed up by the sea than to escape only to be murdered on land. Finally, in 1802, after the wreck of the British transport Princess Amelia, having on board the furniture of Prince Edward, with recruits, officers, and servants to the number of 200, all of whom perished, though it is supposed that some reached shore and were murdered by the pirates, the provincial legislature took action. A relief station was established, the wreckers were driven off the island, and a superintendent, with a crew of 4 men, placed in charge. From step to step, these humane provisions were increased, until in 1836 the annual fund was raised to £2,000, stanch buildings were erected, and new apparatus added. Such, then, is the ill-omened, though gradually ameliorating, history of Sable Island in the past. It is certainly a striking commentary on the change that has come over the world on the subject of woman's sphere and woman's appropriate work, since the days when Iago summed them up in such unflattering terms, that now an overtaxed and suffering representative of the sex should see it in the light of imperative duty to make a voyage to this so dreaded island, to study on the spot whether something more effective could not be devised for the safety of those exposed to such frightful perils. Why her imperative duty? Were there not the home government and the provincial government? Were there not admirals and captains in plenty? Were there not the rich shipping merchants of Halifax, Liverpool, New York, and Boston, whose argosies lay stranded at every point of those storm-lashed shores? And she herself, surely with hospitals to look after in 20 states, 12,225,000 acre bills to engineer through Congress, and 2 new asylums actually in hand in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, might she not guiltlessly have washed her hands of Sable Island? No, thither must she go, to study the problem on the spot, to examine into every detail of the life-saving apparatus used, and to leave behind her, as she scoured every part of the island on one of the ragged little wild ponies that breed there, the character of an intrepid horseman. Making Sable Island, landing there for a stay of several days, and then getting away again, is an undertaking always involving a certain amount of risk. There is no harbor, and even on the north, the more sheltered shore, vessels have to lie off at a considerable distance, ready at the first sign of an unfavorable change of wind to put out to sea. Fortunately for the purposes Miss Dix had in view, her visit occurred at a time especially good for her, though ill-omened for others. It so chanced that a wreck actually occurred during the 2 days of her stay on the island, that of a fine new vessel, the Guide, with a cargo for Labrador. She went ashore on the south side, no storm, but a dense fog prevailing, in which she became bewildered till she found herself within the fatal arms of the sand polypus. As the weather remained calm, all lives were saved by the surf boats. The wreck, however, enabled Miss Dix to secure a vivid object lesson of what could and what could not be done by the force of men and character of apparatus on hand. Oddly enough, moreover, an incident occurred which united in a kind of dramatic unity a romantic blending of her old mission in behalf of the insane with her new in behalf of the sailor. It is thus described in a letter from Mr. E. Merriam of New York, who later on rendered invaluable service to her scheme for equipping the island with proper lifeboats and appliances. Quote, "The ship was abandoned by all but the captain. He had become a raving maniac and would not leave. Miss Dix rode to the beach on horseback as the last boat landed from the ill-fated ship, and learned the sad fate of the commander, who, the sailor said, was a kind-hearted man. She pled with them to return to the wreck and bring him on shore, and to bind him if it was necessary for his safety. They obeyed her summons, and soon were again on the beach, with their captain bound hand and foot. She loosened the cords, took him by the arm, and led him to a boathouse built for the shipwrecked, and there by kind words calmed his mind and persuaded him to thank the sailors for saving his life. She trusted that rest and nourishing food would restore him to his reason." End quote. Scarcely back in the United States, Miss Dix set to work with her usual energy. She had found the boats and the life-saving apparatus at Sable Island far behind the requirements of the day. There was no mortar for throwing a line across a wrecked vessel, no provision of cars and breeches buoys. Above all, the boats were clumsy and unsafe, utterly incapable of the perilous services demanded of them. Applying at once to her friends among the merchants of Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, she was quickly provided with funds for building boats of the most approved modern construction and ordering a full equipment of the newest inventions and apparatus. August 20th, 1853, on reaching Boston, Miss Dix at once sought communication with such experts in nautical matters as Captain Robert B. Forbes, then chairman of the Humane Society of Boston, who quickly responded to her appeal. Captain Forbes was a notable instance of that noble breed of American sailors and merchants who at one period carried the fame of their country for courage, enterprise, and sagacity all round the globe. Full of public spirit, he had on a previous occasion taken command of the Jamestown, when she was sent out laden with corn for the relief of famine-stricken Ireland, as equally he had founded the Sailors' Snug Harbor for disabled seamen in Quincy, Massachusetts. Nothing bearing on the questions either of building stanch ships, or caring for the welfare of their crews, or lighting exposed points for their guidance, or saving their lives when the hour of disaster struck, failed to appeal to his intelligence and humanity. The letter Miss Dix addressed to Captain Forbes, immediately after arriving in Boston, bears the mark of a certain breathless haste, as though no time were to be lost. Quote, Boston, August 20th, 1853. Miss Dix's compliments to Mr. Forbes, and wishes to consult him on several questions relative to marine interests, wherein his superior judgment and assistance can assist her own aims. Will Mr. Forbes oblige Miss Dix by calling at the residence of Charles Haywood, Esquire, No. 9 Franklin Place, at the earliest hour his convenience will allow, on Wednesday morning, August 21st? End quote. It is not surprising, accordingly, to find in Captain Forbes' journal, as early as September 16th, an entry to the effect, quote, trying experiments with life-preservers and boat. I went into the river with a neighbor to show Miss Dix how to capsize and how to right a boat. We invited her to throw herself over and permit us to save her, but as she had no change of clothes, she declined. End quote. By the middle of November, matters had gone at such a pace that after personally superintending the building of the Victoria in Boston, Captain Forbes was able to write as follows of this boat and of the others that had been constructed in New York, quote, Miss D.L. Dix, my dear lady, your several notes are received. The last bears date Buffalo 12th instant mens, and, as far as I can make out, you do write a hard hand for a businesswoman, asks for an answer to New Jersey and Trenton. Footnote. Miss Dix's handwriting was at once the amusement and the despair of her correspondents, who were often driven to their wits' ends in vain attempts to decipher it. The trouble began back in her school-keeping days, when overstrain added writer's cramp to her numerous disabilities. Things grew worse in this respect when so vast a correspondence was thrust upon her by her asylum work. Indeed, her biography could hardly have been written without an amount of serious preliminary study of her manuscripts, fairly equal to that of Champollion in his preparation for deciphering the hieroglyphics of Egypt. End footnote. Here it is. The boat is in Boston, and being fitted with her floats, some of which being smaller than ordered, I am putting in copper airtight cases. All will, I trust, be ready for shipment in 4 or 5 days. Do not, I beg of you, say anything about obligation to me. It is me and the rest of us merchants whom you have laid under obligations. I made a long journey to Williamsburg, where your New York boats are lying in the shop of Francis. They are good boats, though rather heavy, and I predict that the Victoria will be queen of the fleet. I am very truly yours, R. B. Forbes. End quote. By the 25th of November, the boats and outfits were completed, the 3 boats built in New York being publicly exhibited on Wall Street and attracting great attention by their beauty and strength. It was Miss Dix's desire to forward the entire little fleet by a sailing vessel to Halifax, thence, as opportunity offered, to be transferred to Sable Island. To this plan Captain Forbes strongly objected, as putting too many eggs in one basket, and insisting on sending the Boston boat, the Victoria, to Halifax by a Cunard steamer. She was accordingly thus forwarded, accompanied by the following letter from Miss Dix. Quote, New York, November 28, 1853. To His Excellency Sir John Gaspard Le Marchant, Lieutenant Governor of Nova Scotia, etc., K.C.B., etc. I have the honor and pleasure of consigning by this writing to Your Excellency a lifeboat, the Victoria of Boston, for the use of Sable Island, and which with its appendages is a gift to me for this sole purpose from Honorable Abbot Lawrence, Honorable Jonathan Phillips, Colonel T. H. Perkins, Honorable William Appleton, R. C. Harper, R. B. Forbes, and G. N. Upton, Esquire, all of Boston. To Mr. Forbes, who for courage and knowledge in nautical affairs has a wide reputation, I am especially obliged, since his judgment and experience have assisted me in effecting the completion of my wishes in this business in a satisfactory manner. I have the honor to be Your Excellency's sincere friend, with sentiments of respect and esteem, D. L. Dix. P.S. The Boston boat will very soon be followed by the New York and Philadelphia boats with the outfits. End quote. The brig Eleonora, destined to carry the New York boats, sailed November 27th. On her were shipped by Miss Dix 2 surf boats, 1 lifeboat, 2 boat wagons, 1 life car, the mortar, with fit ammunition, coils of manila rope, etc. The following letter accompanied them, a letter that shows the varied nature of the interests in behalf of Sable Island with which Miss Dix's mind was filled. Quote, New York, November 29th, 1889. His Excellency Sir George Seymour, K.C.B., etc. When I was in Nova Scotia last summer, an opportunity occurred of visiting Sable Island. I found it deficient in libraries, opening a source of amusement and instruction to isolated mariners stationed there, and that there was neither a lighthouse for warning nor lifeboats for rescue in the event of perilous shipwrecks. The first and last deficiencies I was confident I could by myself and my friends at home supply, but the second, the lighthouse, I could only hope to see established through Your Excellency's influence, met and sustained by the gubernatorial authority of Sir Gaspard Le Marchant. The opinions of civilians differ, but as they suffer none of the exposures and encounter none of the dangers of maritime life, I presume they will concede the decision to those who unite prudence with courage, and who, while they unshrinkingly meet perils, do not despise aids for avoiding destruction. I shall regard elaborate argument unseasonable in presenting this subject to Your Excellency for cordial support, and in the confidence which your reputation for humanity and energy inspire, leave this work in your hands for early accomplishment. I may inform you that a library of several hundred volumes, the joint gift of some of my friends and several liberal booksellers in Boston, has already been forwarded to Halifax to constitute a mariner's library for Sable Island. In view of supplying lifeboats to meet a necessity, in a spirit of neighborly good-will and fraternal kindness, I asked of a few of my mercantile friends in the cities of Boston, New York, and Philadelphia a sufficient subscription for 4 first-class lifeboats, a life car with mortar, cables, trucks, harnesses, etc. I have named the Philadelphia boat the Grace Darling, the New York boats severally the Reliance and the Samaritan, the Car, the Rescue, and the Boston boat, the Victoria of Boston. I shall be gratified if you will do me the honor of inspecting them. I already have seen them conquer the breakers in a stormy sea. I have, Your Excellency, the honor to be with sincere respect and high appreciation, Your Excellency's friend, D.L. Dix." End quote. Alas, the warning of Captain R.B. Forbes in regard to too many eggs in one basket was destined to prove prophetic. For a long time nothing was heard of the brig Eleonora, till at last came a letter to Miss Dix from her stanch friend in hospital work, Honorable Hugh Bell, which brought sad tidings. Quote, "Halifax, January 16th, 1854. Dear Madam, perhaps before this reaches you, though newspapers or the shippers will have informed you of the fate of the lifeboats, the brig Eleonora, on board which they were shipped, was driven ashore in the tempestuous weather we have lately had, at a place called Cranberry Head, about 9 miles from Yarmouth, and is a total wreck. I telegraphed to Yarmouth to ascertain respecting the boats. The reply is, one totally lost, went to sea, one badly broken, other in hold uncertain, buoys, etc., I believe saved. Thus your benevolent intentions and those of your generous friends are for the present frustrated." End quote. The disappointment was a sad one to Miss Dix, who constitutionally liked to see everything doing its own appointed work, and did not at all enjoy the reversed situation of a life-saving outfit that needed to be saved itself. However, she at once gave directions to have the 2 broken boats, as well as the one that had gone to sea and was later picked up, together with all the accoutrements, sent back to New York for thorough repair, at the same time issuing orders that the Victoria should remain in Halifax till the whole little fleet should be ready. Long delays in receiving and reshipping ensued, so that it was not until the ensuing October that, in 2 detachments, the entire outfit was landed on Sable Island. Now, in a romantic drama to be entitled The Grace Darling, and sensationally worked up to thrill the spectators and emphasize the sure reward of virtue, the writer would no doubt extemporize a shipwreck to glorify, within 24 hours of its advent, so humanely sent a means of rescue, and to give it a chance to make immediate display of its heroic quality. Not always, however, is poetic justice confined to the stage. Strange to relate, in the night of October 27th, within a few days only after the arrival of the first 3 boats, and a day only after that of the Reliance, which proved the real hero of the scene, a shipwreck, and a frightful one, did occur. It was that of the ship Arcadia, Captain William Jordan, from Antwerp for New York, with 147 passengers on board and a crew of 21 men. The first tidings of the behavior of the little fleet were sent Miss Dix, then, as has already been seen, in England, by Honorable Hugh Bell of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Quote, "Dear Madame, the very day after the arrival of the largest lifeboat, the Reliance, at Sable Island, the others having been, together with the attached cars and wagons, previously forwarded, a large American ship from Antwerp, with upwards of 160 passengers, men, women, and children, was cast upon one of the sandbanks off the northeast end of the island, and lurched so that the sea beat into her and rendered all chance of escape by the efforts of the people on board quite hopeless. The sea was so heavy and the weather so boisterous that none of the island's boats could live in it. To reach the wreck from the station was over 20 miles. Your wagons thus came into use. Your Reliance rode over the waves, as the sailors said, like a duck, and with her and 2 of your smaller boats, the Samaritan and the Rescue, the whole of the passengers were safely landed. Poor things, almost in a state of nudity, not being able to save anything from the ship. Will you not rejoice at this result of your bounty? Including the crew, 180 human beings were saved by the means thus opportunely, and may I not add providentially, furnished through your care. I am very truly your friend and obedient servant, Hugh Bell." End quote. This letter from Honorable Hugh Bell was, a few weeks later, followed by a letter to himself from Captain M. D. McKenna, Superintendent of the Relief Station at Sable Island, which gives farther particulars. Quote, "Sable Island, December 6th, 1854. Dear Sir, the Arcadia struck on the southeast side of the northeast bar of this island at 6 p.m. on the 26th instant mens in a dense fog, and the wind blowing strong from south-southwest. As soon as we got the report on the following morning, we started at once for the wreck with the largest lifeboat, and found the ship lying about 200 yards from the beach, head to the southward, settled deep in the sand, and listed seaward with her lee side under water, main and mizzen masts gone by the deck, and a tremendous sea running and sweeping over her bows. We immediately launched the Francis lifeboat Reliance, when the boat's crew took their stations, and with the mate started for the wreck, and after contending for some considerable time with tremendous seas, strong currents, and high winds, they got alongside the wreck, and during the afternoon made 6 trips to the wreck, and brought on shore about 80 persons, large and small. 2 other attempts were made to reach the wreck, but the oars and thole pins were broken by the violence of the sea, and the boat had to return to the beach. An attempt was made to send a warp from the ship to the shore, but the current ran at such a rate that it could not be accomplished. When night came on, and we had to haul up our boat, the cries from those left on the wreck were truly heartrending. In the hurry of work, families had been separated, and when those on shore heard the cries of those on the wreck at seeing the boats hauled up, a scene was witnessed that may be imagined but cannot be described. I walked slowly from the place, leading my horse, till by the roaring of the sea, the whistling of the winds, and the distance I had traveled, their doleful cries could not be heard. Next morning, we launched the lifeboat as soon as it was clear enough to see how to work her, and by 10 a.m. we had both crew and passengers safely landed. The ship was broken in 1,000 pieces on the night of the 29th, and only a few packages of cargo and some small things of ship's materials are saved. Captain Jordan was knocked down by a sea and very severely cut and bruised, while our boat was making her second trip, which deprived us of his advice and assistance. The mate, Mr. Collimore, acted nobly throughout the whole business. The island men exerted themselves to the utmost, and the boat's crew nobly stuck to their boat, and declined accepting the offer of the mate to give them a spell with some of the ship's crew. the Francis metallic lifeboat Reliance has done what no other boat could do that I have ever seen. It was a fearful time, yet the boat's crews each took their stations readily, and soon showed that they felt the Reliance to be worthy of her name. I am sure that our benevolent friend, Miss Dix, will feel herself more than compensated for her great exertions in behalf of Sable Island establishment when she becomes acquainted with what we have already done through the means she furnished, and we, with many others, have reason to thank God that her good works have been felt on Sable Island. For my own part, I shall think of her with feelings of gratitude while memory lasts. Your obedient servant, M. D. McKenna. To the Honorable Hugh Bell, Chairman, Board of Works, Halifax." End quote. Congratulatory letters from home friends and friends in England now came thick and fast to Miss Dix, among which one has been preserved, which gives so sprightly and amusing a picture of international rivalry in acts of mercy, as to make it quite as worthy of record as the majority of the public reports of international rivalries in yacht racing or even in pugilistic prowess. The letter was written by Miss Anna Gurney, of the well-known Quaker family, illustrated in the Annals of Philanthropy by such names as those of Elizabeth Fry, John Joseph Gurney, and Sir Fowell Buxton. To bring out its point, a few words in relation to Miss Gurney are necessary. Miss Anna Gurney, says the Gentleman's Magazine, in an obituary of her, written several years later, was a lifelong invalid. Quote, "At 10 months old, she was attacked with a paralytic affection, which deprived her forever of the use of her lower limbs. She passed through her busy, active, and happy life without ever having been able to stand or move. As her appetite for knowledge displayed itself at an early age, her parents procured for her the instruction of a tutor whose only complaint was that he could not keep pace with her eager desire and rapid acquisitions. She thus learned successively Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, after which she took herself to the Teutonic languages, her proficiency in which was soon marked by translation of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, printed in 1819. After the one irreparable loss to her of the sister of Sir Fowell Buxton in 1839, she continued to inhabit her beautiful cottage of Northreps, near Comer, finding consolation and happiness in a ceaseless round of beneficence. She had procured, at her own expense, one of Captain Manby's apparatus for saving the lives of seamen on that most dangerous coast, and in case of great emergency and peril, she caused herself to be carried down to the beach, and, from the chair in which she wheeled herself, directed all measures for rescue. We cannot conceive a more touching and elevating picture than that of the infirm woman, dependent even for the least movement on artificial help, coming from the luxurious comfort of her lovely cottage to face the fury of the storm, that she might hope to save some from perishing." End quote. Surely, then, if ever a brave-hearted woman was entitled to her fair share of men, women, and children snatched from the maw of the devouring sea, Miss Anna Gurney was that woman. And now there had suddenly loomed up a rival American sister, who had secured 180 at a single haul of the net. The virulence of Miss Gurney's envious feelings will be readily perceived from the following letter. Quote, "My dear Miss Dix, I congratulate you intensely. I have never heard of such a success, and to have it exactly the day after your boats arrived. I can only tell you, I have been on the lookout these 30 years, and tolerably sharp too, I hope, and never got so much as a pussy-cat to my own share of a wreck, though I have had plenty to do with crews and dogs and cats too. But I never had really the joy of being the instrument of deliverance, as you may truly feel yourself. Once, indeed, my servant threw a rocket line over a stranded vessel, and my gang of fishermen were very indignant that the men would not give me the honor and glory of letting themselves be dragged through the breakers upon the sand, but would wait to come ashore comfortably in a lifeboat, which just then came in sight. So, in fact, I have had no luck at all, though, as I say, I have been gaping for it like an oyster these 35 years." Immediately on receipt of the news of the rescue of the passengers and crew of the Arcadia, Miss Dix acted with her usual thoughtfulness in calling the attention of the Mariners' Royal Benevolent Society to the gallant conduct of Captain McKenna and his men, and in procuring for them, by unanimous vote, the gold medal of the Corporation for the chief, and the silver medal for each of those serving under him. The vote of the Royal Benevolent Society bears date August 8th, 1855, though it was not until October 1st that Miss Dix received and forwarded to Sable Island from Vevey in Switzerland the medals. They were accompanied by a letter full of the admiration of a heroic woman for brave and self-sacrificing men. Vevey, Switzerland, October 1st, 1855. To Captain McKenna, Sable Island. Sir, I have the great satisfaction of communicating to you and the brave men under your command at Sable Island a copy of the documents which I have this week received from the Secretary of the Mariners' Royal Benevolent Society, London, to whom I communicated the facts of your unhesitating performance of the sacred duty resting upon you in giving succor to all ships and persons in distress by reasons of peril through storm and wreck upon the dangerous bars of Sable Island. No rewards can measure with such services, and no wages recompense them. Life is hazarded to save life, and selfish considerations are absorbed in exertions to rescue those whose sole human dependence rests on your heroism and effective action. Yet I believe you will highly value the bestowal of the gold and silver medals of the Royal Benevolent Society, unanimously awarded, affording, as it does, evidence that your services in a lonely and desolate island are honorably estimated and gratefully recorded. I beg you will convey to the seamen serving under you the expression of my confidence in the continued discharge of their duty, and my prayer that, as you and they, in the hour which tries men's souls, have given help to the helpless, so you all in your time of need, when more than human strength is wanted, may find that succor which shall guide your lifeboat safely into the haven of salvation, and land you with joy upon the shores of eternal life. Your friend, D. L. Dix. Neither Captain William Jordan nor First Mate Dexter Collimore were British subjects, and so could not come in for their share in the distribution of medals. But as the first of these had stood bravely by his ship and passengers till disabled by the blow of a wave, and the second, on taking command, had proved himself thoroughly self-possessed, Miss Dix constituted herself a Royal Benevolent Society in their behalf, sending to each a token of her personal esteem, and receiving from each a grateful and sailor-like reply. Near the same date came also a letter from the mother of one of the shipwrecked crew, which gives a glimpse of what must have been the spirit of thanksgiving in many a scattered household. Quote, Castine, Maine, March 6, 1855. My friend and benefactress, Miss Dix, you will not be surprised at this address when I tell you that my son was one of the crew of the ship Arcadia, saved through your instrumentality. While our hearts ascend, I trust, to our heavenly preserver with grateful emotions, it is fitting that we should express to you our thanks and kind regards, with the hope that your benevolent efforts for elevating character and saving life may be crowned with success, and that the blessing of many ready to perish may come upon you. Affectionately, Lucy S. Adams. End quote. As usual with Miss Dix, this happy result of her efforts in behalf of Sable Island seems to have acted simply as an incentive to farther activity. Indeed, the same held true of the spirit of the gallant little fleet, which again and again distinguished itself, while throughout the remainder of her own life she kept up an unfailing interest in the life-saving stations all along the coasts of the United States, supplying them with libraries, and keeping herself ever on the alert to learn and communicate anything new bearing on their fullest equipment for their work. It is, therefore, perfectly characteristic of her to find, within a few days of the receipt in England of the glad tidings, an entry in her journal which reads, quote, I have been trying lifeboats and visiting shipyards, listening to lectures on the variations of the compass, also much interested in a project for supporting lighthouses in loose soils by screws that work down deep into the sands. End quote. Indeed, few persons ever endorsed more heartily than she the Cromwellian maxim, fear God and keep your powder dry. Impregnable was her reliance on God, but never on a God who was not jealous of the glory of his own laws, or who would ever consent to bestow the crown of victory on saints presumptuous enough to serve the artillery of heaven with damp gunpowder. It was, then, only a piece of poetic justice, in consonance with Miss Dix's inflexible law of life, that in the terrible gale at Sable Island it should have been the Reliance that rode the waves like a duck and proved herself queen of the fleet. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Life of Dorothea Lynde Dix by Frances Tiffany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The American Invader. After brief allusion to the incidents connected with Miss Dix's arrival in England, October 1854, it became necessary, as has been seen, to turn backward for a while in order to narrate consecutively the Sable Island episode in her career, the news of the happy success of which reached her a month or more after her landing in Liverpool. At that time we left her sadly tired, as she confessed, but resolving to take things easier in a week, and by way of this, proposing in 10 days to go to Scotland to see the hospitals. Her immediate purpose, however, seems to have been changed in favor of 3 weeks of recuperative travel in Ireland. Indeed, it now fairly began to look as though the overtaxed woman really intended to give herself a period of protracted rest, and would, moreover, have keenly enjoyed it, had not events soon occurred which were to awaken once again the master passion of her nature and throw it into flaming activity. Thus, as late even as December 8th, 1854, she is found writing to her friend Miss Heath in America, quote, "I could not but smile at your idea of my visiting the prisons in Italy, an idea certainly that you have the sole merit of suggesting, for it had not occurred to me, for any purpose, to penetrate into those places of so many bitter memories and horrible sufferings. What should I gain, or what would others gain, by my passage through those dreary dungeons and under the piombini? Where I do visit prisons, it is where I have before me a rational object and a clear purpose. As I write, the little birds are singing merrily, cheerily below my windows. The flowers on my table yield a sweet fragrance. The lauristinas open their buds and flowers along the walks, and the grass is a vivid green." End quote. From the tenor of the above letter, it would seem that Miss Dix's nature was imperfectly sympathetic with the order of sensibilities which lead the average American tourist to feel that a visit to Venice would hardly be worth the discomforts of a voyage across the Atlantic, unless it yielded an hour, at least, of the luxury of tears with poor Silvio Pellico, under the lead roofs of the Doge's palace. True, Silvio Pellico has now these many years been dead, and, it is devoutly to be hoped, in bliss with the saints in heaven. Still, was he not once a poor, languishing prisoner? This singular contrast between the immediate practical objects for which sentimental tourists effusively explore prisons and chambers of torture, and those which actuate the Howards and Frys in their grim fight with groans, curses, typhus fever, and broken idiocy, is one frequently noted between amateurs and professionals in philanthropy. By the 26th of February, however, it is evident that Miss Dix is taking things more easily after the wonted fashion of her last 15 years. She has gone to Scotland and is yielding herself to the line of least resistance as obediently as the gentle brook, only in this case the brook is a mountain torrent that finds the natural outlet to its heroic temper in forcing its way through barriers of granite. The first letter which brings this out is addressed to her friend Miss Heath. Though the letter is written from Edinburgh, not a word does it contain about the dungeon in which hapless Mary, Queen of Scots, was immured, nor, indeed, about the sufferings of any other, though long departed, historical character. Quote, Edinburgh, February 26, 1855. Dear Annie, if you should visit Great Britain, recollect that no city will claim, rewardingly, so much of your time as this. I have had the good fortune to enjoy the best society here, and shall recollect so much with great pleasure that it is painful to connect with it what is very much the reverse of good. I mean a few of the many public institutions in the city and neighborhood which are preeminently bad. Of these, none are so much needing quick reform as the private establishments for the insane. I am confident that this move is to rest with me, and that the sooner I address myself to this work of humanity, the sooner will my conscience cease to suggest effort or rebuke inaction. It will be no holiday work, however, but hundreds of miserable creatures may be released from a bitter bondage, which the people at large are quite unconscious of. It is true I came here for pleasure, but that is no reason why I should close my eyes to the condition of these most helpless of all God's creatures." End quote. It is clear from this letter that Miss Dix has already begun to strike upon abuses and miseries in Scotland that fill her heart with the same distress and moral wrath inspired in her by her first encounter with the like in her native New England. This conviction settled in an hour for her all international questions: Scotland or the United States? What matter in which of the two outcast wretches were shivering in chill, dripping cells, chained to walls, beaten with clubs? To what end, she vehemently argued, did Christ tell the story of the Samaritan stranger and the wounded Jew, if every effort to obey his call, "Go thou and do likewise," was to be paralyzed by the modern travesty of the old, hard-hearted Jewish maxim, "The Scotch have no dealings of mercy even with the Americans"? It was the Martin Luther spirit once again to the front. Here I stand. God help me. I cannot otherwise. Remonstrances from all sides now came from loved and honored English friends. Some told her plainly she could do no good, and that her action would be regarded as impertinent interference on the part of a stranger and outsider. Others reasoned with her as though she were under the spell of mere nervous restlessness. Still others deplored that, in her state of exhaustion, she should allow anything to interfere with needful rest, and so endanger her prospects of future usefulness. Among the last was her venerated friend, Mrs. William Rathbone, to whom she replied in a letter whose underscored words witness the vehemence of her feeling in the matter. To Mrs. William Rathbone, quote, "I am not so very ill, only very variable, and I assure you, do not work the more for being tired. I am not naturally very active, and never do anything there is a fair chance other people will take up. So when you know I am busy, you may be sure it is leading the forlorn hope, which I conduct to a successful termination through a certain sort of obstinacy that some people make the blunder of calling zeal, and the yet greater blunder of having its first inciting cause in philanthropy. I have no particular love for my species at large, but own to an exhaustless fund of compassion. It is pretty clear that I am in for a serious work in both England and Scotland. I do not see the end of this beginning, but everybody says, who speaks at all on this question, that if I go away the whole work will fall off. So I pursue what I so strangely commenced." End quote. Almost of the same date, February 20th, is another letter to Mrs. Rathbone, which shows what rapid progress she is making in gaining adherents, and how utterly indifferent is now to her the question whether the work of mercy she is engaged in shall chance to fall within the boundaries of her own country or those of a country not her own. Quote, Edinburgh, February 20th, 1855. My dear Mrs. Rathbone, the procession of my fate still holds me here. I expected this night to have lodged in Newcastle, but I am fairly in for reform of the establishments at Musselburgh, and have consented under advice and request of Mr. Combe, Sir Robert Arbuthnot, Lord Irving, Senior Judge, the Lord Provost, Dr. Lincoln, and others, to delay another week. I fear the next move connected with this may be to London, but possibly not. Lord Teignmouth and Sir Walter Trevelyan are numbered with my allies. Your excellent friend, Dr. Traill, is earnest in this business. I have asked him to check the idea that some might naturally adopt that I came here to take up this measure, than which nothing was ever farther from my thoughts. Dr. Simpson, in his earnestness, introduced me to a party the other day as our timely arrived benefactor and reformer. This thought will kill my plans outright. So I gave Dr. Traill the commission to set others right. Unfortunately, everybody is very busy, and all say I can do what citizens cannot. The sheriff and the procurator fiscal are in great perplexity. I have written a great deal about myself, but do not suppose, therefore, that I am self-engrossed. Tell Mr. Rathbone, with my love, that I can bear a little or a great deal of opposition and misapprehension in such a cause as I am pressing here, and that it is a question of conscience with me, not a self-indulging and indulgent pursuit. But I really do not want to create any additional discussion of this question. I have here, at all events, passed the Rubicon, and retreat is not to be thought of." End quote. What now, it becomes pertinent to ask, was the justification, the dire necessity, she herself would have said, of Miss Dix's thus heading the forlorn hope and throwing herself into the breach in the determination to bring to a sense of their accountability before God and man the people of another nationality than her own? The justification can in no way be made clearer than through the direct statements and generally express words of Dr. Daniel Hack Tuke, one of the most prominent alienists of Great Britain. In his History of the Insane in the British Isles, Dr. Tuke devotes a long section of his work to the gradual steps toward amelioration taken in Scotland, and emphasizes at length the obligation the whole country lay under to Miss Dix for a work at once so humanely conceived and so brilliantly executed as actually to revolutionize the lunacy laws of the land. This writer is a lineal descendant of the great-hearted Quaker William Tuke, who shares with Pennell the beneficent glory of ushering in the age of humanity in the treatment of insanity. Moreover, as an eye-witness of the work of Miss Dix in Scotland, and most efficient sympathizer with it, his testimony carries additional weight. Quote, "Judging from the records of the past," says Dr. Tuke, "as given or brought to light by writers like Heron, Dalyell, and Dr. Mitchell, no country ever exceeded Scotland in the grossness of its superstition and the unhappy consequences which flowed from it. When we include in this the horrible treatment of the insane, from the prevalent and for long inveterate belief in witchcraft, we cannot find language sufficiently strong to characterize the conduct of the people, from the highest to the lowest in the land, until this monstrous belief was expelled by the spread of knowledge, the influence on which on conduct and on law some do not sufficiently realize. The lunatic and the witch of today might aptly exclaim, 'The good of ancient times let others state. I think it lucky I was born so late.' Passing, continues Dr. Tuke, over 2 centuries, I must observe that in 1792 Dr. Duncan, then President of the Royal College of Physicians of Edinburgh, laid before that body a plan for establishing a lunatic asylum in the neighborhood of Edinburgh. But enough money was not raised to start the project in a rational way. First, in 1807, a royal charter was obtained, and subscriptions were raised not only from Scotland, but England, and even India, Ceylon, and the West Indies. Madras alone subscribed £1,000. From the beginning, the teaching of mental disease to students was considered, as well as the cure and care of the inmates. The management was a wise one. Next came an act regulating madhouses in Scotland, passed in the year 1815, that important epoch in lunacy legislation in the British Isles. On the 3rd of February, 1818, a bill for the erecting of district lunatic asylums in Scotland for the care and confinement of lunatics, brought in by Lord Binning and Mr. Brogden, was read for the first time. A few days after, a petition of the noblemen, gentlemen, freeholders, justices for the peace, commissioners of supply, and other heritors of the county of Ayr was presented against it. Persistent obstruction triumphed, and the act was rejected. How much legislation was needed at this period is well shown by the description by a philanthropist, Mr. J. J. Gurney, of the condition of the lunatics in the Perth Tolbooth. In his investigations, Mr. Gurney was accompanied by his indefatigable sister, Mrs. Fry." End quote. Mr. Gurney's report reads like one of Miss Dix's own to state legislatures in America. Quote, "Solitary confinement, dark closets, far more like the dens of wild animals than the habitations of mankind, cold and nakedness, no resident in the house to superintend these afflicted persons, poor demented wretches, treated exactly as if they had been beasts. Scotland, south of Edinburgh and Glasgow," continues Dr. Tuke, "had not, until 1839, any retreat or place of confinement for the insane, except 6 squalid stone cells attached to the public hospital of Dumfries. Violent or vagrant lunatics were physically restrained in their own houses, allowed to roam at large, or incarcerated in prisons or police stations." End quote. It was not, however, until 1848 that legislation striking at the root of the worst evil was really undertaken. Excellent asylums there were now in several quarters of Scotland, some of them conducted on the most advanced system. But there was no sort of provision for the indigent insane. Now, at length, a bill designed not merely to regulate existing asylums for the well-to-do, but to establish asylums for pauper lunatics, was brought in by the Lord Advocate, Lord Rutherford, Sir George Grey, and the Secretary of War. Alas, the old cruel story was repeated. Quote, "Petitions against it poured in from almost every shire in Scotland, and the bill had unfortunately to be withdrawn. Undaunted, the Lord Advocate made another attempt in the following year, but with the same result." End quote. The failure of this humane bill was frequently deplored in the debates of succeeding years. Still, it was a brave attempt, which, as Dr. Tuke says in a private letter, no doubt to some extent prepared the way for the victory Miss Dix achieved. Quote, "It is not necessary," goes on the history of the insane in the British Isles, to dwell longer on the condition of the insane, or the legislation adopted on their behalf, till we come to the year 1855, which proved to be the commencement of a new departure in the care taken of them by the state. Unfortunately, in spite of legal enactment, the state of the insane in Scotland at this time, outside the asylums, was as bad as it could be, and even in some asylums it was deplorable. At this period, a well-known American lady, Miss Dix, who devoted her life to the interests of the insane, visited Scotland, and the writer had the opportunity of hearing from her own lips, on her return from her philanthropic expedition, the narration of what she saw of the cruel neglect of the pauper lunatics in that country. She caused so much sensation by her visits and her remonstrances, accompanied by the intimation that she should report what she witnessed at headquarters in London, that a certain official in Edinburgh decided to anticipate the American Invader, as Dr. W. A. F. Brown called her. Miss Dix was, however, equal to the occasion, and hurriedly leaving the scene of her investigations, she took the night mail to London, and appeared before the Home Secretary on the following day, when the gentleman from Edinburgh was still on the road, quite unconscious that the good lady had already traversed it. The facts she laid before the Home Office were so startling that they produced a marked effect, and notwithstanding counter-allegations, the conclusion was very soon arrived at that there was sufficient prima facie evidence to justify an inquiry. A royal commission was appointed, dated April 3, 1855, to inquire into the condition of lunatic asylums in Scotland and the existing state of the law of that country in reference to lunatics and lunatic asylums." End quote. Such, then, in brief outline, is the history of lunacy legislation in Scotland up to the date of Miss Dix's arrival there late in January 1855. 7 years before, in 1848, as has been seen, the memorable struggle in Parliament, led by Lord Advocate Rutherford, Lord Ashley, Sir James Graham, Mr. E. Ellis, Mr. Stuart Wortley, and Mr. H. Drummond, to secure humane provision for the pauper lunatic, had been cruelly defeated through the flood of selfish protests against the bill poured in from almost every shire in Scotland. The bill had finally been abandoned in despair, and no farther courage was left to lead the forlorn hope. And yet, by April 9, 1855, a little more than 2 months after the arrival there of a single-handed woman, and she a suffering invalid and a foreigner, the following order of commission was issued by Queen Victoria. Quote, Whitehall, April 9th, 1855. The Queen has been pleased to direct letters patent to be passed under the seal appointed by the Treaty of Union, to be kept and made use of in place of the Great Seal of Scotland, appointing William Gaskill, Esquire, Fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons, William George Campbell, Esquire Advocate, Sheriff of the Shire of Fife, Alexander Earl Monteith, Esquire, Barrister at Law, and James Cox, Esquire, Doctor of Medicine, to be Her Majesty's Commissioners for the purpose of inquiring into the state of the lunatic asylums in Scotland, and also into the present state of the law respecting lunatics and lunatic asylums in that part of the United Kingdom. End quote. In all this, the simple facts of the case tell their own story, perhaps more impressively than with any added comment. Still, if a certain local light and atmosphere can be thrown around the naked facts, they will appeal more vividly to the imagination. This will be attempted in the ensuing chapter. Fortunately, there remain a number of private letters and narratives which render it possible to do this. Enough now and here to say that alike in its inception, in the masterly manner in which it was conducted, and in the enthusiasm with which devoted noblemen, statesmen, philanthropists, and men of the highest medical authority were inspired to rally under its banner, the whole achievement was the work of a single woman. On all sides was the entire credit of the feat generously and unreservedly given to Miss Dix. No trace of envy or of national jealousy intervened to deny her the full meed of praise. At the most, it was deplored, as by Sir George Grey on the floor of the House of Commons, that the inauguration of so needed a reform should have been left to the initiative of a foreigner, and that foreigner a woman, and that woman a dissenter. Perhaps this frank avowal cannot be more implicitly stated than in the following extract from the speech of Mr. Ellis, M.P. Quote, "The commission was entirely due to Miss Dix's exertion. After visiting the lunatic asylums of England, she proceeded to Scotland, where her suspicions were aroused by the great difficulty she experienced in penetrating into the lunatic asylums of Scotland. But when she did gain access, she found the unfortunate inmates were in a most miserable condition. She came to London and placed herself in communication with the Secretary of State for the Home Department and with the Duke of Argyll, and at her instance, and without any public movement on the subject, a royal commission was appointed to inquire into the state of the lunatic asylums of Scotland. No one, we feel sure, could read the report of the commission without feeling grateful to that lady for having been instrumental in exposing proceedings which were disgraceful to this or to any civilized country." End quote. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Life of Dorothea Lynde Dix by Frances Tiffany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, The Royal Commission. Toward the attempt in this chapter to revive the memory of some of the local incidents connected with Miss Dix's Scotch experiences in 1855, the writer of this biography is under great obligation to Dr. Daniel Hack Tuke for a letter dated Hanwell, England, August 1888, embodying his own memories of those exciting days. Other letters, partly of Miss Dix herself, and partly of friends who were eye-witnesses of all that was going on, will follow. Quote, "My reminiscences of Miss Dix's visit to this country in 1855, writes Dr. Tuke, during which visit she was for some weeks our guest at York, are exceedingly vivid as to the general impression left upon the memory, but I regret to say that the lapse of time, about 33 years, has to some extent obliterated the details, interesting and fruitful in result as they were, in the cause of the insane, which she had so much at heart. She was very much out of health, and indeed was confined to bed for some days, but the indomitable energy with which she pursued her mission was extraordinary. She visited most of the institutions for the insane about York, and I remember that on our driving in a hired vehicle to one of them, she showed that her sympathies were not restricted to the insane, by remonstrating with the driver for his treatment of the horse. It was during Miss Dix's sojourn at York that she determined to ascertain the condition of the insane in Scotland. That country was justly famed for its excellent chartered asylums, the result of philanthropic endowments and maintained by the payments of a certain number of higher-class patients. Footnote: I speak of them as a class. I am aware that some were not in a credible state, and that all are at the present time in a vastly improved condition. End footnote. Miss Dix, however, knew full well from her experience of her own country that such might be the case, and yet a great mass of poor lunatics be altogether neglected and shamefully treated. And so it proved. Her intrepid raid upon the dwellings where lunatics and idiots were stowed away, her visits to workhouses and to some asylums in which paupers were confined, confirmed her worst misgivings, and her revelation took many of the Scotch themselves by surprise. It would have been more fitting had members of the medical profession in Scotland ascertained and protested against this deplorable condition of things, and it is not surprising that when this terrible reformer, yet gentle lady, came from the other side of the Atlantic to set their house in order, the Scotch doctors were disposed to resent the intrusion. To some of these very men it proved, however, a boon, for when an inquiry was instituted and a lunacy commission was established in Edinburgh, they were placed on the board. At the present day, there is not a doctor in Scotland interested in the welfare of the insane and in the splendid asylums now in operation in that country, who would not acknowledge the profound debt of gratitude due to Miss Dix for her courage, her pertinacity, and her judicious advice. One amusing and characteristic incident of Miss Dix's exposure of the treatment of the insane in some parts of the country will no doubt be referred to in her biography, the sudden departure of the Lord Provost of Edinburgh to London, in order to forestall the American lady's representations to the Home Secretary. Although this was before the racing of rival trains between Edinburgh and London, witnessed at the present moment, August 1888, the two actors in the scene did undertake an exciting race to the English capital, with the result that the lady beat the gentleman, although by a very short space, interviewed the Secretary of State, and produced an impression upon him too powerful to be removed by the assertions of the Lord Provost. Fresh from her great exertions, she returned to York, much exhausted, but sanguine as to the ultimate success of the mission she had so bravely undertaken. You ask me to indicate the salient features of Miss Dix's character as they struck me when I knew her. It seems to me that what I have now written is really the best answer I can give to your request, but I may add a few words. What she told me of having in the early part of her life intended to live mainly to herself, to enjoy literature and art without any higher aims, and of having discovered that this was a fatal mistake, and resolved to devote her energies to the good of man, seems to me the pivot on which her future career revolved. The lines of one of her countrywomen might seem to have been especially composed to describe the change which came over Miss Dix. I slept and dreamt that life was beauty. I woke and found that life was duty. In complete accord with the same idea, I may mention that on the fly-leaf of her own Bible, presented to me when she left our house, she had written Wordsworth's Ode to Duty. Her long-sustained exertions, undertaken from the highest motives, mark the untiring and irrepressible energy and fortitude which more especially struck me during our personal acquaintance. That these qualities must have exerted enormous influence in inducing others, especially young physicians, to engage in the humane treatment of the insane can easily be understood. The refinement and intrinsic gentleness of Miss Dix had much to do with the esteem and affection entertained for her, because they disarmed the criticism and opposition which were not unnaturally excited when a woman entered the public arena, and was expected to commit injudicious and emotional acts, however well-intentioned they might be. But Miss Dix's enthusiasm was based on actual facts and undeniable abuses, while the remedies she proposed were those which commended themselves to the best men engaged in the treatment of the insane in the United States. I will only say, in conclusion, that in whatever other department Miss Dix may have earned the gratitude of mankind, and that of the proper care and humane treatment of the insane, not the so-called non-restraint system which she did not accept, she ought to be regarded as the patron saint of every hospital for this class, established through her instrumentality as an angel of mercy, not only in her own, but in other lands, and therefore held in everlasting remembrance on both sides of the Atlantic as one worthy of double honor. D. Hack Tuke. Hanwell, August, 1888. In preceding extracts, allusion has more than once been made to the exciting railway race from Edinburgh to London between Miss Dix and the Lord Provost of Edinburgh, each bent on first gaining the ear and prepossessing the mind of the Secretary of State, Sir George Grey. The result of the race was one more illustration of Napoleon's favorite sayings that the rarest kind of courage is 2 o'clock in the morning courage, and that he had always noticed that these odd 15 minutes determined the fate of the battle. The Lord Provost stopped to have his trunk packed and to journey comfortably by day. Miss Dix grasped a handbag and boarded the night train. How much the whole issue of the reform which revolutionized the lunacy legislation of Scotland turned on the 12 hours start thus effected by Miss Dix's lightning-swift decision, it is, of course, impossible to say. One important point gained is, however, certain. The hot haste with which she traveled secured for her the opportunity for another of those interviews at close quarters, in which her commanding personality reached the culmination of its power. Already has it been seen how one of those memorable interviews, that with Mr. Cyrus Butler of Providence, Rhode Island, secured the foundation of the Butler Asylum, and how another, that with Mr. Thomas Blagden of Washington, D.C., led to the immediate surrender on his part of the magnificent site at present occupied by the Army and Navy Lunatic Asylum. The third is now on the eve between herself and Sir George Grey. Later on, a fourth is to be witnessed in Rome, with Pope Pius IX. What depths in the heart were reached in those exceptional hours, and how abiding was the impression wrought, can now be judged only by the momentous results which followed, or, here and there, by a brief expression like that in Mr. Blagden's letter. Quote, "Regarding you, as I do, as the instrument in the hands of God to secure this very spot for the unfortunates whose best earthly friend you are," I sincerely believe that the Almighty's blessing will not rest on, nor abide with, those who may place obstacles in your way." End quote. Fortunately, there has been preserved a more than ordinarily long letter of Miss Dix herself to her friend Mrs. Samuel Torrey of Boston, Massachusetts, in which the flying trip to London and the great results it led to are circumstantially detailed. The letter is here subjoined. Quote, "London, 18 Gloucester Square, March 8, 1855. My dear friend, I am here only on business, and for a short time at present, intending to return to Edinburgh in a few days. While in Edinburgh, I had discovered 11 private establishments for the insane, to which licenses had been given by the Sheriff of Midlothian, who exercises the function of Chief Justice in the High Court of the county, without regard to the special qualifications requisite. People of the lowest grade of character, and very ignorant, had been accepted upon their application for liberty to open houses for all classes of patients. The public institutions for the treatment of insanity are good, very good. I have visited all these, namely Dumfries, Marsden, Glasgow, Perth, Dundee, Aberdeen, and Edinburgh, besides 13 private houses, some of which have several hundred patients. But as I was saying, those at Musselburgh, 6 miles from Edinburgh, were so very ill-ordered, and the proprietors so irresponsible for all they did or did not do, that I took decisive steps, calling the attention of the Lord Provost, Dr. Trail, the Chief Justices, and other influential citizens to their condition. The law is singularly defective, allowing, without consent of the proprietors, no admission to these places, except in the person of the Sheriff of Midlothian, who may take a physician of the Medical College on his semi-annual visitations. The semi-annual visits of medical men, employed by the proprietors, were not likely to control the direction of the parties. The law required them to report abuses, if abuses existed. Their pecuniary interests urged them to pass them in silence. In fine, the proprietors had the thing all their own way, and they were intent on making money. The sheriff, when I appealed to him as really the sole authority, trifled, jested, and prevaricated. I could not excuse this. The weather was very cold, the poor patients by hundreds suffering. I consulted the justice, 3 physicians, Mr. Combe and Mr. Mackenzie, Sir Robert Arbuthnot, and several besides. The conclusion was that nothing would do but to demand of the Home Secretary, Sir George Grey, in London, a commission for investigation. But who was to go? One was an invalid. A dozen had urgent professional business. Why could not I go? Said one and another. It was clear to me that if I would see this done at once, which was so much needed, I must go. I looked into my purse and counted time and considered my health, for I had not felt so strong for some days as I could desire, but my conscience told me quite distinctly what was my duty. I took then my carpet-bag, and wrapping about me my warm travelling garments, called a cab, and at 9:15 p.m. put myself into the express train direct for London, expecting to arrive in 12 hours, 400 miles. I first telegraphed to Lord Shaftesbury, asking an interview at 3 p.m. the following day, and naming the King's Cross station as my point of arrival. I did not sleep, but was comfortable. An accident at 9 a.m. detained the train till 11 a.m., which should have arrived an hour and a half earlier. I had never been in London, knew not one location. I stepped from the Royal Mail carriage, and a gentleman in a moment asked if I was Miss Dix, and announced a messenger from Lord Shaftesbury accepting my appointment at the C office, 19 Whitehall Place. I looked at my watch. It was only an hour to 12. I had not time to dress for presentation, took a cab, and asking the distance to Kensington, where I had learned was the residence of the Duke of Argyll, for I could reach that point in an hour, threw off my travelling cloak in the cab for a velvet I had in my hand, folded a cashmere shawl on, and believe I did not look so much amiss as one travelling so far might look. The clock struck 12. I was at Argyll Lodge on C Hill, Kensington. The bell was rung. A servant answered. I sent in my card, was introduced, found the Duchess and 2 others in the library with the Duke, opened my subject, asked of his Grace immediate communication on his part in behalf of Scotland with the Home Secretary. An hour and a half settled matters. His Grace would call for me at Whitehall Place at 3:30 to go to Downing Street. I was to proceed to the former place at once, found myself there at 2:30. Happily, Lord Shaftesbury anticipated his time, and I found all the board in session. We talked the whole subject over, settled that no time ought to be lost in urging the usually tardy secretary. His Grace the Duke arrived and reported Sir George Grey summoned to a council at Buckingham Palace, but said, "You shall see him yourself, but I shall now meet him at the palace, and will state what you have said." It was now 4 p.m. I could do no more till the following day, so sent for a cab, and drove to 38 Gloucester Square, to my banker's, Mr. Morgan, asked for a basin of water to wash my neglected face and hands, a cup of tea, and bed, all of which Mr. Morgan's prompt orders secured. In the evening I got a note from his Grace, saying that Sir George doubted his authority to order a commission for Scotland, that the Lord Advocate must be consulted. This I did not wish, for I knew social and political interests would hinder the right action of Lord Moncrieff. In the morning I drove again to Argyll Lodge. His Grace said that Sir George expressed willingness to comply, but hesitated to act. He would see him again. I saw then Lord Shaftesbury, and got forward some affairs respecting the English hospitals. The next day a note from the Duke informed me that the Home Secretary had written to the Lord Advocate at Edinburgh. I took a carriage, and determined to see Sir George myself, drove to Downing Street, sent up my card with a written request for a personal interview in the reception-room of the Home Department, was ushered up with some state, and received courteously by his lordship, stated my wishes. Sir George said he had already consulted the Lord Chancellor, and he doubted his power to issue warrants without the concurrence of the Lord Advocate, to whom I have telegraphed, added Sir George, and who will forthwith come to London. He may be here on Monday. Next, I received the thanks of the Home Secretary for my efforts, thanked him in return for his early attention to the subject and unprecedented alacrity in the annals of public affairs here, and proceeded to see Sir James Clark, the Queen's physician. He entered cordially into my plans, and so I waited. Monday, the Lord Advocate did not come. Tuesday, still not heard from, nor Wednesday. Thursday he arrived and sent a note appointing to call the following day. We had a long conference. I got the promise from him that the Commission of Reform for all Scotland should at once be formed. Sir George Grey had taken orders to that effect, with his concurrence, the Lord Chancellor approving. Today I have all business closed. I have 2 commissions, one of inquiry, one of investigation in Mid-Lothian. This assures, first, reports into the condition of all the insane in Scotland. Next, the entire modification of the lunacy laws, the abrogation of all private establishments, the establishment of 2 or 3 new general hospitals, etc. My odd time I have spent chiefly in securing the interest and votes of members of Parliament for the bill soon to be introduced, and now I go back to Edinburgh tomorrow to report this to parties interested, and to rest if I need it, which is more than probable. In 2 weeks I shall go to Walsington, the seat of Sir Walter Calverley Trevelyan, who has with Lady Trevelyan invited me there, and they will do the honours of Northumberland. I cannot write more now. Yours truly, D.L. Dix. End quote. 2 other brief notes of Miss Dix, to her friend Mrs. Rathbone of Liverpool, the first expressive of amazement at the opportunities for concealment afforded the private insane asylums of Scotland, and the other indulging in the freest strictures on certain of the Scotch officials, are all that remain of her correspondence from London. Quote, London, February 27th, 1855. Sir George Grey has consulted the Lord Chancellor, and strange as is the fact, it is doubted if any official party in England has the right to authorize the inspection of any private madhouse of whatever capacity in Scotland. The question is now under debate. End quote. Quote, London, February 28, 1855. The sheriff is a bad man, wholly despotic, and ridicules the entire idea of reform. The procurator fiscal is not, like the sheriff, a dissipated man, but a member and elder of Dr. Guthrie's church, but tied with red tape to the sheriff. The Lord Advocate is crowded with business and is a selfish man, so that I have an odd sort of work on my hands. But ultimately good will result from this. I certainly hold myself much better occupied in doing this work than in strolling about Rome or Florence. End quote. Her task in London thus successfully ended, Miss Dix as soon as possible went back to Scotland to mass farther material for a report to be submitted to the Royal Commission, which should start and keep them on the real scent. By native instinct and years of training, she had long since become master of the art of tracking to their hidden lairs and dragging out to the light of day the sullenest and most secret shapes of human deceit and cruelty. All in vain was it to seek to throw her off the scent. Keen-sighted and tireless as an American Indian hunter, when once she had struck the trail of duplicity and greed, she followed it relentlessly through thicket, defile, or swamp, till she had come up with poor wretches hidden in the cave of despair to which it led. A sort of terror, as of the terror of vermin before nobler creatures of the hunt, inevitably set in upon the objects of her pursuit. Thence the impression she made on all the friends of reform in Scotland, and thence their insistence that, should she draw back, everything would relapse into the old state of apathy and despair. She, a foreigner and a woman, was besought to go to London to bring the whole issue before the highest tribunal of the United Kingdom, simply because it was instinctively felt that no one else could do it with such commanding authority of knowledge and character. Setting to work on the trails open to them by Miss Dix, the members of the Royal Commission soon thoroughly endorsed the fidelity of the revelation of shame and cruelty she had so impressively made. By May 14th, Dr. James Cox of the Commission wrote her, quote, "We came home yesterday from a hurried raid upon Perth and Dundee, and start tomorrow for Glasgow, Greenock, etc. We have seen enough already to convince us that there is ample field for work before us which cannot fail to bring a glorious harvest. Hitherto we have scarcely scraped the ground." End quote. Likewise, Dr. David Skay of the Royal Edinburgh Asylum for the Insane continually wrote her, expressing his amazement at her power to impress influential people, and insisting that she was still indispensable to the complete triumph of the good work. Though the immediate personal share of Miss Dix in the matter of reform in Scotland was now in a month or two to end, it is of interest to pursue here the subsequent work of the Royal Commission, as well as to tell the story of the practical legislation in Parliament which was the result of their investigations. Not before 1857, almost a year after the return of Miss Dix to the United States, did the Commission make its report to Parliament. Its radical character, however, when once made public, may be judged from a few extracts. Quote, "It is obvious," says the report, "that an appalling amount of misery prevails throughout Scotland in this respect. When estimating the condition of the insane not in establishments, it should be remembered that the details furnished by us give only an imperfect representation of the true state of matters. They form only a part of the picture of misery, and had we been able to extend our investigations, it would, we are convinced, have assumed a much darker shade." End quote. It is not needful here to go into particulars of the enormities encountered on all sides. The reader of this biography has already gone over precisely parallel details of necessity presented in describing Miss Dix's early work in the United States. That, in either country, the same hard-hearted brutality characterized many of the overseers of pauper lunatics is clear enough from the testimony of one of them before the Commission, who, after admitting that numbers of the patients, men and women, were stripped at night and huddled together on loose straw in a state of perfect nudity, went on to add, "I consider the treatment is proper for them." In short, both as regards licensed houses and unlicensed houses, the report winds up by giving a dismal picture. For as to the former, they are crowded in an extreme degree. Profit is the principal object of the proprietors, and the securities against abuse are very inadequate. And as to the latter, they have been opened as trading concerns for the reception of a certain class of patients who are detained in them without any safeguard whatever against ill treatment and abuse. Quote, "The report once fully presented to Parliament, Mr. Ellis, the member for St. Andrews, asked the government what steps they intended to take. He charged the Scotch authorities with an almost total neglect of the duties which were incumbent on them under the law, that their statements were positively untruths and entirely deceptive, year after year as to the real state of the lunatics in Scotland. The member for Aberdeen characterized the report of commissioners as one of the most horrifying documents he had ever seen. It was a state of things which they could not before have believed to prevail in any civilized country, much less in this country, which made peculiar claims to civilization, and boasted of its religious and humane principles. Distressing as were the cases which he had mentioned, there were others 10 times worse remaining behind, so horrible indeed that he durst not venture to shock the feelings of the House by relating them. Sir George Grey homeopathically diluted the blame of the Board of Supervision of Scotland by showing that the individual responsibility was infinitesimal and could not, therefore, be detected and punished in the way it so richly merited, but promised to introduce a bill calculated to remove the defects in the law established by the report. The Lord Advocate rejoiced at the publication of the report and the statements of Mr. Ellis from the bottom of his heart, because the state of things has for a long time been a disgrace and a scandal to Scotland. The people of that country, he said, had known that it was a disgrace and a scandal, and he regretted to add that it was not the first time that statements had been made similar to those to which they had just listened. That noble-minded lady, Miss Dix, went to Edinburgh and visited the asylums at Musselburgh. After seeing them, she said there was something wrong, and she wished to be allowed to visit them at the dead of night, when she would not be expected. He had felt a difficulty about giving a permission of that kind to a non-official person, and accordingly she applied to the Home Secretary. The facts were now so clearly proved that if he proposed the very remedy which was rejected in 1848, it would be adopted by both Houses of Parliament without any important opposition. On the second reading, June 9, 1857, no serious opposition was offered to the bill. Mr. Cohen, member for Edinburgh, said that he had been requested to present a petition, signed by the Lord Provost and magistrates of Edinburgh, seeking for delay, but he did not like to incur that responsibility and would therefore support the second reading. Mr. Hope Johnstone, member for Dumfriesshire, enforced these remonstrances by stating that he had representations made to him from every quarter in opposition to the appointment of a new board. Mr. Drummond hereupon made an observation greatly to his credit, which deserves to be remembered. He said that the question was not so much what would be the most expensive as what would be the most efficient machinery. There were plenty of representatives of the ratepayers in that House, but no representatives of the lunatics of Scotland. They seemed to have no friends there, while really they were the persons who stood most in need of being represented." End quote. Through these extracts from speeches made in Parliament, the at last fully aroused spirit of that body is clearly revealed. How changed, through the heroic fire of a single woman, the moral temper from the days of 1848, when Lord Rutherford's bill was helplessly swept away before the flood of remonstrances that poured in from ratepayers and interested parties all over Scotland. Now, certain of the Scotch members did not dare so much as to present the selfish objections of their constituents. The victory was complete, and August 25th, 1857, came the passage of the Act 20 and 21st Victoria C. 71, through which a new epoch was inaugurated in humane and adequate provision for the insane, especially the pauper insane of Scotland. This meant nothing less than the foundation of new and humanely administered asylums in various quarters of the land, to the relief of an untold amount of human misery. As already stated, some considerable time before the final passage of this act, Miss Dix had returned to the United States, and was as zealously as ever at work in her old field. None the less, devoted friends abroad kept her apprised of the steady progress of the good cause. A few extracts from letters of widely differing dates will throw farther local light on this memorable episode in a memorable career. Quote, Edinburgh, June 4th, 1857. Dear Madam, some days ago I had the pleasure of writing to announce that the Scotch Lunacy Report had broken the shell and seen the light. We are quite surprised at the sensation the report has produced. Throughout the length and breadth of the land, the press is ringing with it. At first I took what steps I could to direct public attention to the result of our labors, but soon my only fear was that the general clamor would pass beyond bounds. You will see by the proceedings in Parliament that no time is to be lost in bringing forward a remedial measure. Government is wise in this respect. Strike while the iron is hot. This is evidently their maxim, and doubtless if they waited till next session, they would meet with far more opposition. I hope you noticed how cordially Sir George Grey acknowledged in the House of Commons the obligations we are under to you. What the nature of the proposed measure may be is not yet known, but rumor says it is to be an extension of the English Commission to Scotland. With much respect, very faithfully yours, James Cox. End quote. Quote, Edinburgh, Scotland, June 20th, 1857. You will have seen from the English newspapers that our report has created considerable sensation, and that the Lord Advocate has already introduced a legislative measure into Parliament. Already, on every side, is heard the din of preparation for resistance. Town councils, county meetings, parochial boards, and the existing large asylums are banding together for this object, all animated with the desire to avoid legal interference. I have thought the public might be made to adopt more humane and less selfish views by showing them what you are doing in America, and how generously the legislatures come to your aid. I have therefore taken the liberty to send to the newspapers an extract from your letter. Most truly yours, James Cox. End quote. In a letter from Sir James A. Clark, physician to the Queen, who had attended Miss Dix during a severe inflammatory attack in London, occurs the following grateful assurance. Quote, Bagshot Park, Surrey, December 30th, 1861. Before going farther, I will give you a piece of information which I feel sure will gratify you, as the first movement in the improvement which has been effected in Scotland through your exertions. The treatment of the pauper insane in Scotland is now more carefully attended to than in any other part of Great Britain, I may say. Sincerely yours, J. A. Clark. End quote. Finally, from her fast friend, Dr. Tuke, came the ensuing expression of congratulations. Quote, Falmouth, Cornwall, England, May 6th, 1863. I think you might say to the Scotch, You are my joy and my crown, for they have gone on wonderfully since the American invader aroused them from their lethargy. Sincerely your friend, D. Hack Tuke. End quote. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Life of Dorothea Lynde Dix by Frances Tiffany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, The Channel Islands. In order to complete the account of the action of the Royal Commission, extending as it did through a period of several years, it became necessary, in the previous chapter, to leave Miss Dix at the close of her personal share in the work of reform in Scotland. A severe inflammatory attack, brought on by the damp and chill she had exposed herself to in a hurried visit to Westminster Abbey and St. Paul's, when already over-fatigued by the heavy responsibilities of her work in London, had left her little strength for the farther probing of the foul nest of evils she had agreed to prosecute on her return to Scotland. Spite of all, she persisted, until, her report finally prepared for the help of the commissioners, she now sought rest in the home of her friend, Dr. Tuke, in York, England. Not for long, however. Circumstances were soon to occur destined once again to bring to her lips the familiar refrain, "Rest is not quitting the busy career." The original impulse toward the new project, which was before long to engross Miss Dix's mind, will be found stated in a letter addressed by her, May 6, 1855, to her lifelong friend and at times personal physician, Dr. H. A. Butolph, then superintendent of the Trenton Asylum, New Jersey. As written to her medical adviser, this letter contains a more detailed account of her physical disabilities than, on the matter of health, was common with one who, in her correspondence and intercourse with her friends, so generally acted on the sundial maxim, Oris non numero nisi seranus. The letter soon goes on, however, to give an account of the chance interview which first called her attention to the sad condition of things existing in the Channel Islands, and is farther accompanied by a copy of a communication from a young Dutch alienist, Dr. Van Leuven, then temporarily resident on the island of Jersey. Footnote: a number of islands in the British Channel, politically attached to Great Britain, but connected with France by geographical position, the largest of which are Jersey, Guernsey, and Alderney. End footnote. With these preliminary explanations, the letters will tell their own story. Quote, York, May 16, 1855. My dear friend, you will recollect all the symptoms for which you have treated me when I have from time to time been your guest. These have never left me at any time, and though not ill always, I have at no time felt well enough to justify uncertain journeys on the continent. Counting time since I left the steamer, I find that rather more than half the period I have been either really too ill or too languid to do anything. The irritation of the mucous membrane of the stomach has of late affected me more seriously, and the inaction of the heart has left me feeble. In Scotland, I felt myself giving out, but came forward to York, intending to rest a day, and then see the 14 public and private institutions for the insane in this immediate vicinity. I commenced, but gave out, and am here in a cheerful, quiet apartment. Next to mine, retiring from the labors of an active life spent in the cause of the insane, lies helpless the good Samuel Tuke, the master of this house. The angel of death stands at the door, watching. But still the last great blessing is deferred, the entrance into the immortal life where no clouds obscure the thought, nor hinder the spirit's growth. Let me give you an instance of what, in my case, I call leads of Providence. So I wait a little now, till returning strength comes to assist the weakened instrument of the divine will. This I say most reverently, and with full understanding of what I have in view. When in Edinburgh last winter, I accidentally, as it might be said, called in at Dr. Simpson's. In the drawing-room was a lady from the south of England, who, hearing my name, came immediately forward and asked if I had ever visited the islands of Jersey and Guernsey in the British Channel. I replied in the negative, when she and her uncle proceeded to give me an account of the great abuses to which the insane were there subject, and concluded by begging that I would go there. I could not go then, but I laid these things up in my mind. Well, a few days after I was here, Dr. Tuke entered my room with some pamphlets, asked me if I read French, and said, "Here is an interesting report from Dr. Van Leuven of Jersey." I read it during the day, and at the evening visit said to the doctor, "I see a movement is made in Jersey. If it has led to no result, beside employing Dr. Van Leuven to visit and report on hospitals abroad, my going to Jersey would be quite a work of supererogation, for which I have, I assure you, no inclination. Do write to the doctor for information." This was done at once. The return post brought the following answer, and determined my duty and next work, as soon as I am well enough. Dr. Van Leuven's letter is as follows, quote, "Island of Jersey. My dear Tuke, I have your welcome letter, and hasten to answer you about Miss Dix's visit. Strange to say, it was only last Saturday, 5th of May, 3 days ago, that I had a proposal for Mr. Isaac Pothecary, of Grove Place near Southampton, well known for its inhuman treatment and dealings in lunatics, see reports of the commissioners, asking if I would give him some information and assistance in establishing a private asylum for the insane in Jersey. He could not go on in England, since the commissioners were so severe, the laws so stringent, and the formalities for the reception of patients so embarrassing. To escape or avoid all this nonsense in England, he intended to transport not less than 20 private patients, of whom some paid £500 and more per annum to Jersey, where even no license is required. And he had come here to look out for 2 or more fit places for their reception. I would then, so he writes, have you visit my asylums twice a week and be well paid. I could not help, my dear Tuke, thinking of cattle and horses and slave dealers, and of York asylums in 1816, and of Bethlehem Hospital in 1852. What had I to do? Mr. Pothecary was decided about coming over with the poor patients next week. I could not check him. Ought I to withhold my assistance? Well, I thought, I do not assist the mercenary interests of Mr. Pothecary, but I may assist his unhappy patients. If I withdraw entirely, I leave the poor sufferers at the mercy of their owner, and of some of the many doctors in Jersey who do everything for money. So the matter stands in an island whose government does not care one bit for its own pauper insane, and much less for those imported from England. Could Miss Dix persuade the English government to admit no asylums in Jersey, Guernsey, or Wright, but under the same laws as exist in England? This would be the proper thing. If Miss Dix will come to Jersey, I will give her a hearty welcome, and she may counterbalance the odious insanity trade now begun. Please communicate to Miss Dix my most respectful regards, and let me hear soon. Yours very truly, D. H. Van Leuven. There, my friend, this must help me get well soon. Adieu. Yours truly, D. L. D. Eminently characteristic of Miss Dix, this final exclamation, "There, my friend, this must help me get well soon." In her own entirely rational way, she was 35 years ago as thorough a believer in the mind cure as are today thousands in their puerile and superstitious way. That is, her faith in the renovating power over bodily infirmity of a great purpose or a generous affection was invincible. The idea, however, that should she chance to break a leg or rupture an artery, all that was needful was firmly to believe in a new sound leg, in order forthwith to walk off safely on it, or in a new circulatory system, in order to dispense with the degrading material assistance of a tourniquet. This idea, reserved for certain of her later, more enlightened American sisters, was one which never crossed her imperfectly illuminated mind. Indeed, this whole letter to Dr. Buttolph, with its enclosures, furnishes a striking example of unconscious self-revelation of character. It begins, as addressed to a physician, with the pains and infirmities of the poor body, the sole mortal instrument at the disposal of a most ardent mind, the chronic symptoms, enfeebled action of the heart, irritability of the mucous lining, involving both the digestive organs and the lungs, and others which have not been enumerated, are clearly and distinctly stated. But soon heart and soul assert their ascendancy. A new inspiring project has risen before her mind. Not an allusion to the wonderful success of the recent campaign in Scotland. That work is over and done. Now for the next duty the Lord would summon her to. Let me give you an instance of what, in my case, I call leads of Providence. To her there is no chance in the world. No one need seek after his way in life. It is revealed to him, if he has eyes to see and ears to hear, in the everyday events of life. God is in them. God speaks through them. The whole universe is the immediate call of God, requiring no other answer but a swift and obedient, "Here am I, send me." The return post determined my duty and next work. One all-important link in the chain of circumstances through which, as Miss Dix devoutly believed, God bound every willing soul to its appointed task had, in this instance, been young Dr. Van Leuven, to whom allusion has several times been made. Among the French papers given her to read by Dr. Tuke was a series of letters written by this philanthropic Hollander, in which he had tried to rouse public sentiment in Jersey in behalf of the wretched and neglected insane. An extract will show the strength and pathos with which he wrote, though it suffers through its translation from French into English. Quote, 8 days after the appearance of my third article in this newspaper, June 27th, 1853, a respectable Jersey farmer came to talk with me. Through his simplicity, the stamp of truth, his discourse so interested me that I feel it my duty to give it here almost in his own words. "Sir," he said, "I am only a poor Jersey farmer. Formerly I knew better days, but I have been reduced these many years by an unhappy, insane son. Reading your articles in the Chronique, I wanted to express my gratitude for what you have written in behalf of the insane poor, and to say, God bless your efforts." I then asked him to tell me a little about his troubles. "Yes, sir," continued the good man, "I have suffered greatly from this affliction which, as you say, has plunged so many families in misery. Through an epidemic of fever, which raged here 16 years ago, my son became insane. Since that time, my annual trips to England for the sale of Jersey cows have been suspended. I was obliged to stay at home to watch over my son, for there was no one else to take proper care of him. My wife and the other children were too exhausted, or had suffered too much while I was away. Our neighbors were afraid of him. How many times has he escaped from the house when I had to be elsewhere? For example, taking part in the militia drill of my parish. How many whole nights have I spent searching for him? Often I would find him asleep from weariness on dangerous cliffs and chilled with frost. In thus devoting myself to my unhappy son, I was obliged to neglect my trade in Jersey cows, and met severe losses. His image followed me everywhere. Before long he became so violent that I was obliged to bind him. I went to the General Hospital to see about placing him there, but I found the insane quarters utterly unfit for human beings, least of all for those insane. Finally, I was forced to resort to iron chains. Yes, sir, I had to chain up my own son. My heart was broken under such misery. Poor Jersey father, who have had yourself to chain your own child. How bitter will this memory be when one day you will see in Jersey a special asylum for the insane, where, as in the English asylums, there will be no more frightful cells, nor iron bars, nor any shapes of mechanical constraint. Such an asylum in this island, and your son could have been saved, and you need never to have been reduced to this poverty." End quote. Still farther information from Dr. Van Leuven arrived later, to which allusion is made in the following letter from Dr. Tuke, written to Miss Dix when she was somewhere away from his home. Quote, St. Lawrence Parish, June 23, 1855. I must talk to you about our excellent Jersey friend and his admirable letter of June 11th. There does indeed seem to be the most remarkable opening, and your power of doing good in the matter appears clearly established, whether or not you go in person to the island. Would it not be best to send the doctor's letter to Lord Shaftesbury at once for perusal? Its natural and telling style would, I think, produce more effect upon him than any other agency. As I write, my conscience, however, keeps intruding with, "But remember Miss Dix's strength." End quote. Spite of the saving clause at the end, it would look as though this letter were a little open to the construction of aiding and abetting an already too incorrigible offender, particularly as only a few days before its author had written Miss Dix, quote, "Now a word about your symptoms. I don't like them. They certainly indicate great debility of the heart, not your moral organ, and it behooves you to draw from them the lesson of rest from mental excitement." End quote. Still, who, after seeing any feat superbly executed, whether by singer, orator, or reformer, can refrain from an enthusiastic encore. Indeed, the worst demoralization wrought by military and naval reviews is said to lie in the fact that the sight of such splendidly equipped armaments is sure to inspire the minds of the spectators with the longing to see them quit holiday maneuvering and close in dead and earnest fight. Be all this as it may, it is clear that, for now 6 or 8 weeks, Miss Dix's mind was steadily concentrating on a visit in person to the Channel Islands, and that she was only waiting strength for the undertaking. How exuberant were the hopes and resolves that filled her, finds eloquent expression in a letter to her friend Miss Heath. Quote, York, East Riding, England, June 1st, 1855. My dear Annie, it is 4 weeks now that I have been quite unable to be out of the house. Till a few days this week I have gone into the garden in Lindley Murray's chair. Lindley Murray of grammar and our child-time tearful memories. Mr. Tuke was one of Mr. Murray's executors, and here I see many relics, the family Bible, the garden dial, and the Bath chair. Let me tell you, I am now, though not strong for much exertion, able to go to Greenbank, where I am engaged to pass with my dear friends several weeks, until I am able to go to the Channel Islands to fulfill a duty lately made clear to me, of helping out of dismal dark dungeons those whose only crime is that they are sick, insane, and so feared and tantalized till they are really what the sane would call them, mad men and mad women, capable of any outbreak. I shall see their chains off. I shall take them into the green fields and show them the lovely little flowers and the blue sky, and they shall play with the lambs and listen to the song of the birds, and a little child shall lead them. This is no romance. This all will be, if I get to the Channel Islands, Jersey, and Guernsey, with God's blessing. I was at a very good hotel, but my friends, Dr. and Mrs. Tuke, insisted on my removal to their nice, comfortable home, where I am tended as carefully and tenderly as if I were a sister. I've been very feeble, but not helpless, and never cheerless. It is now beginning to dawn on me that I might not go to the United States this autumn. I do not see any great use in getting back just as the cold weather advances, unless there is a call to labor. If so, I dare say the strength would come for the daily task. Daily the manna fell from heaven. I should like one of your sweet, nice letters now and then. Cannot you give me so much pleasure? End quote. To Miss Dix's swift and decisive mind, one thing was clear from Dr. Van Leuven's letters, namely, that the hue and cry of late raised in England and Scotland over miscreants carrying on private madhouses for mercenary ends, and with nefarious and criminal intent, had thoroughly frightened certain of them. The country was fast getting too hot to hold them. So far, so good. Rats leave a falling house. Yes, but they go elsewhere to burrow, nest, and defile. Thither likewise must they be followed up, repoisoned, and driven out of their holes. It was plain enough what was in the wind. Mr. Apothecary would quietly transport his chain gang to the seclusion of the island of Jersey, where, happily, busy-body philanthropists did not intrude to disturb the reposeful scene. There would he have his own paid doctor to wink at any little departures from the decalogue. It scarcely needs to be added that Miss Dix laid Mr. Apothecary up in her mind. Meanwhile, her grand aim was to seek to get measures taken through which the same aegis of government protection should be extended over all, wherever they might be in the United Kingdom. Not until near the middle of July was Miss Dix well enough to visit in person the island of Jersey. This time she went, not as she had entered Scotland, a single-handed woman dependent upon her own resources of will and courage, but as one who had now had the ear of the Lord Chancellor and the Home Secretary, as well as the prestige of parliamentary success. That she acted with her usual dispatch is evident from a hasty summary of her course of action, written from Jersey to her friend Dr. Buttolph, as well as from a few flying notes to other friends. The letter to Dr. Buttolph runs thus, quote, 8 Queen's Terrace, St. Heliers, Island of Jersey, July 15th, 1855. My dear friend, I now proceed to give you a running narrative of my affairs here. Left London Friday, 8:30 p.m., detained off Guernsey by fogs, just escaped the sunken rocks, and landed 4.5 hours late at the Jersey Pier on Saturday, 5 p.m. Sunday, at home all day. Monday, 9 a.m., took a carriage and drove with Dr. Van Leuven to the hospital, found the insane in a horrid state, naked, filthy, and attended by persons of ill character committed to this establishment for vice too gross to admit of their being at large. After faithful inspection of the 40 insane in the cells and yards, I drove with my letter of introduction to Government House, the governor not at home. I left a note, previously prepared, soliciting an interview at His Excellency's convenience, which I left with Sir George Grey's letter, and proceeded to General Touzel's, they also out. Returned to dinner at Madame R's. At 3 o'clock, drove to look at a site for the hospital, Les Moraines, the escheated property of an insane woman who died without heirs, from which the Crown derives a handsome annual rent. I approved it for our use, if it could be had a free gift. We then proceeded to visit several insane persons in private families, a sad, very sad scene. During absence, the governor and Mrs. Love had called, also General and Mrs. Touzel twice, the latter leaving invitation for breakfast on Wednesday, and the governor for dinner on same day. Went early Wednesday to General Touzel's, had a long conversation wholly on business affairs. At 10 a.m., General T. went with me to see the governor. First I presented and represented Mr. Apothecary. The governor received my evidence in the case, summoned the Attorney General, thanked me for the information, and would resume the subject. Next we took up the Jersey Hospital question. I was promised all government support, but had to fight my way with 36 members of the states, viz., 12 rectors, 12 yeomen, 12 chief constables or managers of the parishes. The Attorney General invites me to inspect with him Mr. Apothecary's residence, etc. I shall tell you sometime about this visit. I got some useful information. Thursday, drove into the country, still surveying farms and seeing the scattered insane. In the evening, some members of the committees of the states called. Friday a.m., other members called, and settled that the full board of 15 should be summoned to an extra meeting if I would attend. I consented to remain till the full board reported, and not present the subject to the government at home if they would do the work without. Tomorrow I go with General Tuzel to the Treasurer of the States at 9 a.m., at 10:30 meet with the committee of 15, then go to Government House and report progress, and so I will do to you when I know what is the result. Yours cordially, D. L. Dix." End quote. There were certain features of partial independence in the relation borne to the general government of the United Kingdom by the local authorities of the Channel Islands, which made these authorities peculiarly anxious to keep matters in their own hands. Of this fear, on their part, of being reported for any criminal neglect, and so perhaps, having their powers abridged, Miss Dix skilfully availed herself. So long as they would agree to a thorough reformation of a shameful condition of things, it was, as far as she was concerned, a matter of perfect indifference by what machinery it was done. In that case, she would refrain from appealing to Parliament, but either pledge themselves to do this work themselves, or be reported, was the inexorable alternative she would consent to offer. Meanwhile, that she had not forgotten one little personal matter comes out emphatically in a hurried line addressed to Mrs. Rathbone of Liverpool. Quote, 8 Queen's Terrace, St. Heliers, July, 1855. Today I can only be brief. I am very much occupied. First, I have gotten Mr. Apothecary into the custody of the High Constable of Jersey by order of the Governor and counsel of the Attorney General. So that business is well settled, and the laws will protect the patients he has so boldly transported. I have seen them. Next, I have got a farm for the hospital that I hope shall be, and the hospital I will call La Maison de l'Espérance. I shall stay in Jersey so long as will settle the question of hospital or no hospital." End quote. One other letter of Miss Dix to Dr. Buttolph is all that remains of her correspondence from Jersey. It is full of hope at what she feels will be the outcome of her visit. Quote, "Island of Jersey, July 18th, 1855. My dear friend, at a full committee of 16 gentlemen yesterday, the resolution was passed unanimously to build a hospital here for the insane with the least possible delay. Tomorrow I accompany a subcommittee to search out a fit site and farm, and a structure for 100 patients is to be commenced upon a plan capable of extension at need. I want hints, plans, and specifications from you without cost. Let me hear by return steamer. I must push these people, or the building will not be finished till next century. I expect to go to Guernsey on Friday and to England on Monday next." End quote. A few days more, and Miss Dix is back again in England with her friends at Greenbank, whence she writes to Miss Heath, quote, "Safely arrived in the dear old home. I rest and am quiet to my heart's content. Friends are all well and in prosperity, and so I find them drawing toward the latter days in peace, doing good to all as they have opportunity. Gough, the temperance lecturer, has made a great impression here, and I am glad to see the impulse given to that cause is quickened and quickening. Barnum's book is vile. It has done more to dishonor Americans and the American character here than you would believe possible." End quote. While thus quietly resting at Green Bank, Dr. Tuke writes to congratulate her on the recent work in Jersey. Quote, "I think you have good reason to be satisfied with the results already apparent, and with Dr. Van Leuven left on the spot, there is probably less danger of the thing being lost sight of. There will be nothing more needed, I believe, but keeping up a brisk fire." End quote. In concluding the account of this Island of Jersey episode in Miss Dix's career, it is here the fitting place to state that her own words, "I must push these people, or the building will not be finished till the next century," proved partially prophetic, but only partially. The next century still lags 10 years behind, and these words were written 35 years ago. Still, it was not till 1868, nearly 13 years after her bringing the Jersey Islanders to a sense of their duty, that a large public asylum was finally completed for the humane and scientific treatment of the insane. The nature and degree of the impression produced on the minds of many of Miss Dix's truest friends at this triumphant period of her life can hardly be better expressed than in the warning letter written her just before her departure for Jersey by her aged friend William Rathbone of Liverpool. It will be recalled by the reader that it was into Mr. Rathbone's home that she had been taken on her first visit to England in 1837, then apparently marked for early death by consumption. The last thing that could have been prophesied of her at that time was the extraordinary career that really lay before her. Indeed, to quote the recollection of one of the sons of the family, written just after Miss Dix's death in 1887, to Dr. John W. Ward of Trenton, New Jersey, quote, "She was at this period an invalid, a very gentle and poetical and sentimental young lady, and, in the then state of her health, without any appearance of mental energy or great power of character." End quote. Through all the succeeding years of her labors in the United States, her footsteps had been followed with unfailing interest by Mr. and Mrs. Rathbone, and still they were living to witness the wonders she had accomplished in Scotland. Mr. Rathbone's letter was as follows, quote, "Green Bank, Sunday, July 8th, 1855. My dear friend, not being inclined to sleep, I have thought that a quiet hour before breakfast could not be better employed than in saying, God bless my valued and loved friend, and speed her successfully in her progress, so far as is consistent with the scheme of his inscrutable yet ever beneficent providence. He has tried you in the success of what you have undertaken beyond what I have ever known, or, as far as my recollection serves me, have read of any other person, male or female, far beyond that of Howard, Father Matthew, Mrs. Chisholm, or Mrs. Fry. I speak now of the entirety of the success as much as of the extent, and it has not turned your head, or, as I believe, led you to forget the source from which your strength has been derived. In the most tender love, therefore, to a faithful and self-sacrificing minister to his designs, he may fit the burden to the strength, and not try you too far by allowing you to carry the world before you. That your head has not already been, as we say, turned by the magnitude and vast extent of your success is, as much as the many other parts of your character, the subject of my respectful admiration. These thoughts have been suggested by the check so far you have met in your efforts to supply the wants of the insane in Newfoundland. Footnote: the asylum at St. John's, Newfoundland, the long delays attendant on the foundation of which had been to Miss Dix a source of constant anxiety and disappointment. End footnote. Your affectionate friend, W. Rathbone. End quote. That Miss Dix's head was not fatally turned by the unexampled series of triumphs of the past 15 years was signal proof that her head was at once very strong and very well balanced. The testimonials so profusely showered on her had been the enthusiastic encomiums of great public bodies, of 20 state legislatures, of the Federal Congress of the United States, and finally of the British Parliament. Self-reliance, under such unusual temptations, might readily enough leap all barriers and pass over into arrogant assumption. The sense of power might easily become inflamed into a dominating passion for the exercise of power. The sweetness of praise might degenerate into making the pursuit of praise the end of life. Constitutionally ambitious of distinction, as is instinctive with such commanding personalities, what saved her from such a fate was the intensity of her commiseration with suffering and the fervor of her religious faith. Point out to her a new field of labor in which she could hope to alleviate the miseries of her fellow creatures, and in a moment she was eager to turn her back on every remembrance of past achievement and plunge anew into obscurity and a life of lonely toil and pain. Then, as to the essence of her religious faith and what it taught her. She was a perfectly clear-headed woman, not subject to illusions. She knew, as simple fact of nature, that she differed from others. She knew that she could do what not 1 in a million could do. How could she help knowing it? It was so. All this her past career had made matter of daily demonstrations, and she, moreover, self-respectfully enjoyed the tribute of competent minds to the range and value of her work. Only passingly, however, did she allow these thoughts to engross her. The moment gaping companies sought to lionize her, she flung the attempt off as offensive insult. Habitually there was a deeper depth in her being, retiring into the sanctuary of which she communed with the momentous question of St. Paul, "Who maketh thee to differ from another? And what hast thou that thou hast not received? Now, if thou didst receive it, why dost thou glory as if thou hadst not received it?" This was to her the divine voice casting down imaginations and every vain thought that exalted itself against the knowledge of God. Downright before man, nay, often terrible to him, when she found him the callous oppressor of the helpless, she was before God lowly and self-abnegating, an unprofitable servant. Then once again some cry of distress would fall upon her ear, and in an instant, forgetting the things that were behind, she was pressing toward the mark for the prize of the high calling embodied to her in the word, "Inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these, ye have done it unto me." Quite impossible is it, however, for anyone who sanely estimates the frailty of human nature at its best, to read the private letters and public resolutions which, at this period, were showered on Miss Dix, without tremblingly recurring to the words of warning from her aged friend William Rathbone. "God has tried you in the success of what you have undertaken beyond what I have ever known, or as far as my recollection serves me, have read of any other person, male or female. It is well, therefore, to note from how high and varied quarters these seductive trials came. Thus only can a due conception be formed of how much she was really subjected to in that most subtle and dangerous of all forms of temptation, the praise of man. First, she had touched the spring of patriotic pride in her own countrymen and countrywomen, then abroad. How intensely may be judged from this brief extract from a letter to a friend in England of Mrs. E. H. Walsh, wife of the American ambassador to France. Quote, Versailles, June 3rd, 1855. Pray remember me to Miss Dix. If with you, tell her I kiss the hem of her garment, and bless God that our country has produced such a noble heart. She will see the honourable mention of her services by the Earl of Shaftesbury in Parliament, and Mr. Walsh is about to add his testimony to her immense worth in his correspondence. He regrets very much not having made the acquaintance of Miss Dix. He is right. Such a woman is to be worshipped, if anything human could be worshipped. Again, by the annual convention of the Association of Superintendents of American Insane Asylums, held in the summer of 1855, Miss Dix was addressed in terms of honor and love like these. Quote, Resolved, that the Secretary of the Association be directed to request Miss Dix to favor us at our next meeting with an account of her observations and investigations in the countries she is now visiting, the same to be read in private session and be deemed strictly confidential, if in her judgment or wish such a course is expedient. Our association has never met without many grateful recognitions of your invaluable services to humanity, and though, at the late meeting, you and ourselves were much more widely separated than ever before since we became an organized body, I can assure you that you never held a higher place in our most respectful consideration. And while, on the one hand, we felt much fraternal solicitude on account of your continued feebleness, it, on the other, afforded us the liveliest satisfaction to learn that our mother countrymen have received you with that eminent consideration and personal kindness which are so fully accorded to you everywhere at home. We all miss you from the country, and especially do those of us miss the great benefits of your personal encouragement and cooperation, who are the immediate masters of those many mansions of beneficence, which owe their existence under Providence to the extraordinary success of your appeals to humanity in prosperity in favor of humanity in adversity. We pray for the renewal of your health and strength, and shall hail with gladness your return to the scenes of your widest and most fruitful labors. I am, dear Madam, with the highest esteem, your friend and servant, J. H. Nichols, Secretary. Finally, let the two following extracts from the letters of superintendents of large asylums in America suffice as evidence of the peculiar honor in which alike her sound judgment and personal approval were at this period held. The names of the writers, long at the head of great institutions, are, on grounds of delicacy, withheld, though in all probability they would give glad permission to have them used. The first extract confines itself to remembrances of past services of Miss Dix, when on one of her visits to an asylum, quote, "It is not, however, by any such visible tokens as books and pictures that your visit will be remembered. Your clear and unmistakable showing of what our defects are is the greatest boon that you could have conferred. I did not misunderstand those criticisms, so delicately administered to others, and at the same time so applicable to us. Not only has every observation been carefully treasured up in my memory, but every word which could be remembered has been made the text for suggestive commentaries of my own." End quote. The extract which follows is in a vein rarely adopted by an eminent professional man to a woman with no other diploma but the diploma of a strong brain, a wide experience, and a great heart. Quote, "Thus you see that I have not been idle during your absence from the country of upwards of 6 months, but have diligently striven to do what was demanded of my position and what I thought you would approve, always feeling a responsibility to your prospective approbation in carrying on a work which is so rightfully yours. If you can say 'well done' to what is already done, I shall be glad. Your confidence and friendship are a well of pleasure and a tower of strength to me. I think I appreciate them. I hope they are not misplaced. I am not unaware of your noble and extraordinary achievements in view of the amelioration of the condition of the insane of Scotland. I know that this is a secondary consideration with you, but I think the narrative of that achievement will make one of the brightest pages in the history of the progressive ameliorations of the sufferings of humanity." End quote. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Life of Dorothea Lynde Dix by Frances Tiffany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24 on the Continent. In a letter already quoted to Miss Heath of date East Riding, England, June 1st, 1855, there occurs the first intimation of an intention on the part of Miss Dix to prolong her stay in Europe and visit the Continent. She is, as she says, very feeble, but not helpless, and never cheerless, and goes on, "It is now beginning to dawn on me that I may not go to the United States this autumn. I do not see any great use in getting back just as the cold weather advances, unless there is a call to labor. If so, I dare say the strength would come for the daily task. Daily the manna fell from heaven." Accordingly, as the summer advanced, a cordial invitation from the Rathbones, then in Switzerland, to join them as their guest and see the Alps, brought matters to a final decision with her. Naturally anxious to do everything for her health and comfort, her kindly friends had strongly urged upon her that before setting out from England she should secure the services of a capable woman as maid, a proposition which called from Miss Dix the following characteristic and rather amusing reply. Quote, "You desire that I should have someone with me, a maid, to save me fatigue and prevent my feeling desolate when alone. A maid would only be in the way, with nothing to do. And for feeling desolate, I never felt desolate in my life, and I have been much alone in both populous and thinly settled countries. You are quite right in saying I cannot rest in England any more than in America, now that I know how much suffering calls aloud for relief. I must turn a deaf ear to the cries, and go beyond the reach of the sound of the many afflicted ones, till I have gathered up force to renew, should it please God that I work longer, the work whereunto I am called." To the reader of this biography, already familiar with Miss Dix's habits of travel on her lonely and hazardous journeys through the former comparative wildernesses of the southern and western regions of the United States, journeys on which she always carried with her a private outfit of hammers, screws, wrenches, leather straps, and coils of rope, to be ready for repairs in event of accident, it will easily be conceived that the proposed relation, however kindly suggested, between Miss Dix and a maid would hardly have proved a happy one for either party. Miss Dix would have been distressed for fear of the maid feeling desolate, while the maid herself would have been frightened out of all propriety at having to stand by and see the 1,001 things her mistress could do for herself beyond anything it had ever entered her humble imagination to conceive. The Swiss visit proved to Miss Dix one of the most delightful holiday seasons of her active and crowded life. In after years, she never tired of talking about Chamonix and the Bernese Oberland. Once beyond the reach of the sound of the many afflicted ones, she seems to have freely yielded herself to the spell of the magnificent spectacle daily before her eyes, easily rising, as was constitutional with her, to a state of high spiritual exaltation. She speaks of the snow-clad peaks, mantled with their regal robes of pasture and forest, as a sublime cathedral anthem to God. Along with this, her vivid interest in all natural phenomena, next to compassion the strongest impulse of her nature, here found a fruitful field of exercise. The glaciers, the Arctic flora, the geologic forces in such active operation, now supplied her with data at least, which in all later years made her an eager and appreciative reader of the studies on these subjects of men like Agassiz, Lyell, and Tyndall. Even in the midst of the distraction and suffering of the later Civil War, she writes in 1862, quote, "Your thoughtful care for my gratification in planning that pleasant journey to the continent has enriched my life for all time. I never find the glorious views of the Alps fade from my mind's eye. 1,000 incidents recall and repeat the memory of those grand snow peaks piercing the skies." End quote. Moreover, the rest and recreation of spirit thus afforded had acted so beneficially on her physical condition that she at last felt justified in carrying out the plan she had for some time been revolving, of an extended tour of observation of the hospitals, insane asylums, and prisons of Europe, including those of Turkey, with possibly the accomplishment of the yearned-for visit to Palestine. Accompanying the Rathbones on their way back to England, Miss Dix shortly after parted with them and set out for France. She was now once more alone, and as she liked to be when engrossed in her work, left to her sole individual resources. How meagre in one important respect were these resources could not but awaken a half-compassionate, half-amused smile in her devoted friends. Apart from English, she spoke no other language but a little, very rudimentary French. And here she was proposing to face undaunted the linguistic problems of Italy, Greece, Turkey, Sclavonia, Russia, Germany, Norway, and Holland. And that, too, before the days of the royal road to philological knowledge later opened by the introduction of polyglot waiters into every inn. Not unlikely, however, in her fondness for heroic stories and her keen sense of their pith and marrow, she had called to mind the legendary account of the mother of St. Thomas à Becket. How, deserted in Syria by her husband, an English crusader, the poor yearning wife had set out from the East, traversed all Europe on foot, and finally rejoined him in his own land on the strength of the two sole words of his language she knew, à Becket and England. Surely, if a lone Muslim woman was equal to such a feat, why not an American woman, mistress of a little rudimentary French, hope to penetrate the secrets of Greek insane asylums, Turkish bagnios, and Russian prisons? Fortunately, there remain a number of letters by the help of which Miss Dix's footsteps can be traced through a part of the long journeyings to which she was now to devote nearly a full year. Those from France are few and unimportant, but as she makes her way to Italy, Greece, and onward to Constantinople, they become more frequent and more eventful. To Mrs. Rathbone, quote, Maitreya, near Tours, September 3rd, 1855. Arrived at Rouen at 4 p.m. Visited hospitals for aged men and women, and establishment for juvenile offenders at Quilly, 5 miles out of Rouen, at Saint-Yon another. Then Paris, then Orleans, then Blois, then Tours, then Maitreya. Go next to Nantes, return to Paris. End quote. To Mrs. Rathbone, quote, Paris, September 1855. Yesterday, and only till then, I became possessor of a full police and magisterial sanction under seal, for which 9 official parties were to be reached for entering all the prisons and hospitals of Paris without exception. End quote. To Mrs. Samuel Torrey, Boston, U.S., quote, Paris, November 1855. I am still entirely occupied in seeing the charitable institutions of this city and environs, which I hope to have done by 2 weeks more. The very short days and the very dull weather unite to make this slow work. I am obliged to take much rest. It seems to have become absolutely the condition on which I do anything in the pursuit of my vocation. The vast multiplication of all sorts of hospitals for all sorts of complaints and infirmities, and for all ages, tells of the different condition of family life from that we are used to observe. I quite comprehend the turbulence and crimes of revolutionary periods, especially those movements in which women have been conspicuous for trampling on all laws, human and divine. End quote. To Dr. Butolph, Trenton, U.S., quote, Paris, December 3rd, 1855. I should say that all the charitable institutions of Paris, liberally supported as they are by government, possess in a large measure great excellencies, but 2 radical universal defects, at least, strike the most casual observer. The want of ventilation is the chiefest ill, and quite explains the amazing mortality, apart from the well-known experimental methods of treatment by the internes, resident students. In all these establishments, associated with other employees, are found sisters of charity and nuns of various orders. Some of them are very self-denying, not many. They are never overtasked, except possibly in some period of serious epidemic. As for the priests, they should for the most part occupy places in houses of correctional discipline and enlightening cultivation." End quote. It was not until the second week in January that Miss Dix, after completing her examination of the charitable institutions of France, was ready to leave for Italy. The first letter from there bears date, Genoa, March 3, 1856, to Mrs. Rathbone. Quote, "Genoa, Italy, March 3, 1856. This morning I spent in the hospital for the insane, and find much to commend, with some things to disapprove. But after seeing that at Rome, I regard all other institutions in this country with comparative favor. I left Naples, Rome, and Florence with regret that I could not have had leisure to observe the works of art, ancient and modern, which have great attraction. But I saw a good deal, considering the claims of hospitals and the short time I spent in each place. I get daily news from Constantinople, which moves my sympathy for the poor insane of Turkey. Innovations in usages are now fast going on there, so we may hope the hospitals will share in the advance of civilization." End quote. 3 days later, the above letter is followed by one to Mrs. Samuel Torrey, in which a backward glance is thrown by Miss Dix over the objects that had engaged her since her arrival in Italy. To Mrs. Samuel Torrey, quote, "Genoa, March 6, 1856. I left Marseille so suddenly for Italy the second week of January, and since have been so wholly and fatiguingly occupied that all letter writing is very seriously interfered with. I was but 13 days in Naples. The bad weather which I had experienced during all the autumn in France followed me there. I found at Rome a hospital for the insane so very bad that I set about the difficult work of reform at once, and during the 14 days I was there, so far succeeded as to have papal promises and cardinal assurances, etc., of immediate action in remedying abuses and supplying deficiencies. I have promised some of the Roman citizens and some of the physicians to return there in 2 months if no advance is made in the object of my late efforts, so that coming to the United States in June is, I fear, quite set aside. I also wish a new hospital in Florence. This has been contemplated by the Commune of Florence, but the onerous taxation consequent on the Austrian invasion has impoverished the city. You need not be much surprised to hear of me in Constantinople. I have for a long time felt distressed at the horrid stories of suffering in the prisons and hospitals there, and yet, till quite lately, I have not had a thought of personally undertaking anything in that quarter. But recent political and social changes, joined with information had from Sir Charles and Lady Hamilton, recently returned from the East, have led me to believe that something might be commenced in the way of reform. My work seems to me to be indicated by Providence, and I cannot conscientiously turn away from attempting, as far as possible, to alleviate miseries wherever I find them." End quote. Only a day after the dispatch of the preceding letter, Miss Dix writes as follows from Turin. To Mrs. Rathbone, quote, "Turin, Italy, March 7th, 1856. I left Genoa at 11 a.m. and arrived safely after a very pleasant journey. It is just as easy traveling alone here as it is in England or America. I now regret I had not sooner tried it." End quote. Next day, quote, "The general hospitals here, as in Italy at large, are very good, but that in this city for the insane is so bad that I feel quite heartsick. I drove to the hospital in the country, very bad. Then I drove to the hospital within the walls, made an appointment with the chief doctor for tomorrow, and with the Protestant minister shall try to represent the importance of entire change for the patients. I do not think it will do much good, but it is my duty to try. I shall appeal in writing to the king. Leave for Milan tomorrow." End quote. Later, quote, "My plans appear to be about as stable as spring breezes. After the meeting touching hospital affairs yesterday, and which only served to establish my opinion of the melancholy defects of the institutions in question, I was invited to visit today the 5 prisons of Turin, and to join in my application for hospital reform some remonstrance against the pernicious arrangement of these establishments. I have not to convince officers of government alone, but to make stand against the priests who interfere with everything that is done or to be done. I never felt anything more difficult than this work in Italy. In Rome I found government and the priestly office united, and the very shame of foreign and Protestant interposition quickened them to action or promise rather than humanity. But in Florence, Genoa, and here, it is a fact that changes are coming over the old rule, and one must wait a little where so much is doing and to be done. I will now make no more plans for going or returning. So many things constantly occur to change or hinder my intentions." End quote. From the above letters, it is evident that in Rome itself, Miss Dix felt she had struck upon a worse condition of things in the treatment of the insane than anywhere else in Italy. Even in Naples, and under the rule of King Bomba, she had found an asylum worthy of warm tributes of praise. But here, under the very shadow of the Vatican, the condition of the lunatic was so hopelessly wretched as to convince her that this must be her field of immediate energetic action. As it will be necessary to enlarge to some extent on the work she accomplished in Rome, it is a satisfaction to find a letter, expressive of her personal feeling on the subject, addressed by her from Florence to her friends Dr. and Mrs. Buttolph of Trenton, New Jersey. To Dr. and Mrs. Buttolph, quote, "Florence, Italy, 1856. In Naples I did nothing for hospitals. Indeed, strange as it is, I found a better institution there for the insane than has been founded in all southern and central Italy. In Rome things were quite different. 6,000 priests, 300 monks, 3,000 nuns, and a spiritual sovereignty joined with the temporal powers had not assured for the miserable insane a decent, much less an intelligent care. I could not bear to know this, see this, and do nothing. An appeal to the Pope, which involved care, patience, time, and negotiation, has secured promises. Land is bought, at least I had the assurances of the officers of state that it was that day purchased, and plans are prepared. Now, if these are not carried out, I do not return to the United States, but go to Rome and stay till they do that which is needed. Since coming to Florence 5 days ago, I find a bad hospital here, and mountains of difficulty in the way of remedy for serious ills. I have the idea of removing these mountains and seeing if Protestant energy cannot work what Catholic powers fail to undertake." End quote. It will readily be seen that it was a work of a very delicate nature which Miss Dix now found on her hands. She was a foreigner, a Protestant, and a woman. And yet, with all these serious disabilities, she now saw it in the light of inexorable duty to seek an audience of the Supreme Pontiff of the great Roman Catholic Church, and in a way not to offend his sensibilities, but graciously to win his favor, clearly to apprise the anointed vicar of Christ on earth that in the light of modern knowledge and humanity, the insane asylum of the Holy City was a disgrace and a scandal. The audience must be, moreover, no mere ceremonial interview, with graceful interchange of bows and genuflections, but a direct encounter between the two grand rival infallibilities confronting one another in the 19th century. The infallibility of Rome, and the infallibility of enlightened reason. That in the realm of the new revelation of the humane and rational treatment of insanity which had now broken upon the world, she stood a divinely commissioned champion of moral reason, and was backed by an authority of science so irresistible that whatsoever it should bind on earth should be bound in heaven. Of all this she felt no more question than Pope Hildebrand, when at Canossa he confronted the imperial power of Henry IV with the sacerdotal power embodied in his own personality. No such thing was there, no such thing could there be, as an infallibly good, bad insane asylum. At the same time, there could be no employment here of Hildebrand tactics. The weapons of the modern warfare of humane science are not of the flesh, but of the spirit. They demand no trophies in the shape of humiliated defiers of their dogmas. But they do demand, with more than papal authority, absolute and unconditional submission, and that their yea shall be yea, and their nay, nay, in secula seculorum. So now, if a new triumph for the outcast and miserable was to be won, it could come alone of convincing the judgment and touching the heart of Pope Pius IX. As Miss Dix herself wrote, the appeal to the Pope involved care, patience, time, and negotiation. Fortunately, early in her attempts had she secured the powerful assistance of Cardinal Antonelli, who entered warmly into her scheme, and whose clear-cut intellectual force made a lifelong impression on her. Alike as an astute diplomatist, and as almost the last survival of the old regime of cardinals who contrived to unite the freedom from earthly ties of the celibate state with a large family of children, perhaps too openly permitted to avow their parentage on the Corso, Cardinal Antonelli has come in for his full share of censorious criticism. But it is a curious fact that, to the end of her days, Miss Dix, whose standard in such matters was inexorable, would never in her presence suffer a word to be said against him. He was the most enlightened, humane, and merciful man, she insisted, she had found in Rome. A man who spared himself no pains to urge the plea of the wronged and suffering. Unfortunately, no letter or paper of any kind remains that might serve to recall the particulars of the interview Miss Dix ultimately obtained with Pope Pius IX. That it was one which, from the circumstances of the case, the supreme spiritual authority of the pontiff, The beautiful benignity of the man, and the far-reaching consequences it might entail, must have called out her full resources, there can be no question. All that can be gathered today to illustrate the scene must come from the memories of certain of Miss Dix's still surviving friends, to whom, in those rare hours of intimacy in which she suffered her habitual reticence about herself to be broken through, she told the story. She found Pius IX benignity itself. Happily at home in England, nothing of the power of the plea was lost by having to pass through the medium of an interpreter. He listened with fixed attention to her recital, and was painfully shocked at its details, promising her immediately to make a personal examination and appointing a second audience at a later date. A day or two after, he drove unannounced to the insane asylum, and taking its officials unawares, inspected the wards himself. Then, at the second audience granted Miss Dix, he freely acknowledged his distress at the condition of things he had found, and warmly thanked her, a woman and a Protestant, for crossing the seas to call to his attention as chief shepherd of the sheep these cruelly entreated members of his flock. "And did you really kneel down and kiss his hand?" were wont to ask some of her ultra-Protestant and Quaker hearers. "Most certainly I did," she would reply. "I revered him for his saintliness." And yet impressive, and perhaps entirely unexpected, as this scene and its sequel may appear to the majority of Protestant readers, their naive surprise is simply a measure of their ignorance of the grand tradition of the Roman Catholic Church. Through all the centuries of Christendom has that marvelous religious organization known how to interpret, utilize, and open a career to exceptional women, after a fashion that Protestantism has never yet mastered. That, for example, the Babylonian captivity of the Church was brought to an end, and the restoration of the papacy from Avignon to the Eternal City finally effected by the clear insight and passionate pleading of a woman, Catherine of Siena, is something which the Roman Catholic Church has never hesitated proudly and gratefully to avow. Such rare and exceptional combinations in women of mystical fervor of faith with commanding practical ability, it has not only known how to avail itself of for founding new and immensely effective religious orders in all lands, but after death it has canonized the representatives of them as saints, thus dowering them with a supernatural power over generations to come, greater even than the natural power they exerted over their own generations. In point of fact, a woman of precisely the same stamp was standing there before Pius IX in the Vatican, February 1856. Had she been born in 1515 in still medieval and imaginatively religious Spain, instead of in 1802 in rational, practical New England, then, just as inevitably as in the case of St. Teresa, she would have founded great conventual establishments in Malaga, Valladolid, Toledo, Segovia, and Salamanca, as she in reality did great asylums for the insane in a Baltimore, Raleigh, Columbia, Nashville, Lexington, or Halifax. Equally, too, would she have ruled them as abbess. Precisely the same characteristics marked her, the same absolute religious consecration, the same heroic readiness to trample underfoot the pains of illness, loneliness, and opposition, the same intellectual grasp of what a great reformatory work demanded. Saint Teresa was nourished from childhood on the miraculous legends of the saints, and breathed all her life an atmosphere of supernatural marvel and portent. Dorothea Lynde Dix was nourished on the devout humanitarianism of Channing, and breathed the quickening air of a time just awakening to enthusiastic faith in the amelioration of human misery through the beneficent discoveries of science. And so, very curious historically, is it to notice, in the parallel of these two kindred founders of great institutions, the change of view time works in religious faiths. The acute pain in the side, which through life clung to each of them, and which came in each instance of pulmonary weakness, was in the first case believed to have been a stroke delivered by an angel who pierced her with a lance tipped with fire, and in the other, though equally tipped with fire, devoutly accepted as the ordained action of those immutable physical laws of God, through which he works out the eternal counsel of his will. Very great, then, was the mistake made by a woman of such genius as George Eliot, when, in her attempt in Middlemarch to portray the inevitable fate in this shallow, material 19th century of a modern Saint Teresa, she selected as the type of such a nature a sentimental woman like Dorothea Brooke, and as the pitiful outcome of all such soaring aspirations evolved the story of her marriage with the acrid bookworm Casaubon, whom she had fancifully mistaken for a profound scholar and a man of sublime aims. Dorothea, comments George Eliot, with all her eagerness to know the truth of life, retained very childlike ideas about marriage. She felt sure that she would have accepted the judicious Hooker if she had been born in time to save him from that wretched mistake he made in matrimony, or John Milton when his blindness had come on, or any of the other great men whose odd habits it would have been glorious piety to endure. Now, retrospective visions on the part of gentle and aspiring young ladies of the blissful changes that would have been wrought in the fate of departed men of genius, had they themselves only happened to be Mrs. Richard Hooker or Mrs. John Milton, are no doubt very charming, and, had they come in time, would have been spared much domestic misery. Still, such romantic visions are at the last remove from any kind of proof that the young ladies in question have the attributes of a Saint Teresa. A new Teresa, says George Eliot, will hardly have the opportunity of reforming a conventual life, any more than a new Antigone will spend her heroic piety in daring all for the sake of a brother's burial. The medium in which their ardent deeds took shape is forever gone. No, the medium is forever here, say the real St. Teresas. In one age it assumes one shape, in another another. He that has eyes to see, let him see. To return, however, to the audiences granted Miss Dix in the Vatican by Pope Pius IX. The first outcome of them was most assuring to her. And yet, though confident the Pope would remain faithful to his own pledges, and relying on Cardinal Antonelli as a tower of strength, she still read with perfect clearness the character of the ecclesiastical bureaucracy of Rome, and understood how many an interest of ignorance, superstition, and private greed would lift its outcry against every shape of innovation. She therefore stood ready, as has already been seen in previously quoted letters from Florence and Genoa, to return at any moment to Rome and renew the battle. It was, however, a great relief before long to learn that an especial physician had been sent to France to study the methods of the best asylums there, and that a tract of land near the Villa Borghese had actually been purchased, as well as, still later on, to be assured by an American friend in Rome, Dr. Joseph Parrish, that preliminary steps had already been taken by the Pope toward the erection of a new asylum on the most approved plan. An account of a visit to this subsequently erected asylum, written, Miss Dix, many years later, by Mrs. J. P. Bancroft, is here subjoined. Quote, Naples, February 7th, 1876. My dear Miss Dix, I have always remembered with lively interest the accounts you gave us, many years ago, of the efforts you made in Rome to reach the insane and improve their condition. This recollection gave me more than ordinary desire, while in Rome, to see the asylum which was erected by Pius IX, and which perhaps your efforts may have originated in his mind. So I devoted a day to a visit at the institution. I found ready access to the principal medical director, and joined him in a circuit of all parts of the houses and grounds. It is a department of the General Hospital, San Spirito, and has gone under the control of the Italian government since the occupation. There are 650 patients, made up of paying patients and dependents, the latter being far the larger number. From what I saw, I believe the management is inspired by the spirit of the times. But in the realization of results, two obstacles are in the way: poverty and lack of the best experience. While these exist, we can never expect the conditions found in English and American asylums. I think their ideas and demands as to personal tidiness and cleanliness are much more lax than among the English-speaking peoples. I was not so much surprised in the manner in which I saw them take their meals, when I observed along the streets the poorer class eating in their homes. Italy is fearfully poor, and the people are taxed to the last extreme. And with this and all the expense of the military system, she feels obliged to keep up. I cannot see how very great improvement can be looked for at present in the management of their public institutions of charity. There can be no question that a great revolution in the care and treatment of the insane was effected by the organization of this present institution in comparison with former methods. The superintendent manifests great interest in his work, and I could not but regret his lack of means to make the house as pleasant and inviting as money might make it. Very cordially your friend, J. P. Bancroft. End quote. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Life of Dorothea Lynde Dix by Frances Tiffany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25, Still on the Continent. Once away from Italy, which she left early in March 1856, the first traces of Miss Dix on her travel eastward are met in two time-stained letters, the first addressed to Dr. Buttolph in the United States, the second to Mr. William Rathbone in England. Written while her steamer was lying at anchor in the harbor of the island of Corfu, they furnish glimpses of the diligence with which she was pursuing her appointed work. To Dr. H. A. Buttolph, quote, You will not be more surprised than I am that I find traveling alone perfectly easy. I get into all the hospitals and all the prisons I have time to see or strength to explore. I take no refusals, and yet I speak neither Italian, German, Greek, or Sclavonic. I have no letter of introduction, and know no persons en route. I found at Trieste a very bad hospital for the insane. Fortunately, a physician attached to the suite of the Archduke Maximilian has promised the intervention of government at Trieste, and assured me that all the institutions of Austria shall be open to my visits if I come to Vienna." To Mr. William Rathbone, quote, Island of Corfu, March 27th, 1856. I have just time, since running on shore to see the prisons and hospitals, to report myself briefly to you and Mrs. R. Providence graciously protects me, and I am in no respects thus far impeded in my great objects of seeing the prisons and hospitals. By rare good fortune, I had an introduction to the physician of the Archduke Maximilian at Trieste, and made a move for a reform and renewal of the hospitals for the insane in that part of the Austrian dominions. Also had the promise of the entree to all the institutions of the empire if I went to Vienna. When the boat arrived last night, I went on shore as early as I could do anything, took a cab, and drove to the Greek institutions. Saw all." 5 days later, as she sits awaiting the arrival of a steamer at Piraeus, the port of Athens, another glimpse is caught of the traveler, and of the way in which she has been spending the intervening time. Within close sight of Athens, and still, in her letter, not the most distant allusion to the Acropolis or the Parthenon, or Phidias, nor even to the imperative need of raising money for the exhumation of statues which would reveal a new ideal for the glory of the human form. And yet never a soul that breathed more passionately bent on the exhumation, from beneath the accumulations of ages of cruelty and neglect, of the divine archetypal idea of man as created in the image of God. As an illustration of the power of a dominating purpose in the case of one whose mind was naturally so active, this absence of any reference to places, events, and personalities, with whose inspiring story she had been familiar from childhood, and the bare hope of ever standing on whose soil would, under other conditions, have intensely excited her, is certainly very striking. I must work the work that is given me to do. And how is my soul straitened until it be accomplished, was unquestionably her feeling, as it was equally the feeling of John Howard. Like him, she stood resolutely on her guard against the intrusion of all side issues, however fascinating. Embarked on a mission of mercy, her limited store of strength must be wholly consecrated to that. And yet those who in later years listened to her, on those rare occasions on which she talked of her travels, said that her eyes seemed to have been ever on the alert and to have taken in everything. To Mrs. William Rathbone, quote, Piraeus, Greece, April 2nd, 1856. I am waiting for the arrival of the steamer which came around the Peloponnesus. I came by the isthmus that I might land at Ancona and the Ionian Islands to see the hospitals. I reached Athens at dark last night, left at noon to resume my sea voyage. The weather is intensely cold. Mount Parnassus is as white as Mont Blanc. This hour arrives a French steamer with the blessed news of peace. Footnote: the end of the Crimean War. End footnote. We give devout thanks that the hours of warfare are ended, but how long it must be before the wounds which have been inflicted on social and domestic happiness are healed or forgotten. I hoped after crossing the isthmus to visit Corinth, but the captain would not consent to my leaving the protection of the powerful guard of 100 soldiers which surrounded the transport carriages. As the danger was shown to be real, I readily gave up my previous wish. A fierce band of robbers attacked the carriage 20 days since, and succeeded in getting all the luggage and money, of which a large sum was being conveyed for paying the soldiers at Athens. So in each carriage sat an armed soldier, while at the side, in close file, rode a bodyguard who looked quite able to protect a much more valuable company. By way of adding interest to the scene, vedettes were galloping hither and thither, and hidden in the bushes at intervals were parties of soldiers. And yet these precautions are declared to be necessary for ordinary security. I have no idea how long I shall be in Constantinople, but everywhere I hear the most sad accounts of the insane there, on all the islands and in Asia Minor. I see if I can only secure something for Constantinople, it is all I ought to attempt, and of that I am not sanguine at all. I feel that Miss Nightingale will have a great work still in the East. God bless her efforts." End quote. By April 10th, Miss Dix had reached Constantinople, and in a letter of that date gives her first impressions on landing. To Mrs. William Rathbone, quote, "Constantinople, April 10th, 1856. I made most of the landings en route. At Smyrna, I found a good English hospital for sailors, and also one for the Dutch and Greeks. I found my way to these by noticing the flagstaffs before landing, and on the way visited several Greek and Armenian churches and the chief mosque. The officers on the steamship were civil. My only associates were 2 physicians, one an Italian belonging to the ship, the other an Austrian from Vienna, highly educated, and of the most benevolent disposition. He was on his way to Jerusalem, to execute the will of a lady in Vienna, who had given 50,000 florins to establish a school for poor children in the Holy City. Taking a boat, I was rowed to a landing at Pera, or rather Galata, and toiled over or through streets that seemed only opened to serve as public drains. After breakfast, I stepped into a caique with 2 rowers, speaking the words "hospital," "scutari," and in half an hour landed at the wharf of Upper Scutari. I paid and discharged the boatman, and inquiring of an English sailor the way to the nurses' quarter, proceeded thither. Miss Nightingale was absent, having been a month at Balaklava, where there is much sickness of the English and French troops. I went over the chief hospital, which was in excellent order, and chiefly filled with convalescents. There was another large establishment, but I could not walk to and over it, for by this time my feet had become too painful to allow of further exercise. I shall proceed to see the hospitals for the insane as soon as possible. Meanwhile, I do not allow my hopes to rise. I see the first difficulty is the want of persons to execute the trusts of an institution. But time must show." End quote. As it was with sad forebodings of finding in Constantinople a state of unexampled neglect and misery in the condition of the insane, that Miss Dix had journeyed there, it is cheering in her next letter to read how happily, in some instances at least, she was on personal inspection undeceived. The visit occurred shortly after the close of the Crimean War. It had been her ardent desire to come into intimate relations with Miss Florence Nightingale, then completing her work of mercy in the East. But neither in Constantinople nor later, on the return to England, was it granted to those two kindred spirits to see one another face to face. To Mrs. William Rathbone, quote, "Constantinople, April 29th, 1856. I was greatly surprised and much gratified to find in Constantinople a very well-directed hospital for the insane in the Turkish quarter, and I failed to discover in either Stamboul or its suburbs any examples of abuse and barbarous usage of this class. So I proceeded to the Greek and Armenian Christian hospitals, in which, I regret to say, I found very mistaken supervision of all the patients, chains, neglect, and absence of all curative treatment. I think the means I took for the remedy of these abuses will avail to correct them generally in the vicinity of the Turkish capital. But in the provinces I apprehend that great evils will long exist. The insane of Constantinople are in a far better condition than those of Rome or Trieste, and in some respects better cared for than in Turin, Milan, or Ancona. All the patients were Turks, 52 men, 20 women, 18 servants and attendants, 3 physicians, 1 resident director, and night watchman. The hospital was founded by Soliman the Magnificent, and the provisions for the comfort and pleasure of the patients, including music, quite astonished me. The superintendent proposes improvements. I had substantially little to suggest and nothing to urge. D.L.D. End quote. All that remains in Miss Dix's handwriting in the way of narrative of her visit to Constantinople has now been given. It is a satisfaction, however, to be able to supplement her own too meagre account with the personal recollections of this now far-away time, embraced in a letter to her biographer from Dr. Cyrus Hamlin, D.D., LL.D., then president of Robert College, Constantinople. Quote, Lexington, Massachusetts, August 7th, 1889. I regret to say that I have found nothing of my valued correspondence with Miss Dix in 1856 and at other times. I can therefore only give you my impressions of her and her work. She remained a part of the time a welcome guest in my house during her visit to Constantinople in 1856. My residence was too far from the great city to make it always convenient, but she came and went at pleasure. She had 2 objects in view, the hospitals and prisons. To these she seemed wholly devoted, although her conversation and her interest embraced a vast variety of subjects. She had traveled extensively, knew very well the official world and its peculiarities, and was acquainted with men and things. She often entertained us with the peculiarities of certain officials with whom her work led her to have intercourse. The most annoying to her were the indifferent. The least annoying were the gruff. She could generally come round that. But the excessively polite she had learned to fear. Her criticisms were always in a kindly spirit, and she clearly saw the humorous as well as the sorrowful in human life. She visited, I think, all the prisons and hospitals of the great city. These are very numerous, as every nationality, the Armenians, Greeks, Catholic Armenians, and Turks, has its own. I obtained admission for her to the great Greek hospital of Biography, under very favorable circumstances. She was treated very politely. Also in the great Armenian hospital. In both these she found departments for the insane, with the management of which she was not pleased. The English prison called forth the severest criticism. Dr. Hayland, who had the medical care, was not pleased with her intrusion. She thought to find it the best, and she pronounced it the worst. I think with the exception of the Turkish penal prison, the Bagnio, she gained access to all the institutions she wished to visit. The Turkish debtors' prison she found nauseous for filth and want of ventilation. But her great surprise was the Turkish insane hospital. The treatment of the Turkish insane was once one of the horrors of Constantinople. Travelers generally tried their rhetoric upon it without any aid but their imaginations. Miss Dix had read these high-wrought descriptions of expelling the devils of insanity by alternate tortures and generous treatment, and was prepared for anything. She found instead order, cleanliness, light, ventilation, clothing, diet, which left nothing to be desired. Employments also and diversions were equally admirable. She came home at night joyful. She said, "I have found one institution in Constantinople the very best, where I thought to find the very worst." The explanation is this. A young Turk of wealth and station was educated at Paris. While there, he became interested in the famous French hospital for the insane. He studied the system. He was admitted into every part of the great establishment, and was kindly aided to prepare himself for what he felt to be his mission, to establish the like for his own people. This is the only instance I have known of a young Turk's preparing himself for usefulness by a Parisian education. In every case she addressed a communication to the heads and managers of the institutions, pointing out what seemed to her desirable changes, and giving them reports and pamphlets containing much useful information for their consideration. Miss Dix made the impression at Constantinople of a person of culture, judgment, self-possession, absolute fearlessness in the path of duty, and yet a woman of refinement and true Christian philanthropy. I remember her with the profoundest respect and admiration, and regret that all my correspondence with her is lost. She was equally worthy with Elizabeth Fry to be called the female Howard. Very sincerely yours, Cyrus Hamlin. End quote. On leaving Constantinople, Miss Dix took passage up the Danube to Pest and Vienna. It is while the steamer Franz Joseph is making a landing in Asora, Hungary, that she writes the following letter to her friend Miss Heath. Quote, Asura, Hungary, May 9th, 1856. My dear Annie, look on your map of Europe, and you may trace my route from Venice, whence I last wrote, to Trieste, Ancona, Molfetta, Brindisi, Corfu, Cephalonia, Zante, Patras, Missolonghi, Mycenae, Corinth, Piraeus, Athens, Syra, Teos, Sangras, Mytilene, Gallipoli, Marmona, Constantinople, Bosphorus, Varna, Saluna, mouth of the Danube, Galatz, Balaka, Asora, whence the boat is bound up this grand river to Pest and Vienna. Why I have made this long route would now occupy too much time to relate, but I hope to meet you face to face and speak of these and many more subjects. I have the strong hope that I shall not need to return to Rome, for a letter received from my banker there acquainted me that the Pope has listened to my remonstrance and intercession, and restored Dr. Gildini to the charge of the hospital, which augurs well for the residue of my petition, and the fulfillment of the distinct assurances I received before I left Rome. I have, as far as at present practicable, effected the objects of my visit to Constantinople, but it has opened to me work for the future. So far as the Christian hospitals are concerned, those of the Mahometans are better, to my great surprise. I do not see anything to hinder my embarking for the United States within 3 months. I am likely to be at Vienna 2 or 3 weeks, for the government has very courteously given me beforehand the entree of the prisons and the hospitals, and if I do not see much to mend, I may discover something to copy for application at home. I find traveling here alone no more difficult than I should do in any part of America. My usual experience attends me. People are civil and obliging, who are treated civilly. I am afraid I shall be obliged to write a book, a sort of narration of what I have seen during my long absence. I am the sole representative of England and America on the boat. There are, besides, people of many tribes, and persons of far distant English possessions, affording a singular association of Oriental costumes and Occidental attire. As for speech, Babel is not illy illustrated. You will wonder that I give so meagre descriptions of persons and places, but if one is busy in examining, while pausing for a few days or hours in a city, there is little time for putting on paper in an interesting manner details worth sending so far. I have resisted the very great temptation of going to Palestine, which I desired more than anything besides, because I could not afford the expense, though only 12 days distant from Jerusalem. All my life I have wished to visit the holy city and the sacred places of Syria. As yet, I have confined my journeys to those places where hospitals or the want of them have called me. I trust my observations may be applied to some good uses. The impression of the loss of the Arctic is painfully fresh in my recollection. I do not fear at sea, but I never for an hour forget the vicinity or the presence of danger, and in the event of accident, the almost certain loss of life. To be ready is the lesson we should learn, so that if the call be heard on the sea or the land, by day or by night, we may be glad to go home, where our limited capacities may more fully expand, and immortality perfect what time has rightly planted." End quote. Little more is left to record than the bare fact that, after completing her examination of the hospitals of Austria, and while in Vienna, pressing the subject of the promised new asylum in Dalmatia, on the eastern coast of the Adriatic, Miss Dix visited successively Russia, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Holland, Belgium, and a part of Germany, returning by way of France to England. Day by day she patiently explored the asylums, prisons, and poorhouses of every place in which she set her foot, glad to her heart's core when she found anything to commend and learn a lesson from, and patiently striving, wherever she struck the traces of ignorance, neglect, or wrong, to right the evil by direct appeal to the highest authorities, and by the distribution of books and reports, embodying clear information as to the best methods of hospital or prison construction and modes of treatment. How much she thus effected in the way of correcting abuses and stimulating the minds of earnest workers for humanity will be known only when the secrets of all hearts are revealed. Of the strength, however, of the impression produced by this quiet, sweet-voiced, yet strangely authoritative woman who had come from a land thousands of miles across the sea, and whose unerring eye and immense experience enabled her at a glance to see just where to praise and where mercifully to blame, something may perhaps be judged from a single chance instance revealing the memory she left behind her in Prague, Bohemia. 10 years after her return to America, there was sent her a large box of highly polished wood, inlaid with the metallic inscription on the top, "To Miss D.L.D." from the American Club of Bohemian Ladies. The club consisted of ladies interested in the condition and elevation of the women of Bohemia, of the poorer classes, or wherever a good deed can help a human being. Inside the box were a brief biography of Miss Dix in the Bohemian language, translations of Bohemian poems by Professor Radislaw of Christ's College, Cambridge, England, an illustrated quarto of Bohemian national songs, an album of views of historical interest, and another of photographs of distinguished Bohemian women, statesmen, soldiers, etc., the last bearing an inscription on ivory, "To Miss D.L. Dix, this album is dedicated as a token of the affection and admiration of the Bohemian Ladies' American Club, Prague, 1868." One sure result of these arduous journeys and patient explorations lay in the fact that now Miss Dix had put herself abreast with the worst and the best Europe had to show on the subject that engrossed her mind, and had come into direct personal contact with the ablest authorities on insanity in their respective countries. That she was often cheered as well as depressed by what she saw is clear from the only additional note in her own handwriting that still remains. Quote, "In Russia I saw much to approve and appreciate. As for the insane in the hospitals in St. Petersburg and at Moscow, I really had nothing to ask. Every comfort and all needed care were possessed, and much recreation secured. Very little restraint was used. Considering I do not speak the language, I get on wonderfully well and see all that time allows." End quote. Thus, then, was completed this long and detailed circumnavigation of charity, alike in its motive and in the fidelity with which it was executed. How literally it recalls the often quoted but never hackneyed words of the tribute of Edmund Burke to Howard the philanthropist, quote, "He has visited all Europe, not to survey the sumptuousness of palaces or the stateliness of temples, not to make accurate measurements of the remains of ancient grandeur, not to form a scale of the curiosity of modern art, not to collect medals or collate manuscripts, but to dive into the depths of dungeons, to plunge into the infection of hospitals, to survey the mansions of sorrow and pain, to take the gauge and dimensions of misery, depression, and contempt, to remember the forgotten, to attend to the neglected, to visit the forsaken, and to compare and collate the distresses of all men in all countries. His plan is original, and it is as full of genius as it is of humanity. It was a voyage of discovery, a circumnavigation of charity." End quote. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Life of Dorothea Lynde Dix by Frances Tiffany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26, At Home and at Work Again. September 16th, 1856, Miss Dix set sail from Liverpool to New York on the steamship Baltic. 2 full years had now gone by since she had set foot on English soil. Then, seeking recuperation from the exhausting labors of her previous 14 years, and from the overwhelming blow of the veto of her 12,225,000 acre bill, of the dreamy lotus-eating way in which, during the intervening time, she had surrendered her tired body and mind to the luxury of rest, enough has been detailed in previous chapters. It remains only to give an instance or two of the spirit of congratulation and blessing that now found vent in farewell words from English friends. No more touching illustration of this can be presented than the following brief goodbye letters from Dr. D. Hack Tuke and from the venerable Dr. John Connolly, the peer, perhaps, in the history of insanity of Pinnell and Samuel Tuke. Quote, York, England, September 14th, 1856. My dear friend, I have pretty much given up the pleasing illusion of seeing you before sailing. I am inclined to envy you the feelings which you must have in the retrospect of what you have enabled to do since you set foot on British land. I cannot doubt that the day will come when many, very many, will rise up to call you blessed. Blessed to them who, until they have been relieved from their bodily infirmities, cannot thank you for all you have done, and the yet more you have longed to be able to do for them. Your truly attached friend, Daniel H. Tuke. End quote. Quote, Hanwell, England, August 19th, 1856. My dear Madam, your words of approbation, dear Miss Dix, are very precious to me, for I honor you and your great labors for the benefit of your fellow creatures in many ways. God bless you, my dear lady. I trust that there are regions where, after this world, all will be more congenial to such spirits, and to those who sympathize with you, and share your good and noble aspirations. Ever faithfully yours, J. Connolly." End quote. Happily, the home voyage proved continuously smooth and sunny. The one only trace of physical fear that can be detected in Miss Dix's courageous nature was fear of the sea. Embarked on it, she confessed herself always haunted with an undefined sense of apprehension. In the loss, on the return voyage, of the Arctic, the ship on which she herself had crossed over to England, several dear friends had perished, and the shock of this had added to the constitutional feeling of dread with which she had always regarded the Atlantic. This time, however, all went so prosperously that she was able at the very close of the voyage to write back to England, quote, "We are still getting on well, and already landbirds come to the vessel for food and rest. They are very familiar and eat from our hands. One came into the open window near me while at dinner today, rested on the table by the captain's plate, picked up some crumbs, and finally satisfied, flew away, perhaps for the distant land 50 miles off." End quote. From the insistent urgency of the appeals for renewed work which, from various quarters of the United States and of Canada, forthwith greeted Miss Dix on her return to her native land, one can only wonder that the birds, of which she so tenderly speaks as alighting on the table of the Baltic to pick up crumbs, were not in reality seriously minded carrier pigeons, each with a momentous little billet under its wing from Halifax or Nashville or Columbia, addressed D.L.D., immediate delivery. All were of one tenor. We need fresh extensions. We must have another hospital in another part of the state. We must get large appropriations this coming winter. Everything missteers when your hand is off the helm. In exact contrast with all this, it had been the hope of many of Miss Dix's old asylum friends that she would now be able to devote herself to writing a book in which she should carefully digest the results of her immense range of observation in Europe and in the East. She was then 54 years old, and the habits of a lifetime are not to be altered. Her whole soul was bent now on fruitfully applying what she had seen and learned to the actual needs of the present, rather than on sitting quietly down to formulate general principles. Indeed, it becomes ever clearer as Miss Dix's work is carefully studied into, that in the actual founding of the many asylums she so fondly called her children, her labors were destined to bear about the same proportional relation to the coming toils demanded for their extension and full development, as does the travail of the actual mother in bringing her little ones into the world, to the subsequent nursing, training, watching over, and educating them, till they shall have reached the full estate of manhood or womanhood. A great feat it no doubt was to carry a bill for the establishment of a new asylum through a state legislature. And yet here lay but the first triumph over ignorance and apathy. To get the institution well manned, to help the asylum to endear itself to community through the cures effected, or the chronic misery relieved, to raise up friends for it who would always bear in mind its first estate of bareness and destitution, and try to make it homelike and supply it with means for industrial occupation and amusement, to get ready for the day of needed enlargement. All these cares and anxieties the fond and thoughtful asylum mother bore perpetually on her mind. In truth, it was with a literal godly jealousy that she watched over these young institutions, yearning to see the physicians and attendants a consecrated band, martyrs if need be, in a sacred cause. On them she felt it rested to win for the cause full reverence and support. Never sparing herself, the ideal of absolute devotion she illustrated in action, far more than preached by word, is touchingly shown in the following extract from a letter written to her, so late as the advanced age of 71, by Dr. J. M. Cleveland of the Hudson River State Hospital. Quote, "Your devotion to duty and starting off in that pitiless Monday's storm touched all our hearts. The lesson it inculcated was more than a chapter of moral maxims, and I hope we may never forget it." End quote. No, she could not stop to write a book. The cry from so many quarters, "Come over and help us," was too loud and continuous. Accordingly, it is simply what was to be expected to find her before the close of the year writing from as far north as Toronto, Canada West. Quote, "It is truly sorrowful to find so much suffering through neglect, ignorance, and mismanagement, but I hope for better things at no distant time. The weather has been severe and stormy, but in proportion as my own discomforts have increased, my conviction of the necessity of search into the wants of the friendless and afflicted has deepened. If I am cold, they are cold. If I am weary, they are distressed. If I am alone, they are abandoned." End quote. There now lay before Miss Dix, until the breaking out in 1861 of the great Civil War, which imperatively turned her energies in a new direction, more than 4 years of unremitting activity. They were the years of her life marked by obtaining larger appropriations of money for purely benevolent purposes than, probably, it was ever given to any other mortal in the Old World or the New to raise. The United States has earned the somewhat dubious fame of being the land of millionaires, and the rivalry is growing ever faster and more furious who shall pile up the most fabulous amount, set down to his own private credit. Unquestionably, under this last proviso, Miss Dix must humbly yield precedence to the Astors, Vanderbilts, Jay Goulds, and others of the plutocratic hierarchy. None the less will the faithful historian have to record the fact that of the millionaires of charity, she easily heads the list. These were the years of the enlargement of nearly all the asylums she had founded, as well as the years marked by the foundation of a number of new ones. To condense, therefore, the narrative of this period within any fairly readable limits, there is but one possible course to pursue. It is to omit and omit and omit. All that can be done in this and the succeeding chapter is to present a limited selection of letters and memoranda, and let the reader multiply at will their main tenor. The internal history of the personnel of a great insane asylum is, to anyone who has been privileged to read so immense a mass of correspondence as Miss Dix left behind her, one of the most curious, baffling, and often tragic it is possible to conceive. From the sheer necessity of the case, the feeling of a superintendent and of his assistant physicians must often be that of men who are sleeping over a powder magazine. Outside is a jealous public, swift to conceive dire suspicions. Inside is a mass of disorganized human nature, the prey of wild hallucinations and shapes of degraded passion, cunning, deceitful, and unable to distinguish between fact and fancy. Pass through the wards, and forthwith will rational-seeming men and attractive women stop you, and with streaming eyes begin to tell you such stories of the brutality to which they have been subjected by the violence or sensuality of the superintendent, a man, perhaps, of the elevation of character and consecration of life of a Bell, Woodward, or Kirkbride, as would for a moment stagger the faith of Abraham, so quietly, logically, and movingly are the stories told. Nor is this all. There are, besides, scores of nurses and attendants, as well as a great department, sometimes under its own separate head, of cooks, scullions, and workmen. A quotum of these are inevitably persons of ill-regulated character. Often they have to be discharged for unfaithfulness. Then comes their day of revenge. They have their mates, some of them likewise discontented. How easy, then, out of such a storehouse of inflammable material, to start a story that will run like wildfire, and which can be supported before a committee of investigation by the evidence of 2 or 3, perhaps beautiful women, who tell so circumstantially their piteous story, and are so heart-moving in their appeal for redress, that the reputation of the most revered superintendent in the land can hardly hold its own in the minds of the directors of his own institution. Soon the outside public has got hold of the terrible revelation of what is going on behind the bars of the asylum, and furious factions are formed, as deaf to the voice of reason as any of the inmates within. In cases like the above, Miss Dix was appealed to again and again, and often her clear judgment and thorough knowledge of the workings of insanity enabled her to disabuse the minds of committees who had been made to harbor unjust suspicions of the purest and most devoted men. Though her decisions entailed upon her much abuse, she never shrank from doing her duty. As an instance, therefore, of her religiously exalted self-reliance when she felt herself to be in the right, the following short extract from a letter to her friend, Miss Heath, is of interest. There had been trouble in the internal working of the asylum in Worcester, Mass., a conflict of authority between matron and steward, as to which Miss Dix, on appeal, had taken decided ground. The 2 belligerent parties had carried their grievance to the outside public of Worcester, one faction of which had betaken itself to that palladium of modern liberties, the press, and had there roundly abused Miss Dix. Quote, March 24th, 1857. My dear Annie, do not take too much to heart that which mistaken people say in Worcester. It is as the weight of a feather to me. I am right. What harm can these do me? The Lord is the strength of my life. Whom should I fear? The Lord is my defense on my right hand. Of whom should I be afraid? I am steadfast in his might. 6 months later, There occurs a passage in a letter to Mrs. Rathbone of Liverpool, throwing light on another species of annoyance with which Miss Dix was constantly beset. The annoyance too familiarly known in the United States as that of the importunity of office-seekers. For years she had been exposed to it in her own land, but now the reputation she had gained in Scotland, and the number of desirable positions that would be opened up through the creation of new county asylums, had, it seemed, acted on aspiring Scotch medical minds very much as it would have on the minds of the brethren in America, thus demonstrating once again how one touch of nature makes the whole world kin. "I have had letters from abroad," she now writes, "urging me to commend various parties to official places in regard to the insane. I, of course, decline such interference, considering it out of my line of activity. On this point, at least, of refusing, even on local Scotch solicitation, to reenact the now popular part of the American Invader, Miss Dix was inexorable. Meanwhile, at home, her power of patronage was constantly growing larger and larger. No one else in the country, and that at the appeal of high public officials throughout the South and West, exercised to such an extent the right of investiture, or had so many medical livings at command. But no man ever helped his cause by personal solicitation of her influence. Her own sense of fitness for the post decided her action, and a recommendation given, she sought to have it kept an inviolable secret. So strong, indeed, was this feeling with her, that, as personally told to the writer of her biography by Dr. John W. Ward of Trenton, New Jersey, on the occasion of his learning from his trustees some years after his appointment as superintendent that he owed it to the emphatic recommendation of Miss Dix, and then, in cautiously proceeding to thank her, she turned sharply on him and denounced it as a betrayal of confidence that he had ever been permitted to know the fact. It is easy to imagine the devoutness of the exclamation, "O sancta simplicitas," with which such an account would be read by the average American senator or member of the House of Representatives. July 21st, 1857, finds Miss Dix beginning a letter in Cleveland, Ohio, to Mrs. Rathbone, and finishing it in Zelienople, Pennsylvania. An entirely new asylum to be founded near Pittsburgh, an institution on the plan of the Rathaus near Hamburg, Germany, to be studied, and a zealous attempt to be made to confer a real benefit on the stagnant life of a dying community by affording it an opportunity to contribute to the prospective hospital, are here the visible straws which show the swift and strong set of the current. To Mrs. Rathbone, quote, Cleveland, Ohio, July 21st, 1857. I am here only for a few days, and proceed to Zelienople and thence to Pittsburgh, where I hope to complete what I have begun and advanced there. I have induced the managers of the proposed benevolent institution to sell the farm which had been purchased, and which is not well situated, and take a magnificent location for a hospital on a fine elevated site which I found on the Ohio River, 8 miles from Pittsburgh, and which is both salubrious and cheerful, joined with outlooks of rare beauty associated with some elements of grandeur. Zelienople, Pennsylvania, August 10th, I was broken off from my writing more than a fortnight since. Here at Zelienople, I am both looking for a farm well situated and well watered, and studying an institution having chiefly the features of the celebrated Raw House at Horn near Hamburg. It is a new reformatory, erected by a noble-minded clergyman of the German Lutheran persuasion, one of those men of rare power, Fenelon-like spirit, and apostolic self-sacrifice whom we occasionally see rising up to show the astonished world how much one man can do through the force of moral power without riches save the riches of a sanctified spirit. I proceed tomorrow to economy, hoping to secure from the followers of that singular man Rapp, the Swabian peasant, who emigrated with his family to the United States more than 50 years ago, a contribution for hospital uses. The large wealth accumulated by singular skill and industry before the death of their leader and founder, Rapp, is stored in secret, and no doubt before many years will escheat to the Commonwealth. They have no longer hopes or expectations. The prophetic declaration of their founder are falsified, and now a handful remain where once their name was legion. One seeks of them charities as conferring on their stagnant life a real benefit. Lately, they gave $500 to the new hospital. End quote. The above-quoted extracts must suffice for furnishing glimpses of the indefatigable worker in 1857. The new year of 1858 may well enough open with a letter of date, Oneida, New York, January 25th. To Mrs. Rathbone. Quote, Oneida, New York, January 25th, 1858. Snow 2 feet deep. Thermometer 27 degrees below zero. Gas burners easily lighted by the spark transmitted by the finger. Thus it is not difficult to realize the severity of the cold so often described by Arctic voyagers. Do you hear anything of Mrs. Chisholm, that woman of transcendent worth? I have often wished I could do something that would show her how much good hearts in this Western world appreciate her and her works. How is Miss Carpenter succeeding? I have great faith that the school and discipline on the Akbar will finally succeed. Our work of reform seems gigantic and most discouraging if the whole field is taken at once. But if each does his or her part, we may hope for final success. I saw the announcement of Father Matthew's death with a sense of thankfulness that the good man was released from the infirmities which have so increased upon him as to arrest his usefulness, and make life now for many months a burthen and a source of anxiety to himself and friends. Blessed be his memory. The sudden death of Hugh Miller is distressing in its manner, but while all who knew and appreciated him will regret him and his abridged usefulness, they will feel that he is released from a heavy dispensation, viz., the total loss of his reasoning faculties, a danger which I fully perceive, and which I knew he dreaded 2 years since. He was a remarkable man, and will not be forgotten. Your steadfast friend, D.L. Dix. End quote. The last letter concludes with a sympathetic description of the burial of a dear friend, Reverend Samuel Gilman, D.D., the Unitarian minister of Charleston, South Carolina, a man characterized by such sanctity of spirit that his funeral services were reverentially attended by Catholic priests, Jewish rabbis, Episcopalian rectors, and Baptist, Methodist, and Presbyterian ministers. Only a few years before his death, Dr. Gilman had paid Miss Dix the 2 lines of reverential tribute which are here subjoined. Quote, to D.L.D. One pain alone thy visit gives, our shame, to live so far beneath thy own great aim. End quote. Evidently, the year 1859 was a very congenial and happy one to the subject of this biography. The earlier part of it was spent in Texas, in that far away and before unvisited section of the Union, where naturally she had expected to find herself an entire stranger. She was overjoyed at the cordiality of her reception. Very pleasant is it, therefore, after wading through endless files of letters that are bare itineraries or discussions of hospital issues, without a word of personal revelation, to light upon a few in which free expression is given to the natural delight and manifestations of outspoken sympathy and admiration which must have and ought to have yielded keen pleasure. The first of these letters, to intimate friends, in which she expresses her delight in the exuberant testimonials of kindliness she now encountered, is to Mrs. Hare of Philadelphia, and bears date Austin, Texas, March 28, 1859. In it, after giving a vivid account of 2 days and nights of staging experience, exhausting and dangerous to a high degree, she goes on, quote, you ask perhaps how I occupied myself under these adverse circumstances. Why, meditated how poor, sick, insane people were to live in being transported such distances over such roads. I am thankful I have come, because I find much to do, and people take me by the hand as a beloved friend. My eyes fill with tears at the hourly heart-warm welcome, the confidence, the cordial goodwill, and the succession of incidents, proving that I do in very truth dwell in the hearts of my countrymen. I am so astonished that my wishes in regards to institutions, my opinions touching organization, are considered definitive. A gentleman in the state service said to me, you are a moral autocrat. You speak, and your word is law. People say, oh, you are no stranger. We have known you years and years. End quote. A second letter of like tenure was written in reply to one from Mrs. Samuel Torrey, who had addressed her thus, quote, I have been desired by Mr. Gannett to inform you that a man called upon him a few days ago and put into his hands $100 for you from the mother of a shipwrecked seaman who had been saved by one of your lifeboats when wrecked off the coast of Newfoundland. Mr. Gannett questioned the man, but could not elicit any information respecting the woman. The money was to be employed to assist poor seamen. End quote. Miss Dix's reply runs as follows, quote, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, April 7th, 1859. My dear friend, Mr. Torrey can hold the $100 on interest till I can find leisure to apply it advantageously. I shall be glad to increase its amount a little by adding something to it myself. I can build another lifeboat, which I want. I have been needing lifeboats myself in the Gulf of Mexico last month. We just escaped foundering. In fact, For 24 hours the captain did not leave his station on the deck. In Texas, everybody was kind, obliging, and most attentive. I had 100 instances that filled my eyes with tears. I did not imagine anybody would know me there, but on the contrary, I was claimed and acknowledged as a dear friend in such wise as has made a lasting impression on my heart and mind. I was taking a dinner at a small public house on a wide, lonely prairie. The master stood, with the stage waybill in his hand, reading and eyeing me, I thought, because I was the only lady passenger. But when I drew out my purse to pay as usual, his quick expression was, "No, no, by George, I take no money from you. Why, I never thought I should see you, and now you are in my house. You have done good to everybody for years and years. Make sure now there's a home for you in every house in Texas. Here, wife, this is Miss Dix. Shake hands and call the children." Don't think me conceited in relating this incident. It is one of 100 in Texas, one of 1,000 this winter all through the South. I am constantly surprised by spontaneous expressions of the heartiest goodwill, and I may well be careful what I demand for hospitals, etc., for my work is unquestioned, and so I try to be very prudent and watchful." End quote. Yet another letter, to her friend Miss Heath, written December 8, 1859, from Columbia, South Carolina, bears witness to the same enthusiastic gratitude testified to her by the people of another state. To Miss Annie Heath, quote, "I arrived here Saturday night, greeted and welcomed on all sides by private friends and public authorities. I have really been quite astonished at the public expressions of welcome. I am very happy in knowing I am much beloved by my fellow citizens in this part of the Union. We will prove our regard for you by our acts in behalf of those for whom you plead," said a senator who spoke as the representative of the body. I could not measure half the pleasant words uttered. Our state will always welcome you as to a home, and so we will eat at our firesides among the wives and children. Yes, yes, that we will, sounded forth spontaneously from all who were present. I have sent you egotistical lines, Annie. Keep them to yourself. End quote. It is a matter for congratulation that the friend to whom the above letter was addressed did not keep these lines to herself, but carefully put them away in a safe place from which some day they should emerge to the light of day. Why should not the subject of such demonstrations of enthusiastic love openly rejoice in them? Truly, they had been bought with a price. But a few days before this hearty reception in the hall of the South Carolina House of Representatives, she had written from New Orleans, quote, "I have traveled out of 93 days and nights past, 32 days and nights, and this of necessity, so that I lie down now and sleep any hour I can, to make up lost time, and today I am feeling a good deal refreshed. I am bound from this place to Baton Rouge, and thence by land to Jackson, Louisiana, next to Bayou Sarah, to Vicksburg by river, thence by railroad to Jackson, Mississippi, after that to Memphis, thence to St. Louis, thence up the Missouri to the State Hospital at Fulton, returning to Jacksonville, Illinois, and to Springfield. To all which she adds, from Jackson, Mississippi, So far as I can see, a favorable impression is made, and there is a probability that I shall get an appropriation of $80,000. I asked this winter in different states more than 1/3 of a million." End quote. It was at this period of her exacting career that the new invention of the sleeping car, that sweet, oblivious antidote to the weary leagues of American railway travel, was first brought into practical use. Naturally enough, it might have been prophesied that of all the women of the land to welcome the blessing, Miss Dix, who had sat bolt upright through such an infinity of nights, would have led the van. Amusing is it, however, in this present year of 1890, to read her first aghast impressions of these whirling dormitories, and to see how strongly they shocked that delicate sense of feminine propriety which was so marked a characteristic of her nature. Quote, "Shall be here," she writes Miss Heath from Jackson, Mississippi, "till the 30th, when I go to Columbia, South Carolina, a journey of 3 days and 3 nights. I saw some sleeping cars. That was enough. Nothing would induce me to occupy one of them. They are quite detestable. I did make one night's experiment later, between Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. That will suffice for the rest of life. I cannot suppose that persons of decent habits, especially ladies, will occupy them, unless some essential changes are made in their arrangements and regulations." End quote. One farther letter will fitly conclude the narration of this fruitful year, 1859. It contains the fullest detailed description Miss Dix has left behind of any of her brilliant dashes of energy and courage. Written in a vein of humorous enjoyment of the scene, it unconsciously furnishes a striking exhibition of that lightning-swift dispatch with which, however overweighted with other cares, she stood ready to turn instantly aside to right a wrong appealing from any new quarter. To Mrs. William Rathbone, quote, "Did I write you an account of my affair with, or in connection with, some kidnapped Indians? If it is briefly recapitulated, no harm will come. But you must have thought it singular, at least, if you saw the New York papers, that my name was in such odd juxtaposition with street riots and acts of violence endangering life." Footnote. Several New York papers had given highly sensational accounts of the attack of the rescuing party as led by Miss Dix in person. End footnote. While in Albany, in the State Library last month, several persons being with me consulting on pending questions, a white man and an Indian entered, and the former said, "There is Miss Dix. Come, tell her your story." It was this. Near Syracuse, in central New York, is an Indian settlement of 500 souls. A company of circus riders and strolling players visiting Syracuse thought it might be a good speculation to entice some of the Indians from this village to New York, 300 miles distant, embark with them for Europe, and make a show of the aborigines for their own profit. To this end they proceeded to the Indian village, selected their dupes, 6 lads of about 14, and several squaws with 1 or 2 infants. Promising them fine shows and sights in Syracuse, they induced them to go there. This excited no other attention than a little feeling of envy amongst those who could not witness the promised exhibitions. After the plays were over, the above-named Indians were persuaded to get on a night train of cars and take a little ride. This little ride ended only in the city of New York, and still held by blinding promises, they were taken to a remote tavern on the outskirts of the city, and there strictly watched till the vessel was ready in which the company designed to embark. Meanwhile, one of the boys managed to escape and found his way to his own people, reporting the captivity of his companions. The father of two of the boys, a chief, hastened to the city, but the journey consumed his little stock of money, and however bold and at home in the forests, the mighty city of New York, and the people with whose language he was so little familiar thronging everywhere, yet unheeding his perplexities, made him fearful and troubled. He came up the river again, as far as Albany, saw a man on the street he knew, and related his troubles. This man, a doorkeeper at the state capitol, brought him to me, and after a few minutes' consideration, I, taking with me the Indian, proceeded to the office of the regent of the university and asked the professor to attend me to the executive chambers. They were crowded, but the governor was my friend and my host, for I was at that time a guest at Government House. At once I stated the case, asking authority to send to the city for the release of the captive Indians. The state attorney was sent for, but not being particularly prompt, nor giving in the sequence any very lucid opinion, I turned away. The governor gave the Indian sufficient money to pay his expenses back by cars to New York, 130 miles. I took leave, and sent a page to the Senate chamber for one of the city senators. That body was specially engaged. I repeated my message urgently, and Mr. Spencer came. I stated the case. He wrote an order to the chief of police, directing him to make search for the missing parties and deliver them to the chief, and by all means prevent their embarkation. I then addressed a letter to the district attorney of New York, and now it wanted but 10 minutes to the departure of the cars south. I bade the Indian run to the station. An Indian can always run, giving him the sealed packages, and to say, on arriving in the city, to the conductor of the train that he wanted a policeman to guide him to the captain's office, being there to deliver the papers and wait the result. It appears all went well thus far. The chief of police detailed a party of policemen, and the show company were found occupying a low tavern in the suburbs and concealed in a back room where they watched their Onondaga captives. The 5 boys were immediately taken, though some opposition and a show of fight were made. The next day a second party went out to take the remainder of the Indians, and now 30 or 40 partisans of the company, rowdies of the baser sort, being collected, a fight commenced. The police were assailed with stones, knives, and blows, but eventually carried their point, besides arresting some of the leaders of the affray and the landlord. The Indians were all conveyed to the North River Station, free passage given to Albany, and dispatched to the seat of government with a letter to Governor King, and the next day some news scavenger threw into the columns of a newspaper a history of the affair with embellishments, and, using my name as chief patroness of all people in adversity or otherwise oppressed, so oddly mixed up the story as to make it look very much as if I were not content with the more quiet part of the performance, but had heroically led the attack, not by pen, but by armed force. I send this hastily written letter off without looking to see what is so carelessly put together. I invite myself to be your guest 5 years from now, all of us surviving that period, and I trust you will live many long and good years. God bless you and yours. Truly yours, D. L. Dix. End of Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Life of Dorothea Lynde Dix by Frances Tiffany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, Till the Outbreak of War. There remained now but little over a year before the outbreak of the Great Civil War, which was to put an end, in Miss Dix's case, to all especial asylum work, until the vaster question was settled in blood whether the American Union was to be rent in twain or reestablished on the rock of universal liberty. Few knew the real spirit of the South so thoroughly as she. Few were so full of well-grounded apprehensions. But though her heart was painfully distressed with sad forebodings, the whole interval was filled with ceaseless activity. There are several letters of this especial year, 1860, which throw a clear, revealing light on the deepest-seated characteristic of the subject of this biography, namely the well-nigh awful intensity of will with which she closed in life and death grapple with every shape of wrong inflicted on the class of miserable beings to whose championship she believed herself called by the immediate voice of God. Spite of the wonderful results wrought through her campaign in Great Britain, and in the very press, moreover, of ceaseless work in America, her mind is none the less found going back to the old country, still haunted with distressing memories of abuses there, piteously demanding redress. How inevitably, in reading the following letter to Mrs. Rathbone, does the outcry of a previously quoted letter from Toronto, Canada, recur to the mind. Quote, "If I am cold, they are cold. If I am weary, they are distressed. If I am alone, they are abandoned." End quote. Inevitably, too, recur the characterizing words of Dr. Tuke, that terrible reformer but gentle lady. Quote, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, March 18th, 1860. My dear friend, I wish much that I could see you again. This idea will not give way even when I see how much one can find to do, ever laboring with constant diligence. Should I recross the ocean, I should greatly desire to do something for the private houses, hospitals they cannot be called, for the hapless insane whose greatest calamity is in being cast within their imprisoning walls. This horror haunts me like an ill dream, or a fearful remembrance of what it is actually, a series of most dreadful facts. I cannot excuse or forgive the English commissioners of lunacy. They surely should know their duty if they do not. But their dull eyes and sluggish, far-separated visitations have revealed something of the dreary horrors of those heathen receptacles sustained by a Christian people. They are too indolent to exert the influence their official station gives to remedy, at least in a measure, what their criminal sufferance makes them participants in maintaining. If I could have authority, I would not let one circling moon pass her changes before I was again upon that field of toil, and neither time nor thought should be spared in the service. But I must turn from this subject, on which I never allow myself to think at all, if I can help it." End quote. A striking illustration of the range of outlook characteristic of Miss Dix is furnished in this same year, 1860, in a letter from Wisconsin while on the way to Minnesota. Since first she had begun her work of caring for the outcasts in the many states of the Union, how marvelous had been the unceasing creation out of previous wilderness of ever new states, each covering the area of what would constitute a kingdom in Europe. What a spectacle the American continent was thus presenting of a vast tidal wave of civilization steadily and irresistibly sweeping from the Atlantic to the far-away Pacific. A Sioux Indian uprising, say in Minnesota, accompanied by widespread massacre of the scattered settlers, and then, in a seeming trice, a fresh unrolling of the momentarily baffled tide of immigration, which meant enormous new areas of cultivated land, thriving manufactories, compact cities, schools, colleges, and libraries. Yes, and it must mean equally institutions of mercy for the helpless and miserable, was Miss Dix's invincible resolve. The pioneer in charity must keep abreast with the pioneer of material civilization. To Mrs. William Rathbone, quote, Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin, August 27th, 1860. I am writing at a side table in a telegraph office, waiting for a boat to La Crosse, after which I shall push up the Mississippi to St. Paul, Fort Snelling, and St. Anthony. I miss your letters, so pleasant and refreshing, often cheering me by the way as I am seated in the cars passing from one place to another. I expect to be in the Northwest, in this wonderful country of vast prairies, wide, deep, ocean-reaching rivers, and lakes that deceive you into the idea that you are where the Atlantic rushes in upon the resisting shores of the eastern states. The country is packed with luckless foreigners. Well, the world at present is large enough for all. If all would do their part for the general good, how would the earth become as the garden of the Lord? The German and the Norwegian element is making a mark here, and their people in the main are industrious, saving, and orderly, except a remnant of the former, who are in life and character very coarse and brutal, and singularly addicted to wife tyranny, beating and often killing the poor drudges of the household. The insane of this class of Germans and of the south of Ireland people are rarely cured, and so they go to swell the amount of those who crowd the incurable wards of hospitals." End quote. With the coming of colder weather in the same year, 1860, the customary legislative activity was transferred farther south, with what cheering results may be gathered from the following extract from a letter to Mrs. Rathbone, of date Columbia, South Carolina, November 9th and December 19th, 1860, quote, I made a rapid journey hither by railroad from Jackson, Mississippi, traveling without stopping a half-hour 3 days and 3 nights, and arriving to find all hospital business not at a standstill merely, but looking very unpromising. I had no time to lose, and at once saw the Senate and House committees, reasoned, explained, persuaded, urged, till I secured a unanimous report from these parties to their respective bodies in favor of an extension by new wings, etc., of the State Hospital for the Insane. Thus the work is fairly commenced. December 19th. My bill has passed both Senate and House by almost unanimous vote, and I go hence to attend to some hospital interests at Charleston, South Carolina. Footnote. Miss Dix's bill in South Carolina was for $60,000 for support of the asylum toward the foundation of which she had worked from 1852 to 1858. $5,000 for repairs, $10,000 for back debts, and $80,000 for new extension. This same winter she had carried through a bill in Tennessee for an entirely new hospital in Knoxville, as well as raised a large appropriation for the old one she had founded in Nashville. These amounts, together with over $100,000 secured in Pennsylvania, represent a portion only of the work of the year. End footnote. Providence seems leading me on, and He, by whose mercy I am preserved, blesses all my labors for the afflicted. Whether we are permitted to meet again is doubtful. I do certainly indulge the hope. At present I have much that must be undertaken here." End quote. It need, then, hardly be wondered at that the year 1860 closed on the part of Miss Dix with devout thanksgiving, and that with the opening of 1861 she should write to her friend Miss Heath in the following rejoicing strain. Quote, "Frankfort, Kentucky, March, 1861. Dear Annie, all my bills have passed. The winter has been fully successful. I have had great cares, greater fatigues, many dangers, countless blessings unmeasured, preserving mercies, and am joined to all occasions for thanksgiving, well and still able to work very satisfactorily. God spare our distressed country." End quote. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Life of Dorothea Lynde Dix by Frances Tiffany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28, Outbreak of War. Notwithstanding the imminence of a bloody issue between South and North in the United States, Miss Dix, as has been seen, kept on steadily at her accustomed work. The election to the presidency of Abraham Lincoln would, she was entirely persuaded, precipitate war. For years she had been brought into close personal contact with the majority of the powerful leaders of public opinion in the South, and understood their ideas and spirit as did few Northern people. Wholly devoted to her self-chosen work, and feeling that a word from her on the slavery question would, through vast sections of the country, destroy in an instant her power to do anything farther for the insane, she had for years maintained a rigid silence on the whole issue. It was an instance of the inevitable sacrifice of one cause of humanity for another. As has been already said, she was under bonds to hold her peace, bonds not of self-interest, but of merciful compassion. Work, constant work, was now her refuge from distressful thought about her country. Thus, February 1861, we find her writing from Illinois to her friend Miss Heath, quote, "I thank God, dear Annie, I have such full uses for time now, for the state of our beloved country, otherwise would crush my heart and life. I was never so unhappy but once before, and that grief was more selfish, perhaps, viz. When the 12,225,000 acre bill was killed by a poor base man in power." End quote. It will readily be remembered by the reader that on the sudden and startling call of President Lincoln for the 75,000 volunteer troops to defend Washington, Massachusetts was the first to respond with 2 regiments, the 6th and 8th. The possibility of such instantaneous promptitude had been due to the ardor and foresight of Governor John A. Andrew, who mainly of his own personal initiative had provided the needful accoutrements and ammunition. The regiment the first to leave Massachusetts got safely through to Baltimore, where, in marching through the streets to the Washington station, it was assailed by a furious mob, and a number of its soldiers were massacred. The main body, however, made its way across the city, boarded the train, and reached the national capital the same evening. At once, the secession element in Baltimore gained the upper hand, and before the following morning parties were sent out to burn the railroad bridges between the city and Philadelphia. 2 of these bridges, each a mile or more in length. Thus was railway communication cut off between Washington and the North, and the possibility of holding the national capital, surrounded as it was by a fiercely hostile population, seriously imperiled. Everything depended on the rapidity with which troops could be thrown into the city. To effect this by rail, farther than to the north bank of the Susquehanna River, was now an impossibility. But from this point water communication could be had by way of the Susquehanna and of Chesapeake Bay to Annapolis, Maryland, from whence it was a march of scarcely 20 miles to Washington. Fortunately, the president of the Philadelphia and Baltimore Railroad, Samuel M. Felton, was a man capable of taking in the full peril of the situation. Instantly seizing the steamboats on the river, he collected them on the north shore, provisioned and coaled them, and had all in readiness for a start as soon as the arrival on the following day of the second contingent of the Massachusetts troop under General Benjamin F. Butler. Thus, by a masterly move was the flank of infuriated Maryland turned, and not improbably Washington saved. The peculiar part played by Miss Dix and the preparations instituted to meet this critical juncture is known to but few, though it was a part always recognized with gratitude and admiration by President Felton. Indeed, in a letter to the writer of this biography, he states that he again and again besought Miss Dix to permit him to make known how much the country owed to her, and that she had always given a point-blank refusal to have any use made of her name. Years later, however, President Felton wrote out on his own responsibility a full narrative of the episode. It furnishes one more example of Miss Dix's practical grasp of an emergency, and of her singular power of impressing her convictions on others. Extracts from President Felton's personal letter run as follows, quote, Philadelphia, 1026 Walnut Street, May 8, 1888. Dear Mr. Tiffany, I send you the enclosed extract from a paper which I prepared some 20 years ago, at the request of Mr. Sibley, then librarian of Harvard University, detailing the part which I took in the beginning of the War of the Rebellion. In that are my recollections of Miss Dix, showing the part she took in those early days. Early in the year 1861, Miss Dix, the philanthropist, came into my office on a Saturday afternoon. I had known her for some years as one engaged in alleviating the sufferings of the afflicted. Her occupation in building hospitals had brought her into contact with the prominent men South. She had become familiar with the structure of Southern society and also with the working of its political machinery. She stated to me that she had an important communication to make to me personally. I listened attentively to what she had to say for more than an hour. She put in a tangible and reliable shape by the facts she related what before I had heard in numerous and detached parcels. The sum of it all was that there was then an extensive and organized conspiracy through the South to seize upon Washington, with its archives and records, and then declare the Southern Confederacy de facto the government of the United States. At the same time, they were to cut off all means of communication between Washington and the North, East, and West, and thus prevent the transportation of troops to wrest the capital from the hands of the insurgents. Mr. Lincoln's inauguration was thus to be prevented, or his life was to fall a sacrifice. In fact, she said troops were then drilling on the line of our own road, the Washington and Annapolis line, and other lines of railroad. The men drilled were to obey the commands of their leaders, and the leaders were banded together to capture Washington." End quote. So profound was the impression produced on the mind of President Felton by this interview as to lead to the immediate inception of measures which revealed the full extent of the peril of which Miss Dix had given him such startling information. Detectives were hired, who managed to enlist as volunteers in the various squads of men secretly drilling along the lines of railroad from Harrisburg and from Philadelphia to Baltimore and Washington, and who thus became at home in their schemes. That it was the intention to assassinate Abraham Lincoln on his way to the Capitol to be inaugurated as president became increasingly clear to Mr. Felton. Thence the masterly move by which he averted this appalling danger, and secretly smuggled the president-elect through to Washington. Certainly it is a noteworthy fact that in the days when the wits of most men were utterly at sea, the keen insight and military decision of mind of a woman should have lighted on the precise point where the greatest peril to the nation lay, and that the power of the warning she gave should have been so impressive as to have led to the decisive measures through which in all probability the name and fame of Abraham Lincoln were preserved to the country, and not unlikely Washington itself saved. It so happened that at the time of the wild excitement which broke out as soon as it was known that the 6th Massachusetts was on its way from Boston to Washington, that other regiments from various states were to follow, Miss Dix was with her old friends, Dr. and Mrs. Buttolph, at the Trenton Asylum, resting there from a recent arduous tour through the West. Taking in the situation in an instant, she felt that Washington, where camp disease and wounded men would soon be the order of the day, was now her post of duty. Accordingly, only 3 hours after the massacre in Baltimore, and while all was still frightful tumult, she reached that city, and with great difficulty making her way through the thronging streets, managed to board the last train that was permitted to leave for Washington. The call for volunteers had brought her, as a volunteer, to report for nursing duties. A hurried line from her to her friend Miss Heath tells the story. Quote, Washington, D.C., April 20th, 1861. Dear Annie, yesterday I followed in the train 3 hours after the tumult in Baltimore. It was not easy getting across the city, but I did not choose to turn back, and so I reached my place of destination. I think my duty lies near military hospitals for the present. This need not be announced. I have reported myself and some nurses for free services at the War Department and to the Surgeon General." End quote. Thus, through the promptitude with which she was first on the ground, had Miss Dix manifested her old-time spirit. Perfectly naturally, then, did it come about that she should at once be appointed superintendent of women nurses, to select and assign women nurses to general or permanent military hospitals, they not to be employed in such hospitals without her sanction and approval, except in cases of urgent need. Orders to this effect were at once issued by Simon Cameron, Secretary of War, and D.C. Wood, Acting Surgeon General. The literal meaning, however, of such a commission as had thus been hurriedly bestowed on Miss Dix, applying as it did to the women nurses of the military hospitals of the whole United States not in actual rebellion, was one which, in those early days of the war, no one so much as began to take in. A fatal delusion possessed the mind of the North that in 2 or 3 months at most the war would be over. Indeed, thousands severely blamed the President for ordering out such a host of 3 months' men. At any rate, the 75,000 volunteer troops would soon sweep everything before their irresistible mass and valor. That a 4 years' deadly struggle confronted the nation, that before it was settled more than 1 million of men would be arrayed on either side, this no imagination was prophetic enough to grasp. Such a commission, then, as the march of events was before long to prove, involved a sheer practical impossibility. It implied not a single-handed woman, nearly 60 years old and shattered in health, but immense organized departments at 20 different centers. Up to the time of the Civil War, the United States had maintained an army of but from 20,000 to 25,000 men. Except in the exceptional case of the Mexican War, no mind in the country had ever coped with the problem of dealing with the medical care of forces larger than those of the few regiments quartered in widely distant parts of the Union. To help through non-military volunteer service, to meet the dire demand now suddenly sprung on the nation, the men and women of the North were working night and day, pouring out unstintedly treasures of money, and accumulating and forwarding enormous stores of clothing, bandages, and delicate foods for the sick and wounded in the hospitals. What agency, then, should prove itself competent to handle and promptly distribute these vast stores? No agency, it was soon found out, short of powerful organizations like the Sanitary Commission, and later on the Christian Commission, organizations with immense sums of money at their disposal, storehouses at 100 different points, trains of army wagons in the field, department divisions presided over by able administrative minds, with a little army of efficient subordinates. Women nurses, moreover, were volunteering by the thousands, the majority of them without the experience or health to fit them for such arduous service. Who should pass on their qualifications? Who station, superintend, and train them? Now, under the atlas weight of cares and responsibilities so suddenly thrust on Miss Dix, the very qualifications which had so preeminently fitted her for the previous sphere in which she had wrought such miracles of success began to tell against her. She was nearly 60 years old, and with a constitution sapped with malaria, overwork, and pulmonary weakness. She had for years been a lonely and single-handed worker, planning her own projects, keeping her own counsel, and pressing on, unhampered by the need of consulting others toward her self-chosen goal. In all this, her towering idealism and thirst after perfection of organization and discipline had proved the precise qualities needed. Nowhere else in the world is there demanded such wise selection of officials, such sleepless vigilance, and such exercise of perpetual self-control as in a well-ordered insane asylum. But in war, especially in a war precipitately entered on by a raw and inexperienced people, all such perfection of organization and discipline is out of the question. If a good field hospital cannot be had, the best must be made of a bad one. If a skillful surgeon is not on hand, then an incompetent one must hack away after his own butcher fashion. If selfish and greedy attendants or physicians will eat up and drink up the supplies of delicacies and wines for the sick, then enough more must be supplied to give the sick the fag end of a chance. It is useless to try to idealize war. While it calls out all that is heroic and consecrated in one class of men, it calls out all that is selfish and base in another. All this, however, Miss Dix could not bring herself to endure. Ready to live on a crust and to sacrifice herself without stint, her whole soul was on fire at the spectacles of incompetence and callous indifference she was daily doomed to witness. She became overwrought and lost the requisite self-control. That pathetic sympathy with human suffering which had been the mainspring of her long and wonderful philanthropic career, now, when she was brought face to face with such massive misery she could not relieve, served only to unnerve her. Inevitably, then, she became involved in sharp altercations with prominent medical officials and with regimental surgeons. She tried to stand over the sick and wounded soldiers as the avenging angel of their wrongs. Many and many an abuse did she ferret out and get redressed. Still, it is the clear opinion of her best and most judicious friends that she pitched her demands impracticably high, and failed to take due account of such poor material as average human nature, and so to work with it to the best advantage. She tried to insist on her woman nurses being at least 30 years old, and to establish standards of pure consecration to duty which were out of the range of any but a few exceptional natures like her own. Moreover, to meet the constant inpouring into Washington of hundreds of tons of hospital supplies, she had no adequate provision of storehouses, nor of the needful machinery of distribution. The lone worker could not change her nature. She tried to do everything herself, and the feat before long became an impossibility. At length she came to recognize this, again and again exclaiming in her distress, "This is not the work I would have my life judged by." Still, partially at least, her life will have to be judged by this work, the life of a woman of nearly 60, broken by the strain of years, upon whom had suddenly devolved an entirely new burden of responsibilities too great for any single mind to cope with. And the verdict will have to be that, while in personal devotion no portion of her career surpassed this, still in wisdom and practical efficiency it was distinctly inferior to her work in her own great sphere. Of its consecration of purpose there can be no question. Through the 4 long years of the war she never took a day's furlough. Untiringly did she remain at her post, organizing bands of nurses, forwarding supplies, inspecting hospitals, and in many a case of neglect and abuse making her name a salutary terror. Especially in the early days of the war, before the sanitary and Christian commissions assumed their later immense proportions, her labors proved the means of relieving a large amount of suffering and saving many a valuable life. From the outset, her reputation and wide range of acquaintance had rallied to her side many of the most efficient nurses in the land, while the trust reposed in her by humane and patriotic minds had led to there being placed at her disposal immense stores of invaluable supplies. No doubt, farther, through the very height of the demand she made for absolute devotion to the cause of the soldier, and the fiery zeal with which she joined battle with all that fell below the mark, she helped to raise the standard. This unquestionably made her very unpopular with many, to which she would no doubt have replied, "Woe unto you when all men speak well of you." In dealing with the question of popularity, especially in democratic America, where this especial virtue outranks faith, hope, and charity, it is always hard to hold the balance of praise or blame strictly even. What seems to have been the fault of Miss Dix's administration of her responsible office, namely, an overwrought zeal precipitating her at times into intemperate action, and thus impairing that singular balance of faculties through which her previous successes had been achieved, has perhaps been sufficiently dwelt on. In summary, however, of the impression left by her at this period of her career on minds kindred to her own in absolute devotion to duty, no higher testimonial can be offered than in the following extract from a letter of one whose services to the sick and wounded in the war won the admiration of all, Dr. Caroline A. Burghardt. Quote, "She was," writes Dr. Burghardt, "a very retiring, sensitive woman, yet brave and bold as a lion to do battle for the right and for justice. She was very unpopular in the war with surgeons, nurses, and any others who failed to do their whole duty, and they disliked to see her appear, as she was sure to do if needed. She was one who found no time to make herself famous with pen and paper, but a hard, earnest worker, living in the most severely simple manner, often having to be reminded that she needed food. To those of us who were privileged to know her, her memory is and ever will be very dear. Every day recalls some of her noble acts of kindness and self-sacrifice to mind. She seemed to me to lead a dual life, one for the outside world, the other for her trusted, tried friends." End quote. One massive character was there, however, in Washington, the great War Secretary, Edwin M. Stanton, on whom no outcry of unpopularity against Miss Dix could produce any effect. Accustomed himself to do his duty at all risks, unpopularity reaped in doing it was in his eyes a commendation of fidelity rather than a reproach. So high was his sense of the country's indebtedness to the woman who had been first on the ground and was last to quit the post of duty, that at the close of war he appealed to her to know in what shape it would be most agreeable to her to have her services officially recognized. A great public meeting presided over by the highest officials, or a vote of money from Congress were proposed. These Miss Dix absolutely declined. What, then, would she like? Was asked. "The flags of my country," she replied, never deeming that her request would be granted. A beautiful pair of the national colors were specially directed by government to be made for her, and the following order was issued from the War Department. Quote, "War Department, Washington City, December 3rd, 1866. Order in relation to the services of Miss Dix. In token and acknowledgment of the inestimable services rendered by Miss Dorothea L. Dix for the care, succor, and relief of the sick and wounded soldiers of the United States on the battlefield, in camps and hospitals during the recent war, and of her benevolent and diligent labors and devoted efforts to whatever might contribute to their comfort and welfare, it is ordered that a stand of arms of the United States national colors be presented to Miss Dix. Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War." End quote. January 14th, 1867, the execution of the above order was communicated in the ensuing letter. Quote, "War Department, Adjutant General's Office, Washington, January 14th, 1867. Miss D. L. Dix, No. 2 Pearl Street, Boston, Mass. My dear Miss Dix, I have the pleasure of sending by express this day, in obedience to an order of Mr. Stanton, Secretary of War, a box containing a stand of the United States colors presented to you by the Secretary. I trust they will arrive safely. With great respect, your obedient servant, E. D. Townsend." End quote. To these communications, Miss Dix made reply, "To General E. D. Townsend, quote, Albany, New York, January 25th, 1867. Dear Sir, I am just in receipt of your letter of the 14th, and acknowledge with the deep emotion of a patriotic heart my sense of the honor conferred by the presentation through you from the Secretary of War of a stand of the United States colors. No greater distinction could have been conferred on me, and the value of this gift is greatly enhanced by the quiet manner in which it is bestowed. Respectfully, D. L. Dix." End quote. To Honorable Edwin M. Stanton, quote, Albany, New York, January 25th, 1867. Sir, I beg to express my sense of the honorable distinction conferred on me by the Secretary of War in the presentation of a stand of United States colors received by order through Assistant Adjutant General Townsend. No more precious gift could have been bestowed, and no possession will be so prized while life remains to love and serve my country. Very respectfully and with well-grounded esteem, D.L. Dix." End quote. These beautiful flags were bequeathed by Miss Dix to Harvard College, where, in the noble memorial hall dedicated to the sons of Harvard who died for their country in the war for the maintenance of the Union, they today hang, suspended over the main portal. End of chapter 28.